Okay, great. Hi, Annabelle. Glad you could make it. Um, yeah, we'll just hang out here a minute. Thank you, Anita. Catering lunch. Hello. Pink hand waving. Um, Hi, Diana. Okay, we're going to be talking about some rose blight tonight. Hi, Bob G. Um, and just some general stuff. Some of it will probably bleed over into summer. Um, and I also just ran across the Ziggy Valero recorded conversation um, where she told what she allegedly texted with Candy about Summer, Candace taking Summer off to meet Don to the hospital. I don't know if anybody's interested in hearing that, but we can play that. It is 35 minutes though, but if you're interested, or I might just do a video with that later. Sorry, my cat's messing with me. If you have cats, you know exactly what I'm talking about. 68.
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the things you
Heidi pretty much stays in the back. His sister didn't want him to do it. I'm assuming that Summer chats. Yep, I've seen her. I have the first story she told, which is the one I sent to the FBI. Agent Durant, the fake FBI agent. Oh, good, Annabelle. I can't see. Okay, hey, Kate, glad you can make it. Okay, great. Great. I just needed a mod here or two. Yeah, and she also said that the cops, I believe I reported that in October of 2021, I think. And I know that they went to Kay's house, or at least called her, because I gave them all her information. And then Ziggy, I know they went and saw her too, got her notes. But then, later she claimed that they came again, like a year later, got more notes. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. The receipt that she showed, I don't know. People said that wasn't legitimate, but I don't believe that the FBI would go there and not get all the information they needed. What other notes when they would have taken them the first time, wouldn't they? I don't know. Oh, good. Okay, Wisconsin mom is coming. Should I wait? Should we talk about Don for a minute while we're waiting? What the hell? Talk about burning the house down. Um, yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from that. I really don't. I mean, that's not his story to tell, most of that. And he said his sister didn't want him to do it. I'm assuming that's Sonia. Chris. Hey, Chris. Don. Sending Don hearts. Yes. Um, you know, that's the victim's right to come out and tell their story when they're ready. And a lot of them are never ready. I have never told my stories. And yes, catering lunch. Hi, little dove. I'll tell you, one of the incidents happened when I was in school, riding the bus. And um, this must have happened more than, I would say, 50, more than 50 years ago, 55 years ago, maybe. And I was with my mom. I went up to my hometown and was with my mom at the bank and thankfully sitting down. And my abuser's brother walked into the bank. They look like twins. And I started to black out, even though I was sitting down. I thought, oh my God. And here my mom is talking to him. Oh, you remember him? It took me a while. And even when I realized it was his brother, I still felt sick. I felt like I was going to throw up. 55 years later, that's how traumatic.
Okay. So the reason I'm showing this live is because I clicked it on I was reading the chats. I didn't watch very much of it. It was like 5 minutes. And it was interesting to me to watch Christopher Larson in the chat room and Lisa say he's not a suspect in Rose's case as she puts down the new sheriff for the area that they live, because the sheriff now says Chris Larson is a suspect in Rose's case, whereas the old sheriff said he wasn't. Well, usually case files are closed, and maybe they didn't want to disclose that Chris was still a suspect for some reason. Now, I'm not saying he is. There are 3 big bodies of water close to the area she went missing. That doesn't include what they drained, which was a different body of water. That's interesting. Listen, I'm not saying Chris did this, but I'm saying Rose is Summer's aunt, and she's also missing. And maybe we should read the chats and listen to what Lisa has to say, because after looking at this, hey, Rita, just 5 minutes that I looked at, and Lisa, this is nothing against you here. I think it's important we go back and listen, because Rose is missing. It's not a game. You've been defending Chris for a long time, and you just said the sheriff said he's a suspect. Summer's missing. I don't know. I just think it's worth going back and listening to and reading the chat. I have no opinion yet on what we're going to listen to here. Okay? None whatsoever, because I haven't heard it. Why did Ziggy say Roe is deceased, I wonder? Oh, Rose? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Ziggy and Lisa connect at all. I think Lisa's very good friends, or if not girlfriend, of Christopher Larson, Rose's ex, mother, aunt, cousin. She's somebody to him, the way she defends him. He holds a wrench in her chats. So that's a little mind-boggling to me. Yeah, but Chris lives in Wisconsin. Here's my problem with that. Just when Dawn went to Utah, Candace went to Wisconsin. Now, when you hear people ask Candace about her sister, we've heard a lot of rumors like Candace was jealous of Rose and this, that, and the other, but I don't see that. So when Chris McDonough was walking through, Chris looked at the wall, okay? And he said, "Who's that?" And she said, "Oh, that's my sister." And Chris said, "Do you want to tell me about that?" or something along them lines. And Rose said, "No, I don't really want to talk to it." And she says, "Do you think the guy could do that?" And she says, "I really don't want to." Like, the way she said it, to me, it looks like Candace and her family might actually think Chris did something to Rose. That's just my opinion. Yeah. And because it's a cold case doesn't mean that she doesn't need to be found, because she does. Hi, Nugget. Hey, Running Bear. Fish and hooks. You know, I think Rose needs to be talked about just as much as Summer does. Just like when the Brits niece was missing, I talked about her. It's a way to keep other people's names out there and faces. Rose's face deserves to be out there and looked at too, in my opinion. I believe it's 6 years, Joyce, and Rose is younger. I think that's what I heard. I could be wrong, but it's something like, I think it was 6 years. Golden, did I say hello to you, Rita? Okay. So I'm just going to put this on. I put it on 1.5. I tried to make it go faster because Lisa just drags on sometimes. But let's listen. And while we're listening, I'm not going to be looking. I'm not really going to be looking at the chat because you guys can't see her chat. So I'm going to click over to the other tab so that I can read the chat and relay to you guys if I have to. So I'm going to mute, but if it pauses, you know how I do. Did you look up VICAP, unit of FBI? Rose is on the VICAP list. No, I didn't, Golden, but I could do that now. Hold on. And I started writing Golden. Holy cow. Okay. Share this tab. Where do I look for her name? Right here, I guess. Hold on. Can you tell me what page it's on? Because I guess I gotta... I mean, I don't see her. Let me come back to chat. Missing people. Okay, hold on. Gotcha. It's sad how many people... Like, how do people just disappear? I don't know what I would do if one of my loved ones... There she is. Hey, I clicked her and it just took me... Yes, so see, the FBI is following Rose's case. So it's a very high probability that they think... Where did it go? All right, we seen her. It disappeared. What I'm going to do is I'll come back later after my live. Why did it do that? That was so strange. I clicked her. It took me to the next page. Look at that. So young. I don't know where she went. Okay, let me come back here a minute. Nugget, she's on the missing persons page of the FBI. She's 100% labeled missing. I just passed her twice. Let me go back. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Am I going up or down? Tell me. I bet you I did. Okay. They should make it so you could put their names in. Go slow. There she is. She moved. That's why I was still looking on the other side. I'm scared to click it. Okay, there we go. Yes. Rosemary Bly, St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin. Age 21, hair brown, eyes brown, height 5 foot, weight 110 pounds. She was tiny. Oh my God. Sex, female, race, white, scars and marks, tattoo, 2 red cherries, right ankle, piercing ears, navel. Detail: Rosemary Bly was last seen leaving her residence in the St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, en route to Cushing, Wisconsin, a distance of 5 miles. Her car was recovered 5 days later in Grantsburg, Wisconsin, in a parking lot typically used by truck drivers to park their tractor trailers. This parking lot is approximately 30 miles from her residence. Submit a tip. If you have information concerning this person, please contact your local FBI office or the nearest American embassy or consulate. Submit an anonymous tip online. So, yes, she is definitely labeled a missing person. Oh, see? Okay, hold on. And if you notice, her missing poster even says, this is what I was telling you guys yesterday or the day before: Federal Bureau of Investigation, Violent Criminal Apprehension Programs, VICAP. VICAP alert, missing person, St. Croix Falls. Attention, violent crime, cold cases, crime analysis units. And then it's her information that I just read you. So as you see, she is one, and I'm actually going to download this. Hold on. When I go out, I hang posters here and there, and that's what I'm going to do with that. Okay, so let me come back and see this. Isn't Grantsburg where Grandis lived? Yes. Yeah, I want to know what her life was like before she went missing as well. I think it's important, if Lisa knows all this information about her, that she comes out here and tells the good. Because here's what she does, in my opinion. Now, this is just my opinion, and you guys don't have to agree with me. But she comes out here and she attacks Rose's family. Rose is missing. Nobody knows who's guilty. But in this live that we're going to watch, Lisa says that Chris is a suspect, even though she tries to take it back because no, he isn't. And she gets quite angry about it. And it was only 5 minutes of it that I listened to. It was in the middle of it. I don't know what that was all about. So I figured I'd come on here and we could just listen to it together and form an opinion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on, and it's 3:15 exactly. I'll let it play till 3:30. Then I'll come back. We'll commentate a little bit about what was said. I'll read the chats, and I'll be back in 15 minutes to talk about it, because I'm going to go on the other side and take notes of things that Chris says in the chat room. So I'm not going to be able to see this. And it's sad. And I think it's important that we do also get Rose and her face out there. And I think that we have been led, because of Lisa knowing Chris by God knows how, okay? We have been led to say, oh, Chris is a good guy because Lisa has put that out there. Now, I'm not saying that he isn't. What I'm saying is I think it needs to be looked at from a perspective that is not Lisa Kay's perspective. So, yeah, let's go back and listen to a little bit of Rose. And I think, like, going forward, at least once a week, I would like to put some stuff out about Rose because she is Summer's aunt. And that's two people in one family missing. I think it's important. That's all. Criteria. Missing with foul play involved, not just missing person. Let me put the link in my chat. And Golden, thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, so I'm going to put this on and I'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm going to take notes of the chat and then we'll talk.
This is, and nobody deserves to have that brought out unless they want it brought out. Yes, that was disgusting. And it was planned. So Daisy gave him the platform knowing what he was going to say. And then she's doubled down today or last night. I forget the exact time, but yeah, saying that it's all right. And can anybody explain? I don't want to, I don't like to, I'm not criticizing anybody, but, Yanni, I don't understand her. She fully supports Don, but yet supposedly she's, survivor stories for the victims. That just baffles me. Why is she backing Don? And I don't understand that. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, I've had more than just that one incident, but that's probably the most traumatic one. It's bad. And I never told my mom because I knew that she couldn't handle it. She would have had a breakdown. She was not capable of hearing that. So I never told her. And my whole entire life, she kept going, you never did like him. She never asked why. And I think she kind of must have suspected, but she didn't want to hear it either. Hey, True Colors. Okay, how many full sisters does Don have? Annabelle said. He has two, Sonia and Heidi. Don was born first, Sonia 2 years later, and Heidi 2 years after that. So 64, 66, and 68. Heidi pretty much stays in the background. So, hi, Sunshine. Yeah, Don. I don't know what. Yes, he said that his sisters did not want him to do that. And I'm sure that Sonia didn't because she knew how that would look. Sonia's a smart cookie. I don't know about Heidi, but I know Sonia is. So I don't understand what he thought he gained with that. Didn't Heidi say Don abused her? I'm buffering. I am? I don't know what to do about that. Should I leave and come back in?
The most powerful writing often comes from confronting taboos. All those subjects relate to many people who...
Oh, okay. Wonder why they haven't. Sonia has defended him. Heidi did give a one. Okay, good. Heidi did not. Heidi did give one interview. Just one, I believe. Did she? Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Margie. I know Margie and Donnie both gave an interview, one each. Hey, it was. Good to see you. Okay, Little Death. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, Sonia has defended Don quite a bit. And I know that she paid his back child support too. So I believe did she visit him in jail? No, I don't remember. But I know she went to the police there in Utah to complain while he was in jail about the things the girls were saying. I think, let me see, Donnie might have been on Benny's. I can't remember. They weren't on the same channel. They were in different channels. Okay, and yeah, I've never heard Heidi say Don abused her. Mary said that Earl Kelly abused Sonia and Heidi, and possibly Don. That wasn't Mary's story to tell either, but Oh, good, little Dove. Sonny paid Don's back child support, and then I believe Kay Crime claims that she paid Candace.
I'm back. I'm back early because Chris is not chatting yet, and she's chatting on about Dawn. Here's what I'm going to say about this. We hear that the Kelly guy was abusive, right? But his mother was not with that man long. She was with him a very short span of maybe 2 to 4 years, if I remember correctly, going back. Now, I'm not saying abuse isn't bad and shouldn't be taken bad, but the way Lisa puts it out there was like it was a whole lifetime of abuse. Sonia is the one that came on Voices Behind the Wall and did a short, strange interview where she stood up for Dawn. I'm going to take note of that because we're going to go listen to that. I have it. The Kelly guy was a bad guy, they said. But here's what I'm going to say. I looked at images of him, and the dude was like 5 foot tall, heavy set. He looked weird. There are images, and there's things about his family out there. You can go look it up. Yes, Sonia's Dawn's sister, Helen. So how would she know anything about Dawn's family? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, besides research like we did, but she's in here talking like she knows them personally and everything about them. But she'll go on to say Chris doesn't know Dawn. So how would Chris know anything about Dawn's family life? Just strange to me. All right, let me go put that back on.
This is so. I don't know. It's only $30 a month each. I'm sure they spend that on alcohol, but I don't. Their kids are not their first priority, are they? Okay, so got quite a few people in here. So I'm going to start with the My Rose Bly things. This comes from an interview from a YouTuber from Australia that was made about a year ago. But I see someone is posting it again, and people are sharing it on Facebook, and it contains a lot of misinformation. So I thought I would go through and clear some of that stuff up. So Rose, that day. No, I know, Vanessa, it's not. It's not.
Didn't she just say last night she never made an ounce of money off of Summer's name? Every 5 minutes, it's a damn commercial. F you, Crystal, you blocked me. I know, Green Eyes, I see you. I blocked you because you were being a douchebag. All right. You could stay as Mad Hatter and I'll unblock you if you're good.
But evidently I don't know if that's based on their incomes. Certainly. It's not the first time Candace has had to pay child support for children in foster care, because she had to pay up for the first two, too, before they got adopted. What was I going to say? Okay, Rose. Should we do leading up to the day she disappeared? Or just start there? They were supposed to, the family was supposed to go meet someone in Minneapolis. But the plans changed, so they went to the mall to buy cell phones, new cell phones, and are on camera in the mall, both girls, Rose and Chris. Then they came home. They stopped at a drive-through and got dinner, and then came home. Rose switched the SIM cards in her phone, and then changed her clothes, and then left the house, which was about 7:20 to 7:30. She called Chris after she left the house and said she'd be home around midnight. And Chris was home, and when he received that call, so those phone records confirm that she was out, he was home. So part of this says that there's a picture of Rose in the bar. It's the most well-known photo. It's the one that is used on some of the posters, and it's her in the bar. Okay, so this woman, this creator said that that's the last selfie of Rose. And so Chris, her husband, obviously has her phone. Well, it's not a selfie, and she's holding her phone. It's a Sidekick. Chris told us that last time. And I did find a picture of an orange Sidekick, and that's what she's holding in that picture. So, no.
So, Chris is in the chat already telling Lisa she's wrong. Wrong. St. Cloud, not Minneapolis. So they didn't go to Minneapolis. They was going to St. Cloud. But Lisa knows it all. Okay. I'm just going to leave my kids ain't here, so I'm going to leave the mute on.
None of her, she had 3 phones. None of those phones were ever found. You can, obviously it's not a selfie because she has her phone in her hand. That was at a wedding reception that was held in a bar and was taken by one of her friends. Oh, St. Cloud. Sorry, Chris. Chris corrected me. St. Cloud, not Minneapolis. Sure, they spend that on alcohol, but their kids are not their first priority, are they? Okay, so
what I did was I just went back because I want to hear that again. I was yapping and then came over and she was saying this. So let's just listen to what Rose did that day again.
Quite a few people in here. So I'm going to start with the My Rose Bly things. This comes from an interview from a YouTuber from Australia that was made about a year ago. But I see someone is posting it again and people are sharing it on Facebook. And it contains a lot of misinformation. So I thought I would go through and clear some of that stuff up. So,
okay, so she's on here because somebody posted something on Facebook. So she's on here to clear up somebody else's misinformation.
Rose, that day. No, I know, Vanessa, that's not. But evidently I don't know if that's based on their incomes. Certainly. It's not the first time Candace has had to pay child support for children in foster care, because she had to pay it for the first 2 too before they got adopted. What was I going to say? Okay, Rose. Should we do leading up to the day she disappeared, or just start there? The family was supposed to go meet someone in Minneapolis, but
okay, they was supposed to go.
The plans changed, so they went.
And it wasn't Minneapolis; it was St. Cloud.
To the mall to buy cell phones, new cell phones, and are on camera in the mall. Both girls, Rose and Chris. Then they came home. They stopped at a drive-through and got dinner, and then came home. Rose switched the SIM cards in her phone.
So she said instead of going to meet their friend in St. Cloud, they went to the mall.
And then changed her clothes, and then left the house, which was about 7:20 to 7:30. She called Chris after she left the house and said she'd be home around midnight. And Chris was home, and when he received that call,
So Chris is the last person to see her then, because she was home. They went to the mall. I'm saying this because the little 3-minute part that I listened to or whatever, Lisa says Chris was not the last person to see her. But she went home from the mall with Chris and the 2 girls. They switched their SIM cards. So where did Chris go after going home that she left, and where were the girls? Because they went home and she switched the SIM card. And then she texts Chris to tell him I'll be home by midnight? Doesn't make sense, Lisa.
Phone records confirm that she was out, he was home. So part of this says that there's a picture of Rose in the bar. It's the most well-known photo. It's the one that is used on some of the posters. And it's her in the bar. Okay, so this creator said that that's the last selfie of Rose. And so Chris, her husband, obviously has her phone. Well, it's not a selfie, and she's holding her phone. It's a Sidekick. Chris told us that last time. And I did find a picture of an orange Sidekick, and that's what she's holding.
But she just bought new phones and they switched the SIM card. Why would she not take her brand new phone that she switched the SIM card with? Chris would have had her old phone, Lisa, not her new phone. because the old phone would have been left home. Because now we're talking 2 phones, not just one.
Picture. So none of her, she had 3 phones. None of those phones were ever found. You can, obviously it's not a selfie because she has her phone in her hand. That was at a wedding.
She has 3 phones. No phones were ever found. So that means 2 phones were left at home. If they weren't found, it wasn't her that got rid of them, in my opinion.
Reception that was held in a bar and was taken by one of her friends. Oh, St. Cloud. Sorry, Chris. Chris corrected me. St. Cloud, not Minneapolis. I knew it was somewhere. Okay, she said nothing in the car indicated a crime took place. Okay, but let's look at that. How well, and I talked about this before, did they really investigate the car? Because there were people riding in it a week or 2 before, right, Chris? And why weren't those fingerprints in there? I don't understand that. And her green sweater was in the back. So wouldn't you think?
Because they were a couple weeks old. She has kids. People were touching all over the car. She could have wiped the car down. Maybe she used Armor All to clean it. If there aren't fingerprints in the car, was Chris's fingerprints found in the car? I'm curious.
Think the cops would have found that if they really processed the car? I don't think they really did. Which kind of baffles me. I don't think they treated it as a crime at all. I think they thought she just ran away or something. Hi, Vanessa.
Did they tow the car? Does anybody know, did they tow the car? Did Chris ever get the car back? Who knows about this story? I don't think anybody hired her. Videos, I think she's related to them. That's what I think. And I think she's on here defending him. I think she came here, in Summer's case, to defend this man. St. Paul's separated from Minneapolis by a river. Because this already doesn't make sense, what she's saying, in my opinion.
I mean, because how could you miss a sweater? And then they put that on all the posters, and I still see it to this day, that she was wearing a green V-neck sweater. So she wasn't. And then Chris found it and turned it into law enforcement, so they knew she wasn't wearing a sweater. There's so much on those posters that were released.
So they have a picture of her in a bar. She has a sweater on. The police are saying that's the last note, man. How can I confirm this? I should call that number again and ask them. I should see if I can look up an investigator in her case and see if they'll talk to me. Yeah, Joyce, I can't find nothing. Like, I looked. Hold on, let me... I'm telling you, I looked. Oh, here's this. 4 years. Hold on, I got a cough. Okay. This is the 10-year. I seen this. This is kind of new. This was just 11 months ago.
It marks the 14th year since the mysterious disappearance of a woman in Polk County.
This is an age progression photo created in 2019 of what Rose Bly might have looked like. She went missing on August 21st, 2009, and hasn't been seen since. She was 21 when she left her home in St. Croix Falls to visit a cousin in Cushing, about 15 minutes away. A few days later, her car was found in Grantsburg, another 15 minutes beyond her stated destination.
The Polk County Sheriff's Office said today they have followed up on hundreds of leads, but are still searching for the critical piece of information that will solve the case. If you have information, call the number on your screen.
So that's that. That was the newest thing, which is odd. Why didn't Lisa come live the day they did that on the 14th anniversary? Hold on. I am like really having a coughing fit, and I have an itch in my throat. I don't know what it's from. I'm not sick. She reported CW and they had a big fight and then poof, gone. Where did you guys hear that? I didn't hear none of that. I must have not been paying attention. Can you guys show me where all of the Rose was getting Candace's kids? Because I didn't see that. And you know, it is almost Rose's 15th anniversary. So yes, I got that too. We could watch that. I can find that. That's easy to find. Nikki. Oh my God. Okay, so let me go back over here. And let's see. It's hard to find information on her because Summers is involved with it. And when you look her up, like all you see is Summer stuff. Here's something. Is Rosemary Bly... Oh, the driveway. That's bullshit, in my opinion. Shameful Lies About Rosemary Bly by Bed Crime Stories. I love that channel. Let's watch this. It's 6 minutes long.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any.
Sorry, I let it play the any. That's my local commercials. The jingle.
Welcome to Bed Crime Stories podcast. I'm your host, T. And if true crime is your jam, and like me, you enjoy delving into unsolved cases, trying to figure out who done it, please consider subscribing. Also, if you find value in my content, please hit that like button. Sadly and tragically, I need to address the hoax that was thrown out to the universe yesterday on another channel that shall remain nameless. The creator and her so-called researcher promised to prove that Candace Bly's missing younger sister, Rosemary Bly, was alive and well. These two ladies threw...
All right, I know what this is about. I see the name in the chat, Julie Letts. Now, this is something we have to talk about. So we keep going back in Summer's case to the Pennsylvania connection, right? This Julie Letts that Bed Crime Stories is about to talk about, and I really feel like we're not going to watch this because we're going to do this another day. She's from Pennsylvania. This Julie Letts right here, okay? We're not going to watch this because we'll get convoluted here and my narrative will get derailed. So I'm going to go back. I know what that's about. We'll watch that another day. Sorry, guys. I shut it off. Okay, so yeah, I can't find nothing old. What's their news channel? WOQW? Yep. Nope. I'll try one more and then we're going to go back. Damn it, that ain't it neither. Here, we'll go to this one. Nothing. I'll look for some news clips, guys, and we'll come back. Let me go. Here, let me try Google. Okay, the 10 years. Yeah, that's it. Something about summer and 10 years. And this is reported in Knoxville. They shared a Knoxville story. Here, let's watch this. Oh, is it just a read? August 23rd, 2019, officials in Wisconsin are trying to generate fresh leads in a 10-year-old disappearance of a 21-year-old woman from St. Croix Falls. Rosemary Bly left her home August 21st, 2009. I was in Hershey. That's my daughter's birthday. That's sad. And was believed to be headed to Cushing. Her car was found 5 days later in a parking lot in Grantsburg. The Polk County Sheriff's Office says it's gotten more than 200 tips and interviewed more than 150 people in its investigation. On Friday, they posted a video highlighting Bly's mother's search for her daughter and announced a tip line. They are asking anyone with information to call them at 715-485-8300. That's it. You know what, guys? Hold on. Can you all hear that?
Polk County Sheriff's Department. This is Jen speaking.
Hi, my name's Crystal Sims. I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I had called in a tip the other day for Rosemary Bly's case. I'm a YouTube creator, and because I called that tip in, a lot of my subscribers have been wanting to look up information about Rose Bly. So I was wondering, is there any information that you guys can give us that I can, and you're live right now with me on YouTube. So is there any information that you guys can give us that can maybe help clear up speculation in her case, or give us information in a direction to look to help you guys to keep her face and name out there?
Unfortunately, no, I don't. I can't give that information. I don't really have that information right off the top of my head.
Okay, is there an investigator or someone I can speak with?
They're only here Monday through Friday, so you'd actually have to talk to somebody then.
Okay.
And the investigator that's working on it is the only person that's going to be able to answer any of those questions.
Okay. All right, I'll call back on the weekday. That's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So I can't really ask questions, but I tried with you guys. Okay, so let's go back to the news stations. What year did she go missing? 2012, right? So there's the VICAP. That comes up. Here's the Help Find Rosemary Bly. That's the Facebook. That's just the 10-year everybody's seen. Oh, here's something old. Woman still... Okay, she went missing in 2009. Wisconsin Radio Network. Why is that doing that? Audio, Sheriff Johnson. Hold on. Not found. Go figure. Okay, this says, this Sunday marks 2 years since a woman from St. Croix Fall went missing, almost without a trace. The then 21-year-old Rosemary Bly was last seen leaving her home in Polk County to meet friends in nearby Cushing. She never arrived at her destination, and the only thing investigators ever found was her car, which turned up in Burnett County a few days after her disappearance. Polk County Sheriff Pete Johnson says investigators are still working on the case, but he says leads have pretty much dried up at this point. He says new information is handled as it comes in. Johnson says it's been a very frustrating case for investigators because they have no real direct evidence as to what happened to Bly after 2 years of searching. He says it's not even clear how to classify her disappearance because of the lack of information. And then it says there's audio, but when I click the audio, it says not found. He's hoping the second anniversary of the case could bring in new leads to help police find some trace of what happened to the woman. Bly left 2 young children with her husband before she left. Since the disappearance, her husband has filed for a divorce. This was August 21st, 2011. And again, not found. The Charlie Project, that's a really good, this is what I usually look at for her. Oh, look, this has more information. Hold on, let me share this in chat. Let me go down and read the bottom of the Charlie Project. Bly was last seen in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin. Let me see if I can... Watch this. You guys want to see something fun? I'm going to give you a little tutorial. This is Play HT. This is where I get a lot of my voices when I make videos. I'm going to post it and generate it. Hold on. Give it a second. It'll load at the bottom. I wasn't sharing. I'm sorry. Let's see. How many paragraphs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It ain't done generating yet. Give it 1 minute. I'll come to chat and read some of your chats. Her new phone that was just purchased, gone. Yeah, right, Running Bear. She was left a lot of land from Ken Bly, I heard. Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe we could do some digging on that. That would be a fun map night, huh? Oh yeah, wasn't her dad with them or something? I heard, or his dad. I heard something about the dad. All right, this looks done. So, nope, now it's done. All right.
Bly was last seen in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin. Bly was last seen in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin at 7:30 p.m. On August 21st, 2009, she left her home in the 2300 block of River Road to travel 4 or 5 miles to Cushing, Wisconsin to meet a cousin at a bar. She was driving a white 2001 Pontiac Grand Am with a Wisconsin license plate numbered 535 MAB. Sometime that night, Bly contacted her husband and said she'd be home by midnight. She never arrived in Cushing, however, and has never been heard from again. Bly's car was found in a parking lot near a post office in Grantsburg, Wisconsin 5 days after her disappearance. The lot is normally used by semi-truck drivers to park their tractor trailers. The car was undamaged, there was no evidence of foul play, and the keys were missing. Grantsburg is about 30 miles from St. Croix and 15 miles from Cushing. Bly has family living there and she graduated from Grantsburg High School. Bly left behind a husband and 2 daughters under the age of 2. She doesn't have any credit or debit cards, and she left home with very little money. Bly's husband filed for divorce 3 weeks after her disappearance and sought a court order to prevent her from returning and taking the children. They had married in February 2009. Their relationship was troubled and police were called to the home at least once to intervene in a domestic violence incident. Bly's husband accused her of slapping him, and she accused her of putting her in a headlock and banging her head on the ground. He had previously filed for divorce in June 2009, but withdrew the filing after he and Bly reconciled. Her husband passed a polygraph and he isn't considered a suspect in her disappearance. His divorce petition was granted in 2010 and he has sole custody of their daughters. Bly fell off a horse a week before her disappearance. She told her mother she was having headaches after the accident and her mother advised her to see a doctor, but there's no evidence she ever did. Bly's mother speculated her daughter became disoriented due to her injury and wandered away. There is no evidence to support any theory, however. In June 2021, Bly's 5-year-old niece, Summer Wells, disappeared from her home in Tennessee and has never been found. The 2 cases are not thought to be related. Both remain unsolved.
Okay, so there that is. All right, I'll look for more news clips and stuff after my live, but I want to go back and listen to Lisa a little bit. Yeah, Heartbreak and Running Bear. All right. Let's put this back on. I'm going to run to the bathroom and then come back and read chat, so I won't be in my chat for a minute.
Like Cushing. No one knows where they came up with Cushing. Dinner with her father-in-law. Her father-in-law was out of state that whole entire week working. And law enforcement has his logbooks that prove that. So, I mean, she didn't have dinner with her father-in-law. Hey, Lisa Klockner. She also thinks it's suspicious for some reason that Chris knows why she was wearing a white tank top under her sweater. That was Chris's tank top that Rose borrowed for that evening. So, how close is Wisconsin from Minnesota, Michigan? Well, that's a good question, little Dow. Wisconsin. Do I not know my geography? Wisconsin is next to Minnesota, I believe, and Michigan is across the lake. So if I drove there, it would probably be 10 hours, I think. Or you could take the Badger across the lake, which I would never do because I'm deathly afraid of water. And Minnesota is right there. It's right across the river. Correct, Chris? Yeah.
Finally, banking can be as simple and convenient as online shopping. With the FMB eStore, you can shop for hundreds of financial products from the comfort of your couch. Experience the eStore today at fmb-online.com.
We are going to go over common pieces of career advice that job seekers get.
Oh, yes. Okay. So after Rose went missing, there was several people that, claimed that they saw her, which is pretty typical, I think, in most missing persons cases. People think that they see the missing person all over the place. Someone said they saw her in Cushing, but that turned out not to be her. Hi, Tree Tree. And someone said they saw her at McDonald's in a car with a man, and it was full of her possessions. So obviously that wasn't her because nothing was missing. She didn't take anything. But that kind of fueled the rumor that she ran away, too, with someone. Okay. I'll let Chris answer that. I don't think he wants to tell exactly where he is, but okay. She said one of the people in the group they would normally do karaoke with said that I didn't think he would, Chris, has come.
So she was responding to somebody asked Chris where he lived, and he says, laugh out loud like I'm going to say where I live. Can't blame him there. However, everybody already knows, like, it's easy to look up. I haven't, but I will be now. Okay, hold on.
Forward as allegedly Rose's best friend. So let's just call her N. And she was not in a group that Rose would normally do karaoke with. She did not even live in the same state. This is a person who claims to be an authority on Rose. She was Rose's friend in high school, but I don't think they saw each other much after that. And
if anybody knows who N is, I would like to, if you could message me on Messenger and let me know, I'd appreciate it because I'd like to reach out to N.
She didn't seem to know too much about Rose. She did have a drug problem, so I think that had something to do with her memory, perhaps. So when Rose didn't come home, Chris called N at her parents' house and asked if she had seen Rose. Thanks, Vanessa. And she said, who is this? And he said, Chris Larson. And she said, who? And he said, Rose's husband. Well, why wouldn't she know who Chris Larson was if she was Rose's best friend? And she was in their wedding, the reception. She was at the wedding reception. So there's a little problem with her story right there. Plus, what was I going to say now? Oh, she told different stories about when she was meeting Rose. She said that Chris wouldn't let Rose meet her for her birthday. So they were going out. I think she said at first, I have screenshots of this, that she was supposed to meet Rose that night, but Rose didn't show up. And she said she was meeting her the next night to celebrate her birthday belatedly, which would have been a Sunday. And she also posted that she was going to meet Rose the next weekend to celebrate her birthday belatedly. So, yeah, she seems to be against Chris at the moment. However, right after Rose went missing, and I also have this text, she sent Chris a text of the 3 people that allegedly killed Rose. And at least one of them was at that meth party that night. And a lot of things that are negative about Chris seem to be things that Rose.
What meth party? Because she didn't mention a meth party. Did anybody hear that? Did anybody hear her say that prior? So obviously Lisa has had arguments with this girl, in my opinion. Yep. And you was allowed to ask questions. Little Dev, I seen it was your question. Okay. Hold on.
Told people about him. And I don't understand that, but I've talked to Chris's old girlfriends and one girlfriend's father, and they all say he would never be abusive. That's ridiculous. One woman said that she saw Rose with Chris. They were doing meth, and he pushed her down the stairs. So she was talking about how he was so tall. Chris is only 5 foot tall. So
I talked to his ex-girlfriends, Lisa. I talked to his ex-girlfriends. They all said Chris wouldn't do that, but there was one girl that said Chris pushed Rose down the stairs. Do you see how she's trying to switch people's words? Yeah, I'm going to find these girls. How about that, Lisa?
it wasn't Chris. Who was it? Who was doing meth with Rose and pushed her down the stairs? So obviously there's more at play here that I don't think has come out.
If you knew this was your last trip to your favorite family camp spot, how would you spend it?
Hi, my monkey.
Another commercial. She's made not a dime off of Summer's case. Just so you guys know that.
Okay, so this person also found Chris's Facebook, and there's a picture of a dead deer because he's a hunter. So she said that that gives off Barry Morphew vibes. If you know Barry Morphew, he was accused of killing his wife, Susan Morphew. Of course, they had to let him go because they didn't have enough evidence. But if you live in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, part of New York, you hunt. I mean, they close.
Okay, Pennsylvania is nowhere near Michigan. New York, yeah, and that's the Philly side. So it's odd that you would say Pennsylvania, Lisa. That is extremely odd. Why you would put Pennsylvania, New York, in with Michigan, Minneapolis, Wisconsin, nowhere near. Yeah, what did you say earlier? You need to learn your geography? I think so.
Schools, people get the day off work. Some businesses are closed. Everybody hunts. That doesn't mean everybody kills their wife. I don't understand. Chris. What did I say about the deceased that was bad mouth story? I don't remember. Hi, my monkey. Glad you can make it. She also said that Chris had a long record of domestic assault, personal protection orders. She named his alleged assault victim. He had some money problems, property damage, drunk and disorderly. And she had the wrong Chris Larson. I believe there's 3 Chris Larsons in Minnesota, or I mean in Wisconsin at least. One ran for office, senator or something. He's the more famous one. Then there's the one with all the violence in his record. And then there's Chris with a speeding ticket or something. Oh, I tried Vanessa. Oh, little Dev, you're
We will look into that one night.
absolutely right. That's no different than fishing. I know some people that wouldn't survive if they didn't hunt. You know, they need that meat because meat's expensive. Okay, so Anne also said that, you know, Chris never let Rose out of the house. Hi, nature lover. You know, Rose liked to go to the casino. She did things with her horses. She took 2 cross-country trips with Chris's dad who was a trucker. So, and she used to go out with her cousin, or at least said she did. Her cousin said that Rose had asked her to cover for her. So if she really went out with her cousin, I don't know, I'm assuming she did at some point. But she was free to do whatever she wanted, and she went out quite often. I don't know why people. And they said he wouldn't let her get a job. She worked at 2 different factories, I believe. And Rose Meyer said that she came in and applied for a job the week before she went missing. So she could get a job. She could leave the house. The other rumor she put was that Jeannie and Jeremy were at their uncle's party that night waiting for Rose, and she didn't show up. And that Jeannie said that she killed Rose, and Jeremy put his hand over her mouth. That party was actually the year before Rose went missing. Jeannie said she wasn't invited the year that the night Rose went missing. And Rose did not go to that party either. So the person who told that story, their mother and sister, came out and said that the girls lied. Her mother said the party was at her house and none of that ever happened. Well, of course, it was the year before Rose went missing, so of course it didn't. But they said that this girl has a grudge against Jeannie because she dated her boyfriend.
I got so frustrated with ads on YouTube, I was watching more commercials than content. Privacy.
So, unless you filed this from the beginning and saw the ins and outs and the back and forth and, what was debunked as it went along, it's pretty hard to separate all the fact from fiction because I know I say a lot. I don't know. My mind's all over the place. A lot of that was erased and edited, deleted.
So in the chat, Chris says, I didn't realize my mute was off. I could have been talking to y'all. Okay, hold on. In the chat, Chris says, hell, I don't know what she did all day. Well, I was at work. Sounds like somebody else in his family.
So there's so much missing, probably more missing than what's on there. So unless you were there and took all screenshots, which I have 22,000 of this in Summer's case. How long have Rose Meyer and Candy known each other? They met because they both worked at Family Dollar. Candy was the manager at Grantsburg, and Rose was the manager at Balsam Lake. So they met because they coordinated things, supplies, and helped out and did different things. And then when Rose went missing, Rose helped Candy hang flyers and had a rummage sale, rented a hall and had a rummage sale for a reward fund. And
I kind of feel bad for Rose Meyer. People gave her a lot of fucking grief when she came on to help Candy Hair. And I'd love to sit down and have a conversation with that woman. She kind of just disappeared after trying to help and being attacked. Lisa sort of, I think, bullied her out of everything. Do I think it was right to put the GoFundMe up? No. But you just heard Lisa say that this woman was really good friends with Grandma and did all these things for Rose. Why wouldn't somebody's friend be there again? And maybe if people would have just given her a chance. Didn't somebody do an interview with her? If somebody can tell me where that interview was done, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to listen to it.
How went around town hanging flyers and tried to publicize it and, looked around for Rose. So then, at the time that Summer went missing, Rose said she had not been in contact with Candy for 10 years. So they weren't like friends, just more like acquaintances, coworkers. And then she saw on Facebook, in a Facebook group, that Summer was missing. So then she contacted Candy, talked to her on the phone, and she said, she'd heard about Summer, and Candy was upset. Rose said she could hear the helicopters flying on the phone, so she went down to help Candy. She got there on the 17th. That's the day she met David Dodson. That's the day David Dodson took the boys miniature golfing. And she did not get along with Don. I don't think that's any secret. Who does get along with him? Yes, Christopher has been cleared. Should I tell him about the calendar, Chris? I've never really mentioned that. I didn't know if I should, but I could. Wow, a lot of questions. Yes, he passed 2 polygraphs, and Sheriff Moore said that he was fully cooperating and was cleared. Are all of your children with Rose? Or no, he doesn't have any other children. I'll answer that for him. Yes, Candy did look for Rose. So did Chris and Jeannie, Jeremy, Rose Meyer. Christopher is nothing like Don. Oh, yeah. What? Where did that come from? Holy mackerel. Yeah. Chris has never met Don or Candace. You know, once Candace left Wisconsin, she didn't really go back and visit.
Hey guys, I don't know if you heard my phone ringing. I'm just letting this play. I'm not really looking right now. My son's father-in-law is stopping by to drop something off for the kids. So I have to pay attention to the door. You guys can just keep chatting and listen. I'll come back and read real quick before I do that. Chris says, I'm out of breath. Was cleared by original sheriff, then the new one said no one has been cleared, so take it for what it is, I guess. Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier, so give it a good listen.
Relatives. I mean, she did when Don was in Utah, but other than that, you know, she wasn't there very often. She didn't go to her dad's funeral, and she didn't go to Rose and Chris's wedding. She's not really a family type person. Wait a minute, I'm getting behind again. No, his children are minors. They are not 18. Rose only went missing 14 years ago. Jeremy is Jeannie's husband. And that's all I'm going to say about Jeannie, because I don't want Jeannie mad at me. Yes, he was cleared. He was cleared until they got a new sheriff. And then he adopted the standard line, everybody is still a suspect, which is what they do in Summer's case. Law enforcement does not want egg on their face these days, so they rarely clear anyone, just in case they make a mistake, and it comes back to haunt them, especially with social media nowadays.
Amazing means the Tooth Fairy made it to the house last night. Amazing got Gabriella to the school.
You know, they make one little mistake and, oh, Ellie is corrupt. So they have to watch themselves. Did she remarry or have a new in-house girlfriend? Chris, you're going to have to answer that. I know he never remarried, no. Chris was like, no, he doesn't exactly say he's not cleared. I mean, he did pass 2 polygraphs and the phone records back him up, and there is a piece of physical evidence that proves that that's what Rose told him. Oh, hi, Candace. I guess I didn't see that. Yeah, it is kind of confusing. Yeah, there's a new sheriff as of 2009. There was Tim, I always get their names confused. Tim Moore was the first one. And then, yeah, there's something interesting with the second one, which would explain a lot, but I'm not at liberty to say that here. And then Brent Watt came on in 2009. What? I don't understand that. Hi, Debbie. The last one to see her would be the person at the party. The man and woman. Several people saw her there. So, oh my heavens. He's cleared. The sheriff cleared him. The first sheriff cleared him. He passed his polygraphs, 2 polygraphs at least. Yeah, and like I just went over, there's a piece of physical evidence that proves that Rose lied to him about going to her cousin's. And he was home when she called him to tell him she'd be home at midnight. Yeah, Jody, you know, Pruitt said Jody was not a suspect.
Okay, so did you guys all hear that? She's definitely lying 100%. Chris definitely seen her last, because if it was she was at a party, the flyer would have said she was at a party. The tip line, the police would have said she was at a party. That's not what they're saying, Lisa. See, that's hearsay, and that's only from you. You have no proof or evidence of that, and you're not the police. It doesn't even make sense that you would try to change what is on her flyer. Yeah, we're going to go watch Grandma. Hold on. And then she says, oh, Chris was cleared after saying, no, he's not cleared. Here it is.
Okay, I think we'll get started here. I want to thank everybody for coming here today. This week marks 10 years in the disappearance of Rose Marie Bly. 10 years ago, Rose Marie Bly left her residence in rural St. Croix Falls, destined for Cushing, and she never has been seen since. At the Sheriff's Office, our goal here is to take a new...
The first sentence, the officer tells you where she was last seen, Lisa. She doesn't say Rose was at a meth party. He doesn't, sorry.
Investigative approach to this cold case. We've produced a video. We're going to show that video in a little bit. We're going to provide you a copy of the video as well. Our hope is that we can stimulate some talk in the social media avenues, as well as just get our message out to the community that we are still looking for answers to the mystery of the disappearance of Rose Bly. Her mother has not seen her in 10 years. Our community wants these questions answered. Since 2009, we've handled over 200 tips on this case, and we've interviewed over 150 people. We're hoping that by releasing this video that we can gain some more information, that somebody out there knows something and they can come forward and help us bring this mystery to a close. Chad, would you like to show the video?
Tucked away in the rolling hills and dense forests of northwest Wisconsin is a landscape so beautiful you'd swear it was taken directly from a painting. But if you look close enough, there is a dark cloud lingering in the distance, a secret that these roads have held onto for far too long, a secret that has haunted Candace Hare in this community for 10 long years.
And it's horrible. It's hard to deal with. Very hard to deal with. And my life will never be normal without knowing where my daughter is.
On August 21st, 2009, Rose Marie Bly left her residence in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, believed to be en route to Cushing, just a short 6-mile drive to the east. The 21-year-old mother of two never made it. Days later, Bly's 2001 Pontiac Grand Am was found in the village of Grantsburg, nearly 17 miles north of her house, with no explanation as to how it got there. No one has seen or heard from her since. There hasn't been a day that has gone by when Candace Hare hasn't wondered where her youngest daughter is, or if she's okay.
With a missing child, there's a hole in your heart that can't be filled. And it's an impossible journey every day to wake up and wonder where she is.
Just trying to figure out where my daughter is. It's horrible. It's not a good feeling. It's just, I wish I knew where she was.
My name is Brent Walk, and I'm the Polk County Sheriff.
When Rose Bly went missing, Brent Walk was a patrol sergeant with the Polk County Sheriff's Department. Now Sheriff Walk and his office have made finding Bly a top priority. To date, the Sheriff's Department has investigated more than 200 tips and have interviewed more than 150 people. Still, the same question remains. Where is Rose Bly?
Well, I sympathize with the family of Rose because they want to know the answers, much like we do. And when these answers are largely unknown, that's very difficult to deal with when you have to keep questioning what happened to Rose and where did she go. And certainly that is the solution we're looking for. We want to bring closure to this. 10 years, a decade, that's a lot of time. And you just look at what's changed in our lives and our careers, yet alone this case is still out there. And we would like to bring conclusion to it.
10 years.
I tried to avoid this area, and I can't. It just draws me back.
Can you see the difference you're making in the world? Clean Choice Energy makes it easy for you to see your impact by switching to.
And I don't know why.
Years of worry and wondering. A full decade Rose's children have had to spend without their mother. Someone knows something. Someone has the key. Everyone agrees it's time for this mystery to be solved. It's time for Rose to come home.
Not sure which way, but she's out there somewhere. It's hard not to cry. Even just out here looking, it just brings tears to my eyes. Not knowing, wondering what actually really happened that day.
Rosie, if you're out there, I still have the same number. Just, I want to bring her home.
Okay, the video ended. We had the age-enhanced photo, and we've had one blown up here. If Rose is out there, obviously, we believe she could look like that. So we felt that was important to this case.
And Tony Hammonds was cleared the next day. I think they cleared Jackie Dobbs too. But you know, yep, they say nobody's cleared. But yeah, Pruitt said Jody Sue Brown's not a suspect. So, what are you stretching, Katie? Are you making taffy? Yes, Candace, that is correct. No, innocent. Chris was not the last to see Rose. I don't know why you're saying that. Several people saw her after that. Hi, Debbie. Yes, the lead detective in the case. Yeah, she tried to pin it on Chris. Some leads that were called in then, she didn't even write down or check out, and I know that for a fact. Because I called them in, and they said they had no record of them. There were witnesses to the people that called in these tips. And so Lisa Ditlevson, yes, she was a lead detective, and she now sells real estate. Yeah, she was caught in some malfeasance. She ignored evidence and framed a man for sexually assaulting a little girl. And he was innocent. She got caught. She got sued. Of course, she got qualified immunity because she's law enforcement. So, yeah, she doesn't have a very good reputation. And she was in charge of the evidence locker, so that's kind of scary, too. I think she makes a better real estate agent than a cop. What party? There was a meth party that night.
See that I have two really big monitors on here, as well as my tower, which by itself weighs like 50 pounds.
At a house in Grantsburg. Some people say Frederick, but it's right on the line. People were supposed to meet Rose there. Went to the party, saw her car parked in front of the house, and went in, and there was a man and a woman in there ripping up the carpet. He said, hey, and they said, we're upstairs. So he went upstairs, and they were ripping up the carpet. And he said, where's Rose? And he said, she left with some guy. So make of that what you will. I think she probably did leave with a guy. But was she alive? Hi, crazy chicken lady. Yeah, he hasn't been cleared officially, but Bob, you know, he didn't do it. I would love to see it soft too, Sparks. If it's the last thing I do. Hi, Jam. Yeah, I don't think Jackie Dobbs. I mean, he was on camera. He left the day before Summer went missing. I mean, he was at that hotel with Elvis, taking walks, being on camera. The neighbors heard him in the room. I saw a lady comment she saw him that day. She was at the hotel too. I think he's pretty well covered. I don't know how he would even see Summer. Oh, thanks, Debbie. There are a lot of rumors out there. Okay, Brandy Wells. I know people tried to connect her to Summer, but different Wells. I don't know. Did she go to was she involved with drugs too? No, it wasn't. Yeah, that was not good. Well, why would she be dating a married man? I don't think she left willingly with this guy, but yeah, why is she at a party with these drug people when she was a married woman? Hi, Deborah Ann.
She makes me want to rip my hair out. Like, she keeps accusing this missing woman of being at this drug party. No sympathy for Rose at all. None. The police are not saying that Rose was at any party. Why do you keep pushing that narrative? You're lying. That's not what is on the police reports, Lisa. I'm taking Tylenol. My head hurts. You see how these people give me a headache? This is the second time this week I had to take fucking Tylenol. See? It's Tylenol. Generic, even. Acetaminophen. You hear my pill bottle. Shake, shake, shake. But does anybody find it odd that she has no sympathy for Rose whatsoever, and that she is, like, blaming a victim? This woman's missing. Well, I don't know what she was doing at a drug party. Yeah, Helen, I just smoked one. That's why my mute was off. I was over here gagging, coughing. Oh my God. Lisa, that's just so inappropriate. Sad.
No. I got involved when Chris contacted me when Summer went missing, but the other person that is working on the case with me, she has been following it since the beginning. So she has all kinds of information, tips. She lives in Grantsburg, so she knows all these players. And pretty much it's kind of an open secret in Grantsburg what happened.
Pretty much, it's an open secret in Grantsburg what happened. And she's working with another woman in Grantsburg that she won't say who. Well, you know what, Lisa? Now you're being asked. Who the fuck you working with in Grantsburg? You ain't no damn private investigator or law enforcement. So I'm going to question you. Who's the other girl you're working with? Why are you working with anybody?
People are afraid to talk. People are afraid. Oh, thanks, Debbie. That's so nice. Yeah, Candace, it's kind of like I keep saying that Cassidy Rainwater that went missing. That was they had pictures of her in a cage at these two guys' house, and they killed her. But her mother had disappeared 10 years earlier. Totally different case. And she was murdered. So I don't know. Like I said in one of my previous,
her whole channel was turned in, guys. So all her lives were turned in. You guys heard my call yesterday. So all of this will be looked at. And as a matter of fact, I think that's a possibility of why this live jumped up on my, because you know how analytics go, this jumped up on my thing. A lot of Lisa's has been today. So I'm hoping that the police are in there looking at it, because her shit keeps jumping on my wall today. It's a good indication. That's how I found this live.
lives, I actually went to school with someone that his dad worked at a bank, walked out of the bank to go to lunch one day and never came back. There were auditors due at the bank that day. I don't know what they found. That didn't come out, but nobody ever saw him again. And then probably 30 years later, one of his sons that I went to school with walked out of his business one day and disappeared. So it does happen. I know, poor Jackie, but
let's listen to that again.
No, I got involved when Chris contacted me when Summer went missing, but the other person that is,
she got involved when Chris contacted her when Summer went missing, but the other person
working in the case with me, she has been
working in the case with me. She has been
following it since the beginning. So she has
following it since the beginning. So she has
all kinds of information, tips. She lives in Grantsburg, so she knows all these players. And pretty much it's kind of an open secret in Grantsburg what happened. People are afraid to talk. People are afraid. Oh, thanks, Debbie. That's so nice. Yeah, Candace, it's kind of like I keep saying that Cassidy Rainwater that went missing. That was they had pictures of her in a cage at these two guys' house, and they killed her. But her mother had disappeared 10 years earlier. Totally different case. And she was murdered. So I don't know. Like I said in one of my previous lives, I actually went to school with someone that his dad worked at a bank, walked out of the bank to go to lunch one day and never came back.
She went, hold on. This fucking weed I got is choker. It's killing me. I'm coughing to death. Okay. So Lisa, you went to school with somebody whose father worked in the bank, walked out of the bank and never came back, and you live 10 hours away from where Chris lives right now. We gonna find you for real. We gonna make sure. Okay. You want to investigate the police and PG and everybody else? Guess what? We're gonna know what your skilo is. Why would Chris just reach out to somebody who lives 10 hours away?
There were auditors due at the bank that day. I don't know what they found. That didn't come out, but nobody ever saw him again. And then probably 30 years later, one of his sons that I went to school with walked out of his business one day and disappeared. So it does happen. I know, poor Jackie.
I'm just saying, you're connected to a lot of missing people that disappeared in strange ways. Then his son, noted again, check mark. Where's Lady R? I need her check marks.
But he's doing really good. He's trying to ignore it. He has faith that, the truth will come out in the end. And I certainly hope it does, because I can't imagine people having to live with this forever, like Chris and Candy and Candace. Not that I care about Candace, but I think he's doing pretty good. Bought a house, just got a companion for Elvis, and no, Jody Sue is not cleared because we called the TBI, and Detective Pruitt said no, Jody Sue was there the day, and she was a suspect. Well, that's really weird, because I heard the phone call with Benny, and he said Jody Sue was not a suspect. No, Chris didn't say that. Chris didn't know that until after she went missing. No, he didn't know any of what she was doing till law enforcement told him afterwards. And her.
Now, why would law enforcement tell him that? No way, Lisa. It's not in the report. She left the home. You're saying they went to the mall. She went home. She switched her SIM card in her phone. Then she left, even though her and Chris and the kids all went home. She leaves, but she has to text him before she's leaving to state, I won't be home till about midnight. So what, she just left the kids at home alone? Yeah, she's definitely been around other YouTube cases. I think so too, Crimes. Right. Well, obviously her and Chris are really close, Helen, because Chris holds a wrench in her chat. So her and Chris, in my opinion, know each other and have for a very long time. Yeah. Where are the other two phones Rose owned? They were left at home. She switched the damn SIM card. I want to know what her previous life was like, too. AS2. Hi, did I say hello to you? Your fellow Berg. That's right, I forgot you were from Pittsburgh. Woo woo. Oh. Yeah. Crazy. All right, let's go back to the presser.
Okay, the video ended. We had the age-enhanced photo, and we've had one blown up here. If Rose is out there, obviously, we believe she could look like that. So we felt that was important to this case. We also have the tip line, 715-485-8300. And if anybody out there knows anything about Rose Bly, please come forward. Our hope is that Rose Bly could come home and knock on the door and say, Mom, I'm home. But we really am asking for help for some information. So I thank all of you for coming today. We've given you the copy of that video. Share it. You have our permission to share the video, to take whatever you need from that. Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask?
The confusion, I guess, on the plan that she was going to Cushing to meet with a cousin, I understand. I guess that's kind of always been a little unclear as to what happened that night when she didn't show up. Was it just I got stood up, or did she just kind of blow it off? Or that's kind of confusing as to how.
Right. Greg, there's been a lot of information pertaining to this case. And when the case unfolded, it was largely thought at initially as, a missing person case. But we've looked at a lot of angles on this. And again, our focus now is to shift and try something new. This is new for us, to reach out and do a video and try to get this out into the public. Somebody knows where she was going. Somebody knows what happened, where she is. And that's what we're really hoping to gather.
Where will this be shared to get exposure?
Well, we are going to be boosting it on our Sheriff's Office Facebook, so Polk County Sheriff's Department Facebook. We will have that on there. And, if we can get some media coverage of this story, we would greatly appreciate that. We'll also have it on the Polk County Sheriff's Department's website, which is also linked to the Facebook.
Do you have any suspects, any persons of interest that you're able to divulge to the public?
We have treated this case now as a missing person. We're willing to look at anything, and there's no, this is an open case, and we'll take any lead and work any lead that we get. So as it stands now, it's a missing person case, and we really want to show people that, our community is hurting with the loss of Rose Baugh. We have family that are hurting because of the loss of Rose Baugh. Where is she? And we want her to, we want to put conclusion to this case.
So was there any evidence extracted from her vehicle after it was found?
There was.
And any DNA evidence now in the 10 years since they ever used?
I don't want to go into a lot of the actuals of the case. That's not our purpose today. But yes, there was some DNA evidence.
Has that been part of the problem? Do you think that this all along has been a missing person case and not something else?
No,
You didn't give, I don't remember the case at all.
Sure.
From the Minneapolis media coming up, and normally something like that we would run to, but I think when we hear just kind of a missing person case, it kind of falls off the back burner.
And especially when I was looking at old scripts, this morning, one of them said that authorities do not believe any foul play involved.
Yeah, and again, we're willing to look at any angle, and we've explored a lot of different issues with this case. And we really feel our strongest chance to bring closure to this is to reach out to the public, is to have someone come forward with that critical piece of information.
We were talking a little bit before the meeting just about how social media has changed in 10 years. Is there a hope that because...
Vernon Central High School, how may I help you?
I'm calling to help you, actually.
Really? I can use some today.
Aren't you cute? Okay, you have a live shooting situation in the cafeteria. This isn't a joke, okay? There are students with weapons in the lunchroom.
Even since 2009, the technology has evolved, that maybe we can have a farther reach with this.
Yeah, we are a connected society now. That's fabulous. And that's our hope, that through our social media connections, we can stimulate the conversation. So we hope people share the story. We hope people start talking again about this. We want this to be in the forefront of what's going on. And that's the key to bringing this to conclusion.
In the time from when she was missing and you found her car, were you able to put together a puzzle of where the car was through surveillance video throughout the county or anything?
Right, and there's no explanation why that car was in Grantsburg. They did extensive searching, as I recall. There was a lot of effort to find Rose, and that has never gone away. I don't really like the name cold case because I think it implies we've pushed it off to the side. And as law enforcement, we never give up. we never quit searching for the answers. And that is always in the back of every officer's mind. Where's Rose Bly?
Her cousin who covered for her. Why would Candace Bly have a strange man living on the hill? Oh, so why is it only wrong for Rose to go with a man while she was married? I don't think it was. Hi, beautiful sunflower. I don't think Candace should have had Jose there either. I don't think there's anything going on between her and Jose. Do you? But that was for Allie. Allie was living with her at the time because Sherry had those charges of child abuse or neglect on a child under 8. So Allie had to go with the kids and stay with Candace. So I think that's how Jose ended up there. Allie said that she and Andrew were going to hook back up. Did she or Jose? I don't remember. What a cast of characters. So yeah, why would she have Jose living there? And Jose said that he wasn't safe to be around his kids because he wasn't in a good space mentally. So why did he think it was okay to be around the Wells kids? That doesn't make sense to me either. I don't know, those poor kids. Nobody seemed to put them. Yeah, I don't know, Vanessa. I don't think.
Really good point, Helen. I've thought that so many times. Why don't they use the name Rose Larson? Why is Rose Bly always there? I mean, it's even on her posters. Like, was Chris cold and callous with the police or something that they had to use Larson? I mean, Bly? Why? That's like totally disowning this girl. Then you divorce her? I'm sorry, that's red flags in my opinion. It's just my opinion. It doesn't mean it's truth, but that's some huge ass red flags.
I think that the man she was seeing was involved with Rose. I'm not sure about that, but he was involved in the cover-up. Yeah. Who said Rose was dating a married man? Her cousin? Other people? Law enforcement? The guy she was seeing was, yeah. What? Why is that strange? Married people have affairs all the time.
When I was accepted to SGU, that was one of the greatest days of my life.
The faculty at SGU.
Yeah, exactly. Or
okay, because I do this so often and these commercials are driving me freaking insane. I'm going to pay for that pro thing that you get to get rid of the commercials because I can't take it. It's driving me insane. Okay.
You know, being a victim for some reason of a crime, those people are more likely to be the victim of another crime. And that's interesting to me too. Is it because you're, I don't know, some mannerisms or some, little bit of fear that you show or weakness? I don't know. That's just a phenomenon that I don't understand either. I don't know. Why would that be? I don't know. I don't think Candace should have had Jose there either. I don't think there's anything going on between her and Jose. Do you? But that was for Allie. Allie was living with her at the time because Sherry had those charges of child abuse or neglect on a child under 8. So Allie had to go with the kids and stay with Candace. So I think that's how Jose ended up there. Allie said that she and Andrew were going to hook back up. Did she or Jose? I don't remember. What a cast of characters. So yeah, why would she have Jose living there? And Jose said that he wasn't safe to be around his kids because he wasn't in a good space mentally. So why did he think it was okay to be around the Wells kids? That doesn't make sense to me either. I don't know, those poor kids. Nobody seemed to put them. Yeah, I don't know, Vanessa. I don't think that the man she was seeing was involved with Rose. I'm not sure about that, but he was involved in the cover-up. Yeah.
So she was saying the question was, hold on, let me take a drink of water here. This is her answer. If she was seeing another man, then the man might have got scared, thinking Rose might tell his wife. You never know. So she was stating that Rose was cheating on Chris and that this man is involved in a cover-up. So who do you think she was cheating with, Lisa? Let's listen again.
I don't think Candace should have had Jose there either. I don't think there's anything going on between her and Jose, do you? But that was for Allie. Allie was living with her at the time because Sherry had those charges of child abuse or neglect on a child under 8. So Allie had to go with the kids and stay with Candace. So I think that's how Jose ended up there. Allie said that she and Andrew were going to hook back up. Did she or Jose? I don't remember. What a cast of characters. So yeah, why would she have Jose living there? And Jose said that he wasn't safe to be around his kids because he wasn't in a good space mentally. So why did he think it was okay to be around the Wells kids? That doesn't make sense to me either. I don't know, those poor kids. Nobody seemed to put them. Yeah, I don't know, Vanessa. I don't think that the man she was seeing was involved with Rose. I'm not sure about that, but he was involved in the cover-up. Yeah. Who said Rose was dating a married man? Her cousin? Other people? Law enforcement? The guy she was seeing was, yeah. What? Why is that strange? Married people have affairs all the time. Yeah, exactly. Or, being a victim for some reason of a crime, those people are more likely to be the victim of another crime. And that's interesting to me too. Is it because I don't know, some mannerisms or some, little bit of fear that you show or weakness? I don't know. That's just a phenomenon that I don't understand either. I don't know. Why would that be? I don't know. Is Candy, I don't know. She's never said not to speak about it. She would like to have it solved. She does seem to be protective of it. Well, it's her youngest daughter. I don't know. Often cases like this, a divorce or separation, some people who know the truth talk. Yeah, I don't.
Guys, I just had a thought while I was getting water. What if Rose was having an affair? And this is speculating. And the person she was having an affair with was Wisconsin Mama's son. Just a thought. Not saying it's true. I'm speculating. But is it a possibility?
I don't think people aren't talking. I wish people would talk. There's a case here in town. Dean Peters is 40 years old or 45, disappeared at a school basketball game, walked out to the parking lot, and was never seen again. And pretty much everybody in town knows the 3 people involved. They even know the approximate area where she was buried, but yet they can't find evidence. One of the guys they thought was going to talk died. If they don't have the evidence, even if look at Tara Calico's case. Everybody in town knows what happened to her, but same kind of thing with Rose's case. Law enforcement is involved, and so that never got solved either. It's kind of a shame.
My name is Lucy, and I have to figure out who I am.
Yes, deceit, although a lot of people did go and give statements at the time, that people that were at the party, people that saw these things, went and gave statements. Did you see the confidential informant statement I posted in my community page? That guy also told Rose Meth had friends killed her. So that's, the third statement I know about where people told. So what's the problem? Oh yeah, she went through some terrible things, Vanessa. She was tortured, sexually abused. I think they might have cut her up. I can't remember now. That happened last year. Yeah, it was horrible. What the last thing? Hi, Dukes. The last.
This woman has a thing with cutting people up. I'm just saying. Hold on. Oh, no, I don't want to use that tab. Hold on a minute here. Hold on, guys.
I put a post in my community tab earlier this week on the 14th anniversary of Rose Bly going missing that showed a report by confidential informant that said Rose's meth friends cut her up and put her in a peat bog. So some people were confused about why they couldn't find her. So someone went to Crux Meadows and
Hold on, guys. Where are we at? 10 days ago. Holy shit. Here, I'll let you guys continue listening while I search.
Time. The last thing Rose said to Chris was, I'll be home at midnight when she called him. Oh, could be. Yeah, I think they are sick of YouTubers. A couple of them in particular. Allie and Granny. Oh. Hi, Molly Collie. I'm assuming that you're being sarcastic. Yeah, they got Candy having affairs with a few different men in her trailer, don't they? Oh my God. Even her nephew. Hello, Bandit. You seem to be pretty concerned about me lately. I see all your questions on your community page. Do you think Summer's parents are elaborating a hoax? No, I don't. No. Where's Wisconsin Mama? No, I don't think they're elaborating a hoax. Just the fact that they scurried around hiding the drugs and stuff after she left, after she turned up missing, leads me to believe that they didn't know. They didn't know. I'm not ruling trafficking out. I don't think that's likely, but they didn't sell her or give her away because they would have, gotten rid of the drugs and cleaned things up and done all that beforehand. Then they would have reported her missing immediately because they wouldn't have needed that extra time to clean up. No, I don't think that. I don't think that's likely. But who knows?
So I want to go keto, but I just don't know where to start.
You've got to try Factor. I started the 5-week keto challenge.
Jam, yes. Yeah. Yes. Wrong friends. She definitely was with the wrong friends. But Polk County, Burnett County, that was like the #1 meth place in Wisconsin back then. And a lot of, Rose's best friend and other people, at the party, and they were all deeply into meth, manufacturing, selling, using, a lot of arrests for all of them. So, some people fall into that life and some people don't. Didn't he end up divorced? Chris? Yes, he did divorce her after she went missing to get custody of the kids. That's what his lawyer told him to do. because he was afraid she might come back and try to take the kids.
I'm still scrolling, but I would like to know why he would be afraid of that. Like what? He didn't want her to see the kids? There was no reason for a divorce. And for me, I think that's very iffy and again, cold. Sounds like he didn't care for her. I don't care what a lawyer advised. His wife was missing. Why wouldn't he want her to have the kids or see the kids? You're making accusations against somebody, which in my opinion, let's think about this. They have 2 babies that are older than their marriage. They get married in 2009. He files for a divorce in 2009. According to Lisa, she begs him not to file for the divorce and keep the divorce. So he doesn't. He's like, okay, I'll stay. Then there's a domestic violence situation where the 2 are fighting. He says she hit him. Very possible. Maybe she was angry at the fact that he was having an affair. Speculating. But then she told the police that he put her in a headlock and threw her to the ground, according to your words that you said at the beginning of this live that I started. Because she was the aggressor and he wanted her out, he probably forced them police to press them damn charges, in my opinion. It sounds to me like this man didn't want her nowhere around and wanted to leave her and was being a big, fat fucking douchebag. That's my opinion. Sorry, Lisa. I disagree with everything you've said about Rose Bly's case. Just about.
You know, I don't hear about locals requesting Rose's flyers to be taken down. Where did you hear that, Benda? But flyers were being taken down, and I'm sure they were being taken down by the people at the party, the people involved. That happens a lot. If you've ever watched Disappeared on ID Network, a lot of families hang up flyers, go around town, and then the next day they're all down. So I don't know why people get their kicks doing that. I really don't. Is it the people involved in the crime that don't want people giving information? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay, he answered that. If the guy was seeing a cop, yes. Her car.
Chris, you've been in my chat and told me you don't do panels. I just remembered that recently. You know what? This is your children's mother who is missing. You should not only show your face, but your whole family should be on every newscast every year during her anniversaries when they show it. You, sir, should have been speaking at that press conference, begging for the return of your wife and your children's mother. This is my opinion. You should be on every panel. It's going to be 15 years. Your children grew up without their birth mother for 15 years. You should be on every panel, if not ours, at least Lisa's. Since she's out here speaking for you, showing your face and letting us see if we can decide if you're truthful. Since you have so much to say and you follow every chat that's talked about when she's talked about, I know you're listening. I didn't coddle Andy Bernard, and I sure as fuck ain't gonna coddle you. After listening to just 58 minutes of a 4-hour live, It's my opinion. You're full of shit. And so is Lisa.
Was parked in that parking lot, and someone knew to avoid the cameras that were in two directions. So they knew how to get in there and not be on camera. So that kind of narrows it down a little bit. I know some people didn't even know there were cameras there. No, why would he talk? Look at everybody that talks gets attacked and has their words twisted. Look at what they do to me. You know, Candy will never talk. Jeannie will never talk. Chris will never talk. And
That's funny you named those three, huh? Why wouldn't those three talk? And how do you know they'll never talk? I mean, Candy has already talked. She's been on the news. She spoke to the police. She did a video with them, which, by the way, Chris McDonough done tore her apart, made fun of her walking stick. I thought it was pretty fucked up. I just recently seen that. We're going to have to go over that one day, too. Like, I'm not sticking up for Grandis. She was there when Summer went missing. It's definitely fishy that she was around. But the way these people hate on the Wills, it bothers the shit out of me. Like, you're here out here helping their family with 2 missing people in their family. And instead of begging for safe returns, you come out here and, as somebody who is investigating for a family member, you should be out here with compassion. You're just as cold and callous as he sounds, in my opinion. I'm speculating. I don't like this, Lisa. It stinks. It's ugly. And it's mean. It's not right. Get out of Summer's case. Get out of Rose's case, too. In my opinion. Respectfully.
And I think that's good. I mean, anything they say, Chris and Jeannie both used to post on Facebook, and that, you know, their stuff got screenshotted and twisted around. I was there when they were firing questions at Jeannie, and by the time she'd answer, you know, it would be like 5 questions later because everybody.
Wait. You don't know these people. You never met Candace Grandis. If you were there, hey, busted bitch. If you were there when Jeannie was being questioned and they were firing questions at her, are you Jeannie's attorney or something? Fuck you mean you were there when Jeannie was being questioned? Whoa.
So that kind of narrows it down a little bit. I know some people didn't even know there were cameras there. No, why would he talk? Look at everybody that talks gets attacked and has their words twisted. Look at what they do to me. You know, Candy will never talk. Jeannie will never talk. Chris will never talk. And I think that's good. I mean, anything they say, Chris and Jeannie both used to post on Facebook, and that, you know, their stuff got screenshotted and twisted around. I was there when they were firing questions at Jeannie, and by the time she'd answer, you know, it would be like 5 questions later because everybody.
Oh, she's talking about Facebook. I was wrong. She was there in Facebook when Jeannie was being questioned. When Rose went missing. So that means Chris didn't just recently reach out to you to investigate, Lisa. That means that you've known them all for a very long time. Why is it that you like Jeannie's never come out and spoken? You know, the rumor is Chris had an affair with Jeannie. That has been spread around. Do you guys know that? Might it be Lisa's genie? Speculating. I'm just saying. Like, what is your connection to these people? And why doesn't Jeannie come out and speak for her niece and her sister? Like, it's odd. Y'all remember when Savannah Soto went missing? Her whole family came out, like aunts, uncles, cousins. When somebody gets shot down here in my city, they have visuals and like whole families come out and speak to the news, and it's such odd behavior surrounding both of these cases. The way people in the family do not talk. It makes me wonder if that's why Candace didn't come to the news for summer, because she was taught by her family not to come out and speak for Rose. An opinion. Yeah, a deep dive in Rose's case would be interesting. I think it's time.
Was typing, and so people would say that her answer referred to the question right above it when it really didn't. It was like 5 questions before that. So
Hey guys, I'm gonna run to the kitchen. I didn't have breakfast, lunch, dinner, nothing yet. I'm gonna go grab something like a banana or something. So you know what, I'm gonna put the presser back on for a little bit. There's only like 5 minutes left of it. Might as well finish it out.
On a lot of unrelated cases, if we've had an opportunity to talk to somebody, we've thrown that question out there because this mystery is solvable. We just need to get that vital piece of information.
Sure, there's a number of rumors that have kind of been recycled over the years on this. Can you maybe dispel some of those or kind of talk about that so it's not whipped back up over something that you've investigated 8 years ago?
Well, again, Greg, we really want to get away from anything rumor related. You know, we want to focus on the facts of this case. And I'm not really familiar with what the rumor has stirred up, but I can tell you that we want this to be positive. We don't want to drum up a bunch of misinformation. We want anybody out there who may know something about this case to reach out to our tip line. We would ask not to use the social media to the best avenue is to call our tip line. We want everybody to share the video, but if you have information, please call our tip line. That's the best way we're going to get through this. And our investigators are familiar with the case in its entirety and will sift through any of that could come out. But we're really focused on using technology to push this case out into the open.
Going back 10 years ago, was she in a bad relationship, or was there a person of interest back then that name keeps popping up with you guys?
There were many people looked at, and at this point, it's still a missing person case. We're not finger pointing at this point. We are looking for information, and that's the focus here today.
How are kids doing? How old are they now? Like 14, 15?
Yeah,
Crimes. You're brilliant. Not so she could have Chris. But is it a possibility she is the one who did the paralegal work on Chris's case? Might have to go look up those divorce papers.
I believe that the children were 2 and 1 when this case happened. But yeah, it's.
So they really don't remember their mom?
No.
Are they with their father, or they live with grandma, or?
I don't want to discuss the location of where the kids would be. The point is, the family's hurting. That's why we're here today. We have a family that misses their loved one. And that's what the goal of this is today, to bring Rose home.
Do you believe that she's still out there alive?
I hope she's still out there alive. And, we see things in the news around the country where absolutely somebody could still be out there and could still be alive. We see cases like that. We don't know where she is. So our hope is, yeah, she's alive and can walk home and present.
Have you thought about any kind of unorthodox ways of, I'm wondering about, I hate to use the word, but psychics and that kind of thing. Has there been any interest outside of this area, or people who've ever kind of maybe had some out of the blue connection or idea or anything on this?
Well, we've used in the past on other cases similar to what you're talking about, but this for us was going outside the box. I'm certainly not a movie star, and it was an enjoyable experience to produce this video. And that was the whole think tank behind this, was to just try a new approach, to embrace technology, to get our word out, and to get the message that we have a community that wants answers.
Is there talk of a reward for information?
At this time, we don't.
Yeah, he is. But the only problem with that crimes is that he has been in prison during the time that both girls went missing. He didn't get out until after. And I think it was rumored that that's why Candy had gone back, was to start helping to prepare for him. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that was rumored. But I remember when he got out of prison. He was in prison when both of them girls, his charges were for someone on a family member, though, and I'm wondering if it was one of these girls. Candace would fit the timeline. I don't know if it's true. It's speculation. It's an opinion. Yeah.
Have a reward. We haven't worked that avenue, but that's certainly something we would consider at some point. But we may try this. We have some other cases coming up that we may try this with, but we're really hoping that we get some traction here. We're hoping we get some feedback from the public, that we get some answers.
Did she have any connection to Grantsburg, where the car was found?
Other than the fact that that's close to Polk County, that's certainly, she lived.
I'm laughing a little bit. Helen, I don't think so. Candace looks just like her dad. She really does. You guys, be nice.
In Northwest Polk County, and Grantsburg is a destination, so.
Never worked there.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
I thought maybe it was reported originally that she was from Grantsburg.
She went to high school there, I think.
Yeah. Well, I certainly thank all of you for coming. I hope we can get some coverage of this today, and hopefully we get those answers. Thank you.
Do you think it's a possibility, Rosemary? I do think that's a possibility. Deborah Ann, what the heck are you laughing about? I must have missed it. Hi, Krista Bainbridge, welcome. The case sounds like she was sought after. No.
Golden. Look, I look like shit. I got a shower and I like my hair is a disaster. I said the other shit I had sucked. It's 5:20 here. I missed 4:20, but I'll roll one. I'm opening something new. This is called Guava Tart. 32.146% total cannabinoid hybrid. Woo woo. Okay, we'll put Lisa back on. I'll roll one. I'll step away from the chat just for a second. I'll highlight your comments.
No. What would she have been a witness in? No. Hi, Sunflower May. No, there were rumors that she was going to be a witness against Warren in a trial, but Rose never met Warren. Warren was locked up. There was no trial. So I don't know who made that up. I think that was just a theory. Someone thought maybe. Oh, you think Summer? I don't know. I don't know. We don't know, do we? My theory is accident cover-up. I think it's pretty simple. Do you know what kind of drugs he had? Well, they took, I'm assuming pot, and they took crack. I know she took it over to Fred's. Fred wasn't home at the time. Don went over there to get him back and, of course, was not successful. So Don and Fred aren't the best of friends now. Have you ever met Candace or Rose before? No. Who do you think is the ringleader? I think Candace did something, either an accident or she had one of her rage episodes where she, punches somebody in the face and then doesn't remember it when she comes out of it, which seems to happen quite often with Candace. And then, I don't know, Candy knows more than what she's told. Yes. They are getting counseling. They've gone to a forensic psychologist where they are. Why was he afraid she would come back and take the kids? Because he thought she ran off. And he thought she might come back and get the girls. Well, that's what his lawyer suggested he do. I've seen other people comment that their lawyer recommended the same thing in a similar situation. Not that their spouse, was murdered, but disappeared or ran off. Oh, Annabelle, I don't think I'm going to get up to 1,000, but thank you. I like that thought. I can totally go down that theory of her being kept on because she was going to be a confidential informant. That could be. I don't know. It's kind of a mystery why they killed her. Don't think that we haven't been digging into that. All the pieces haven't come together. So there's certain facts we know. Other than that, it's kind of theory. I don't know. The person that was tearing up the carpet was kind of known as a enforcer around town. He and his two brothers. His brother's actually in prison in Minnesota for disposing of a dead body. They're a rough family. Hey, Andrews, Real Talk. You're hilarious. Is Allison and Jay Don and Fred aren't the best of friends now? Have you ever met Candace or Rose before? No. Who do you think is the ringleader? I think Candace did something, either an accident or she had one of her rage episodes where she, punches somebody in the face and then doesn't remember it when she comes out of it, which seems to happen quite often with Candace. And then, I don't know, Candy knows more than what she's told. Yes. They are getting counseling. They've gone to a forensic psychologist where they are. Why was he afraid she would come back and take the kids? Because he thought she ran off. And he thought she might come back and get the girls. Well, that's what his lawyer suggested he do. I've seen other people comment that their lawyer recommended the same thing in a similar situation. Not that their spouse, was murdered, but disappeared or ran off. Oh, Annabelle, I don't think I'm going to get up to 1,000, but thank you. I like that thought. I can totally go down that theory of her being kept on because she was going to be a confidential informant. That could be. I don't know. It's kind of a mystery why they killed her. Don't think that we haven't been digging into that. All the pieces haven't come together. So there's certain facts we know. Other than that, it's kind of theory. I don't know. The person that was tearing up the carpet was kind of known as a enforcer around town. He and his two brothers.
Tearing up what carpet? What the fuck are you talking about?
His brother's actually in prison in Minnesota for disposing of a dead body.
Okay. She's trying to say these meth friends. That's who she's talking about here. The meth friends. But what carpet, Lisa? Who was looking up his divorce attorney? Somebody in here said be right back. They're going to look it up, dude. I hope they come back with the answer. I'll be searching it.
They're a rough family. Hey, Andrews, Real Talk. You're hilarious. Is Allison in jail? Somebody said she was in jail. Oh my goodness. I don't even want to address that, I don't think. But welcome. Welcome to our chat. Feel free to say whatever you want. Hence the cold case. Are you talking about, hi Sparks, are you talking about Summer or Rose? Rose? No, Chris McDonough did go and try to horn his way into the case and was politely turned away. It's not a cold case. They're still working on it actively, continually. What year did Candace and Candy go together to the missing person? They did not go. Hi, Mississippi Mud. They did not go to the event.
That's true. That's what I was saying. The Chris McDonough thing that I want to watch with you guys. We'll do that another night. But the Chris McDonough thing, that he did go to them and they did turn him down and he was pissed off. And he had said in that same one, that's where I said the other day when I was speaking about this, that he knows the area very well and he worked on another case up there of that crazy guy that killed the 9-year-old. There had to be a reason they didn't want him to come back or something. I don't know. That's strange. But they did turn him down. And you could tell. We'll watch the Chris McDonough one day.
Together. Candy ordered those shirts online. The receipts floating around on social media somewhere. She ordered 2 shirts that year. And that's why they're both wearing them. They didn't go to the event. Candy goes to the event. I don't think Candace is going to ever tell. I really don't. That's my opinion. If she remembers. Does she remember even? I don't know. You got to remember she has these blackouts where she, pops off, hits someone, and then doesn't remember. She's got a violent temper. She's tried to kill everyone in her family that I know about. She likes weapons. I don't know. And if the boys knew anything, I'd have to think that they would have been arrested by now, Candace and Don. So I'm thinking they don't know what happened. So what did happen? I don't know. It's kind of a mystery. Yes. And I think it's the same in Summer's case. Everybody's like, oh, all these people are dying around Summer's case, like it's something nefarious. Well, you got a bunch of druggies. So, drugs, that's a risky lifestyle. Using drugs, selling drugs, manufacturing drugs. I don't think it's surprising that people turn up missing like that. Could be. Someone said they thought Don lashed out because he was feeling so much guilt. But why isn't Candace lashing out? I don't think Candace, I don't know. She doesn't seem to have any emotion at all. Unless you accuse her of sleeping with Cotton Simpson, right?
I honestly gotta say I disagree with that. I've seen Candace upset a few times. There was the time Ernie was asking her, what would you do if your baby girl was right in front of you and you couldn't touch her, but you could talk to her? What would you say? And Candace just, I would have to touch her. It couldn't be like that. Did you guys ever see that? Yeah, Andrew. And then there was the time I feel Chris switched it. She was standing at the lake, and I feel like she was having a memory of seeing Summer there. Like I've seen a few times Candace get sentimental about Summer, and it bothers me. And I'm not sticking up for her. She is still a suspect. I'm not saying she's not. You guys know I like to think on both ends, right? The day she was showing Daisy the jacket, which is another thing that got twisted. Here's something I want you guys to think of. These people live in Tennessee. Summer's in the car. She has the jacket on. She gets home. She's playing. When you get home and you're playing and it's hot, what do you think Summer's going to do? She's going to take the damn jacket off. I don't think Summer had the jacket on at the time she disappeared. And I think that's why Candace had the jacket. But Lisa got on there and made a whole video about this jacket's peach, not pink. You know what? That could have been the lighting. She was in a darker environment. And how dare you? Not just that, but the police said she had a pink shirt on and gray shorts. Summer could have changed her clothes. Candace having that jacket, you know what it proves to me? That she was okay on the milk jugs. Because that jacket had an orange spot on it. The jacket Candace had didn't have no fucking stains. Lisa. Why don't you chill the fuck out? Stop with your bullshit. Yes, I have seen Candace emotional.
Yes, this is about Rose. But as I said at the beginning, some of it will bleed over into Summer's case because they involve the same two people, same families. I think someone knew the parking lot, yes. No one actually worked at the parking lot. It was the parking lot for the laundry and the post office. It was a municipal parking lot. The person that found the car was one of those citizens, you know, those people that go around and give tickets for people parked in handicap spots. That's who found the car. Were the drugs left at Fred Hill's in a backpack? That I don't know, but you know, that's a possibility. Once that backpack came out, I thought that made a lot of sense, didn't it? I wonder if any of the kids were missing backpacks. I doubt she just carried them over in her hands. So the backpack makes sense. I know Fred wasn't at home at the time, but Chad Arnold, who lived down by the end of Fred's driveway there, saw her go over there. And that was shortly after Fred left, I think. Oh, I'm not on all chat? I'm sorry. What am I missing?
I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Okay. So Chris doesn't talk for a very long time. Okay. Then when they're talking about what we just talked about with Candy here, hold on. He pops in again and he says her mom did it to her, just took off. And then he put doesn't mean she wouldn't have, and then that's it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do that once I'm in here. Camera audio layout. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know how to switch it. Did someone switch it for me? It just blinked. Chris contacted me on Messenger. 6 billion. Shall we do a GoFundMe? I'm gonna make
Bullshit, Lisa. Yeah, he contacted you on Messenger. Why? Was you his fucking paralegal, dude? Did you do all the research on his case? Because that would make sense that you can state, oh, this is for fact. This is for fact. Did you? Was you his divorce paralegal? Like, I'm really starting to think you were. It's really starting to click. Like, in my opinion, of course, I'm speculating. Man.
Andrew a GoFundMe. See if we can get to 6 billion. So he'll have to go out with Allison again. Yeah, I don't know. Did he answer me? No, the 2 tearing up the carpet. The one is in a state west of Minnesota. And no, his brother is in prison in Minnesota. The other one is a woman. And there are rumors that she's the one that drove the car to the parking lot, but I don't know. Yeah, the one's hiding. The house, they went to the house to question him, and his dad said, run and don't ever come back. And he literally did. He didn't come back for his mom's funeral. If he's come back, nobody's said anything. He has a life, kids, girlfriend. He's living the life where he is. Should I let Andrew open piano? Yep, I might have to delete it. Oh, is that true? Sherry hasn't lived with Allison since before Hunter was born. Really? Really? That kind of baffles me. I thought they all lived together. Well, I guess you would know more than me. Whose house was that they were all at with Sherry and Allison, where Chris McDonough questioned them? Was that Sherry's or Allie's house? Did they test Rose's car for Prince DNA? They did. They said that the only prints found were family, except that someone had been in the car riding somewhere that was not a family member to an event. So why weren't their fingerprints found? The DNA wasn't actually in the car. It was something in the parking lot. So, and they said there's not enough left of the type of DNA that Optum or, any of those companies need for genetic genealogy. That's what the detective told me anyway. The prints, odd. So why weren't these other people that were in the car's prints in there?
Why would the detective talk to you? You're there. You guys hear my dog. He's begging me to go lay down with him. He's in my bed crying, so you might have to deal with it. You hear him? You hear him? It's ridiculous. Come here. You want to say hi? What? What do you want? I don't want to lay down. I don't want to lay down. I know. You want belly rubs. You can't see him real good. Hold on. Trying to move my screen. Say hi, Jasper. I don't want to lay down. No. Quit bumping me with your nose. Okay, you know what? I forget what I was gonna say. Let me go see if I can put him outside a minute. It's hot out. It's 91 degrees here, and I really don't want him out there. Okay, hold on.
Someone wiped the car down, there wouldn't have been any prints in there, would there? And why didn't they find the sweater in the back seat? That's a question. Was Summer missing when she ordered those shirts? I don't believe so. That's the missing persons advocacy event she goes to every year. So I'm not sure what year. Someone did look and see what that design was. And I'm not sure, but that's just a Wisconsin advocacy group. I know Candy was going to set up a table for Summer too, but they wouldn't let her because it's just Wisconsin missing. There's an awful lot of people missing in Wisconsin. And so she just took Summer's flyers up, from what I understand, and put them on Rose's table. Of course he did. Andrew, are you carrying a torch for Allie? I do too. They were playing hide and seek. That's a Minecraft game, I think. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they were, and I think that's probably why they didn't want to go swimming. They would rather play video games. Yeah. Yes, it does. I think so. Part compartmentalized, and part, destroyed brain cells. I mean, she did have a mental disability as a child, so that combined with her drug and alcohol use over the years and her mental illnesses, I think. She did cry when was she showing Summer's pictures? She did break down there, and that's about the only time I've seen her cry. She was bawling. Yeah, I don't know. I think she has certain triggers. Maybe she does have some remembrance of what happened. Wasn't Chris's thought, was his lawyers. She could possibly have fetal alcohol syndrome. I did compare that with the physical characteristics of fetal alcohol syndrome. I don't think, it's a possibility. I wouldn't say it was that clear cut. With Quentin Simon, it was pretty obvious that he suffered from fetal alcohol syndrome. I mean, he had all the physical signs. Autism, I don't know, that could be, but I don't believe that was one of the things she was diagnosed with. Although
He did not, Lisa. Quentin Simon did not have any of those symptoms. Now, yes, they found it in the system when Leilani had the new baby, and I believe Shane, the first baby. I don't believe Quentin was found with an, I could be wrong. He might have been. But it doesn't mean he suffered anything or had any kind of symptoms from it. I've seen many videos of that baby, and that baby ran around and played in his milestones just fine. You need to chill the fuck out.
I didn't know all of them. Oh, Chad Arnold passed away? I didn't realize that. Class ring? Already? She's not a senior. I don't remember when we got my class ring. Nobody in here knows anything, but ask if they know everything about this, then why don't you have an answer? I'm answering questions. I don't have any lines above chat because I'm on StreamYard. I'm not in YouTube Studio, so I don't have all those options, unfortunately. No. Okay, Chad Arnold is alive. I don't know. Did he have a Facebook account before Summer went missing, Anita? Candace had several. She had one called Candace and Donnie Wells. Oh, that was TikTok.
See, I looked into Kenneth Bly a little bit, not a lot. Like I seen a picture of him, I seen his obituary. I looked at like who he was related to, but I never really dug into him. Did he have some money to leave behind? That's an interesting question. I mean, although he died years and years after Rose passed away. Just strange. I never heard that Chad passed away. Now she's spreading that too. No, Chad didn't pass away. Chad's alive. Had land. Something I'll have to look into. 100%.
I didn't know Don had a Facebook before Summer went missing. But yeah, he does lie all the time. And still I'm seeing that picture of him holding Summer as the last picture of Summer in the story about the angel. Yeah, he made all that up. That's all crap. They are not getting the kids back. That's a fact. And if Summer gets found, they will not get Summer back either. Do the children remember their mom, Chris? You're going to have to answer that. Oh. But you talk to her about Hunter, don't you? I must be really behind. Isn't Hunter... Did Hunter have a baby?
But you should be providing memories of their mother. He said in the chat, nope. How young can you remember? How old were his girls? But you should provide them memories of their mother. So cold.
Allie's house. Okay. So drugs. It was Allison's place, but only Allison and the 3 kids lived there. The others were only visiting. Okay. So did Sherry live with Cassandra? Or did she live separately too? Now, Sherry had custody of another daughter's children, right? Isn't that what she got the abuse of a child under 8 for? I didn't really follow. Yes, law informant, confidential informant. Hi, Brenda. Yes. Oh, yes. One of the 3 officers that arrested Rose for the domestic violence incident said they thought she acted like she was on meth just because she was so out of control.
So she doesn't answer what she asked him about his children. But then she goes on to put his next one up, which is including a member of law enforcement thought she was using other substances. Well, did that member of law enforcement ever step out to the public and say that? I'm curious, Mr. Larson.
Yeah, he didn't find out all that stuff until after she went missing, and law enforcement clued him into all the things she was into. So, think about that. Think about how hard that was for him to hear that. It's kind of like a widow whose husband dies and then she finds all these love letters in the bottom drawer. I mean, they're not there to ask why. Why? Why did you do this? What were you thinking? Didn't she love me? Didn't I mean anything to you? You have all these questions and you can't ask them. So, think about Chris getting this information after she went missing too. Yeah, he had filed for divorce before. Allison can carry her torch. Okay. How does law enforcement know Rose was into drugs? They thought she was into meth when they arrested her, and they know for a fact that she was into drugs. I don't know if I should say how. I don't know. Let's continue on and maybe I'll tell you later. But she's definitely into drugs. They have that evidence. Parking lot for laundry. Yes, it does, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? Or they were acting in the direction of someone who knew where the cameras were. That's kind of interesting. Well, this is good. We got all kinds of people in here asking questions.
Like, how does she know what law enforcement has for evidence? Divorce attorney. It has to be. How would she know what Ellie has for evidence? She spoke about the green shirt, the tank top, the car, the fingerprints, what they found in the car. Now this. I don't think she knows Grandis at all. She states she doesn't know them. She just knows everything about them. All the sources she would have would be to look that stuff up. I'm going to contact the attorney she worked for. I'm going to find out who his divorce attorney was.
Andrew, here to answer our questions about Allie. How's Hunter doing? Tell us how Hunter's doing, Andrew. Yeah. If I say what I think I'm going to be accused of being a Wells supporter, and I don't. I think Don is the dregs of the earth. Could he be any worse of a person? Only I don't think he's ever murdered anyone, but that would be the only way he could be any more despicable. But yeah, he pretty much left the child rearing to his wife, and neither Pam nor Candace were capable of that. So, that's a failing on Don's part. It's not like he couldn't see that they weren't doing a good job. So he just kind of delegated that, and he shouldn't have. Or he just didn't care. I don't know. When Sherry and Allie lived together, they each got to have custody. They took turns. Okay, Lisa, thank you. I did not know that. Yes. Yes, someone did hire private detective, Sparks. There was in the rummage.
Okay, so Christopher put under 1 and under 2. So he answered how old the kids were. I've heard that they seemed true when I was around, but I've also heard differently from former roommates what she did when I was at work. No law enforcer had said it seemed like she was. Lisa. Don't say it. Both.
Sale that was held for the reward fund. They raised $2,000, and Candy took $500 of that and hired a private detective. Eric. Oh, I can't think of his last name right offhand, but he later committed suicide, and I heard he was a little shady. Although I don't know, that's just a rumor. So, could you address my monkey in chat? Well, what did they say? Porter, and I don't. I think Don is the dregs of the earth. Could he be any worse of a person? Only I don't think he's ever murdered anyone, but that would be the only way he could be any more despicable. But yeah, he pretty much left the child rearing to his wife, and neither Pam nor Candace were capable of that. So, that's a failing on Don's part. It's not like he couldn't see that they weren't doing a good job. So he just kind of delegated that, and he shouldn't have. Or he just didn't care. I don't know. When Sherry and Allie lived together, they each got to have custody. They took turns. Okay, Lisa, thank you. I did not know that. Yes. yes, someone did hire a private detective, Sparks. There was in the rummage sale that was held for the reward fund, they raised $2,000, and Candy took 500 of that and hired a private detective.
So, Lisa, you're telling us that Grandis went and hired a private detective to help find her daughter. And you sit here, guys, I'm getting a different look at Grandis today. I don't want to say my thoughts. She did that news thing. Now we're hearing they raised money and she went and hired a private detective. Now that's something I've never heard before. I think that's important.
Eric, I can't think of his last name right offhand, but he later committed suicide, and I heard he was a little shady, although I don't know, that's just a rumor. So, could you address my monkey in chat? Well, what did they say? Oh, yes, please, my monkey, please be nice. Okay. Chad's alive. Okay, Chad's alive. Oh, hi, Gwen. Thank you so much. Oh, I haven't seen too much immaturity in here. Certain creators didn't send her trolls over today, so I appreciate that. Yeah, Cotton. You know, he seemed like a good guy, except that he backslid into drugs before he died. And I'll tell you, I know I mentioned this before, but I looked at his, remembrance pages on Dignity, and what's the other one? There's 2 sites there. And I've never seen anyone that had more comments from people saying what a great guy he was, what a great friend he was. I mean, usually, you 3, 5 comments. I mean, he had dozens. People really liked him. So, I don't know. Okay, back. Okay. How old were the girls? I'm sorry, I'm probably way behind again because I try to answer everything. The girls were, what, Chris? 9 months or 6 months and 9 months and 19 months, I think. Oh, yeah, under 1 and under 2. Okay. Yes.
Lady R, I don't know what I did. I always hit stupid buttons. Now I'm in the corner. Hold on. There we go. It really wasn't all that boring, I promise. I want you to go back because I was looking for you. I said, where's Lady R? I need her check mark. So you'll have to go see what I needed you to check mark. So the detective, yeah. That's what she said. That's definitely what she said. Okay. And here, hold on. I rolled one a while ago when Golden said it and I didn't smoke it. Go ahead, take it, guys. Oh, it was a while ago. You'll have to just skip through it another time. Don't worry about it now. I'm just laughing because I didn't even know you were here. That Golden was just joking, but in my opinion, he's polygamous. Helen could... You guys, you always make me laugh.
Don't forget to take out the trash cans.
Oh, look, you hear Alexa now. She's reminding me to take out my trash cans. Boy, I came on early today. Okay, hold on.
Hi, BC Proud. Are you related or connected to them? Are you just coming? There's not too much about you in your about. Oh, I'm sorry. Because I'm not just covering this case, but no, I'm not related to any of them. I know Chris, Jeannie, some of the Rise neighbors, childhood friends, and people that just messaged me that knew them. So I guess I could write more. I'll update that for you. No, I'm not just coming into this case. Uh, let's see. Oh my goodness, beautiful sunflower. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So a confidential informant told Christopher that Rose was into drugs. No, a police officer told Rose's sister, and 3 confidential informants told law enforcement. People that used drugs with Rose, and Rose had some drug stuff that was found after she went missing. I guess that's all I'm going to say. And I posted one of the confidential informant reports on my community page if you want to look. His sister is expecting. Oh, H is going to college? That's good. Meth? Don't say it. I won't. I didn't. Okay. Candace likes to drink. I don't think she was a meth head. Her 3rd baby was born addicted to meth. Candy apparently got her off meth, or that's her story, when she was in Arkansas. Don was also into meth, and so was Pam. Somewhere along the line, they switched to crack. I don't know that much about drugs, but Candace was using crack as recently as the Jose incident. But now I think she's mostly just drinking. She was on a phone call with someone I know, and Don was in the background saying, I'm going to see my dealer. I need a hit. Do you want some? And Candace said no. So
Guys, she just had a phone call with somebody I know. Gossip, gossip, gossip. Who do you know, Lisa? This is small town gossip is what this is. She talking about Grantsburg or Cushing or one of them places these people lived. St. Croix Falls. That's what this shit is. She talked to a buddy on the phone that's friends with Candace. They all know each other. Just like in Summer's case.
yes. Aren't you a cop? He's not a cop. Who said that? Do you still actively search Jane Joe for Rose? Cop. Okay, I'll skip ahead. I'm sorry. Hey, Reapers, Scrim Smile. Did Chris get a media manager? Oh, BC Proud, you're welcome. That's kind of what I'm here for. Her roommates planted, maybe? She didn't have roommates. No. Oh, Katerina. Hello, Katerina.
Dollar will.
That's like a super 80s photo she put up. Do y'all remember that cartoon on MTV, Daria? I don't know. Okay. Let me stop.
Who is? Okay, wait. Yes, Rose is beautiful. But I think if you're good looking, you get more attention. I don't think that what someone's look should be come into it, really. Although there is white woman syndrome. Okay, wait. Katerina, I agree with you, but okay, you're not really being mean. I don't know. I've never had a problem with innocent, so. Oh, Kate, you. Hello, Katerina. Yes, I see that. Are you a media manager, innocent? Bob, you're hilarious. You have some funny comments in here. First Andrew and now you. I see Candace as a media manager now. Miss Christine is running that Taz channel. People are beautiful from the, yes, I agree. He does seem to be attacking Chris. You're right. Innocent, I haven't had a problem with you. Who's Mayor? Oh, Mayor, hi. I'm sorry, I missed you. Yeah, let's not attack anybody. Just ask questions. We're here to answer them. Oh, no, Innocent is someone from Daisy's chat. Is a mod in Daisy's. And I think advocates for Don and Candace. Is that wrong? Well, no. Like I said at the very beginning, this is going to be about Rose, but there's going to be a little about Summer too, because the same people. Okay, Bob. Come on, you guys. Don't be fighting, please. Some say Innocent is Tim. I don't think so. I think Tim would come right out and say what he wanted to, don't you? Hi, Gwen. Oh, good. Yes, well, let's everybody just not be mean to each other in chat, please. Okay, so let's talk about Candace on Daisy's. Said that she did not experience any abuse in her young life other than abandonment by her mother. And I was very happy to hear that because she is very...
Look at this shit. Chris is in the chat and he says, damn it, I keep clicking on my own chat. Hold on. Hold on, let me go back up. Okay, we read that. He says, out of nowhere, Innocent seems like a cop to me. Hold on. There was something else. No, that was it. Okay, Innocent seems like a cop to me. Then he says, oh, that explains it. The one who treated me like garbage and lied about finding her. And when I said it wasn't her, attacked me. Got it. And then he put laugh out loud, too late. Twice, because he spelled it wrong once. Interesting.
accused her father of sexual abuse and physical abuse, her sisters of abuse, Warren, who she never met, of sexually abusing her. So I'm glad to hear her finally come out and set that straight and clear everybody up. Crazy chicken lady, I saw your chickens today. She was abandoned by her mom. Yeah, there's no proof that Chris was involved. Well, you know, you can't argue with Don and Candace and the things they've done. I mean, those are all documented, right? On legal documents. You know, the Candace's criminal history. Oh.
That's interesting. Them grifting pimps, though. I thought Innocent is squall. Bullshit.
But we don't know that they're involved in Summer's disappearance. We don't. We can only theorize. So, it could be anything. So I'm not for or against as far as that, but neither one of them are good people. This is Dem Grift and Pimps. Welcome. That's interesting. And that's why you got me kind of speechless. That's an interesting thought. I'll have to think about that. Did you get timed out? Chris, why would anybody time you out? No, we see you. Squall could be innocent. Oh my God. Oh, Katerina, thank you. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Yeah, I attract all kinds. And get back to Rose. False accused me as the one who wanted to buy Daisy's info in Jenky's chat. I think everybody knows where everybody lives. I don't think anybody needs to be buying. This has got me thinking. Holy mackerel. Jody Sue Brown and who's CCT? CCT. I'm sorry.
Great. Now they're going to talk about me. See? 10 months ago. September 7th, 2023. Lady R. See how people can't keep my damn name out their mouths?
Sorry. Hi, Ralph. I don't know. I haven't seen Squall do much wrong except for constantly kneeling me for some reason. And I don't understand that, but I told her I would not dox her, so I won't. Where's a crystal? Why don't I see a crystal? Must be someone that has me blocked.
I don't remember this. I must have popped up in live. I must have popped up in the chat. I'll have to look and see what was going on 10 months ago. Okay. So I didn't see prior to this, I guess. I guess at one point I have seen it from here on.
Crystal who? Somebody tell me. Okay, so this creator that I was going through her documentary about Rose, she thought for some reason that Andrew Simon would be a suspect because of Rose reporting Candace to CPS. And you realize that happened 6 years before Rose went missing, right? I don't think Andrew Simon cared much. He was in Florida or Texas, I believe, by then, because he.
It's going to get interesting. Raul says, dude, I don't blame anyone for becoming afraid and going quiet. Crystal's crime time and JSB had a vendetta against Squall for some reason. Sorry, I'm not being clear. Slow typer. Everybody's telling Lisa it's me in the chat. I don't know who had who blocked. I don't think I had her blocked at that time. I might have.
He had the restraining order from where he and Candace got in a fight at the laundry, and they couldn't serve it on him until he moved back to Wisconsin, I think in 2014. She also said Candy was hunting and fishing for a living and bought her trailer from the proceeds of her hunt.
No, it ain't Running Bear. She said she has ties to Pennsylvania. Is it Bettinger or Bittinger? I know Bittingers. Helen. I know, Lady R. This is crazy. I don't know what's going to happen here. I told you I didn't watch this before. I didn't know I popped in the chat. I don't chat often, so that's... Did I make an ass out of myself? Let's go see.
Hunting and fishing. And that's a little ridiculous. I kind of thought that was hilarious. I'm sorry. Actually, no, she didn't. Oh, Crystal's Crime Time? I wonder why I can't see her. She must have me blocked. Oh, hi, brown girl. Welcome. Oh, Crystal's Crime. Oh, okay. Crystal's Crime Time. Yes. Okay, sorry. Oh, yes, Ralph. Yeah, but Crystal has the wrong Squall. That's not who Squall is. I tried telling her, so then she blocked me. But, yeah, she doesn't know. She thinks Squall's someone that she is not. She didn't really. No, but that was at the beginning. That's why I'm going over what she said and telling what really happened and correcting it, because she didn't. I mean, she had said Chris had this long violent history, domestic abuse, financial problems, said it's still continuing to this day. Look at all the things. That's what I've been going over. You know, I don't know that. I don't know who that is. I did kind of look. I thought it was funny that Smiley said Don must have some relatives she doesn't know about. Like, why would she know all the Don's relatives? But he does have a cousin that paid his, I don't think she paid his bail, but she paid his registration and truck insurance when he got out of jail. I thought she lived in Tennessee. She used to post on Facebook. Yeah, I've tried to help her and correct her in some things and show her where she's going wrong, but she wasn't very receptive to that. And she's not the only one. Yeah, I don't know if she said, did she say she was her cousin? I was in there that night.
It's just funny to look back and see that we were freaking fighting about the same fucking shit on September 2nd, 2023, almost a year ago. This has been going on for so long. And she's going, yeah, you're confused. She's going back and forth, Lady R, between me and... She doesn't take a breath. When she talks about things, she puts like 10 things together in one sentence. And you have to like sift through it and figure out what's she talking about. It's just ridiculous to look back and say, oh, look, this is how long this has been going on. And it's been going on a lot longer than that, this whole Squall shit. I've often been curious why she does this with Squall, because number one, why does she care, right? She's in a whole nother state. She covered Rose's case, but her and Squall make buddy. Now they hate each other, I think. Now she's trying to push me to an old lady that's not Squall. Like, this lady is not Squall. Squall doesn't sound that old. Squall plays video games. Squall went to college when some girl went to college and she was friends with the same girl's friends. I showed you guys that. Helen, who knows? At this point, voice changers, they're all fucking aliens. They're aliens. They're real. Okay.
Wasn't I? Oh, no, I was listening to Ivy's mom. She was a little off the mark. I listened to the whole entire thing, 3 hours. I did consider it. However, a lot of the stuff she said was incorrect. David Dodson did not get married immediately. He got married 3 years later. She kept stressing that real quick. He got married real quick after. Like that was something nefarious. That was 3 years after Tanya died. She said he left the area. As far as I can see, still living in the same house in Kingsport with his son and daughter, although she said she just bought a new
Maybe that's why Ryan's on the case now, because they're really the aliens that were wandering around Las Vegas like a year or 2 years ago, climbing into the tractor trailers and stuff. Like, this is all some space shit. I'm speculating. Kidding.
Just bought a home. So, and she said he and I can't think of what the woman he married's name is. She said, "Oh, he's divorced now." He's not divorced. They're still married and look pretty happy together. I mean, she said so many things that weren't true. It kind of makes you wonder. What was funny was she said Summer's in Oslo, Norway, and somebody said, "Oh, PG has a friend named Norway." Like that was the answer to it all. Oh, for heaven's sakes. I just said it was interesting. I didn't say I thought you were squall. Oh, for heaven's sakes.
It's time to start my second life. The farming life that I wished for.
We're about
We're all really ridiculous in this true crime shit. There's Innocent. I love you, Innocent. Where are you today? She says, "See you later, Lisa. You expect people to believe Christopher innocent, but here you are saying I am Squall. Really?" Lisa, she's not Squall. Guys, I just can't. I'm going to have a laughing fit here. It's my own. I'm just going to leave the mute on and laugh to myself.
Okay, now I got to go back up. I missed the boat on who? Oscar. I didn't see Oscar. I don't know. Beautiful Sunflower. Are you talking about the one that paid Don's insurance and registration? I don't remember what her name was. I'm sure I have screenshots, but yeah, she used to be pretty active on Facebook right around the time he went to jail. Do you know what Don was arrested for in Arkansas a few months back? No. No, he wasn't arrested in Arkansas. He's on probation. If he was arrested for something, he'd be back in jail. Finish out his term. Oh, Innocent, you don't have to leave. Yeah, I didn't say thank you, everybody, for sticking up for me. I didn't say thank you. Oh, everybody's sticking up for me. Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's a good point, Kate. You. Related to Fred? Nobody got Candace pregnant except for Don. Well, and a few other people.
Here's my question, though, because Chris is still in the chat. Yo, hold on. I wasn't reading the chat again. Okay, Innocent is the one. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's go down. LMAO, money problems, me. Innocent, what do you mean by that? I can't see Innocent in there, so they must still be blocked or something. I don't know. Innocent, what do you mean by that? I'm not looking at Raul. I want to, but I'm not. Guess innocent until proven guilty thinks I'm guilty with no proof. So he's still talking shit in the chat, and Lisa's going, "Hey, you don't have to leave," but she's not correcting Christopher or asking Christopher to stop. Lisa, you're a bitch. In my opinion.
Why do people think that Candace had more kids than the 7 she had? Isn't that enough? They're pretty close together. And she didn't have any after Summer. I don't know. Oh my God, Wisconsin Mama, come on. I don't understand why you keep hammering on this. Please go back to the beginning where I said this was going to be about Rose with some Summer thrown in because the same people are in both cases. Thank you, beautiful sunflower.
Oh man. Okay, look, guys, I'm just gonna mute. I'm not gonna listen to chat or look at chat for a few minutes. I just want to listen to this because Wisconsin Mama just entered the room. And I told you guys I don't know nothing about her till this recent shit, right? So let's listen.
Oh, you know what? I can change the I can change the subject when we're done. Yes, Wisconsin Mama. Let's put her in timeout because she's late. Did Andrew leave? He was pretty hysterical. I kind of miss him. I don't know them. I'd like to think they are. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You know, the boys have been gone for 2 years now. If they said anything that Candace and Don could be charged with, I think they'd be arrested. I mean, it doesn't even have to be related to Summer. I want to talk about the Skelton brothers in Alive, another family with more than one person missing. And what did he get? Their dad is in, they never found the boys, and the dad is in prison for, what is he, custodial interference or something. Of course, that wouldn't apply to Don and Candace, but, you know, isn't there something they could get them on if the boys claim they abused them? I mean, when children testify, they don't usually do it in open court, you know, or they'll have a closed hearing. They certainly.
Why you do that to me, lady? Or I was about to throw a damn link. I got too excited. I know. I figured it out after the second one. Stop it.
Certainly don't let cameras in, so I don't know. Or her hashtags. Or somebody I was listening to the other day had Summer Wells, and then, oh, I know who that was. Someone who goes to church. How come she never used to have a live on Sunday because that was the Lord's Day, and now she's not having a chat on Friday because that's the Sabbath? Does anybody know the answer to that? Innocent, do you know the answer to that, please? Did she switch religions recently? Because I'm kind of confused why she switched from Sunday to Friday night. Oh, yes, and I think you're right. I think it was Fred. He also said that he knew Rose, talked to Rose. Not just that he saw her, he said he knew her. And that she was prostituting herself out of a trailer in the front yard, yes. And Fred also said he didn't use drugs, except for smoking pot. Oh, thank you, Deborah Ann. Andrew went to check the jail roster. I love all my chat members. They're so funny. Oh my goodness, Chris. Chris will have to answer that. I can't remember the old guy's name. He's dead. Oh, that Oscar? I don't know. Yes, Wisconsin Mama, I agree. Everybody's agreeing with you. I believe so too. I do. Yes. Summer's such an innocent victim. All children are. Seems like they always suffer for their parents' bad choices. Always. I think that's all I was going to talk about. Anybody have any more questions? Because I think I'm caught up right now. Okay.
Wash and finish, work is one. Goodbye stains, you are done.
Oh, Deborah Ann. How do I feel about marrying Jeannie? That's kind of a touchy subject, isn't it? I believe Jeannie. I do believe that happened. Mary has changed her story. So I'm not sure which story I'm supposed to believe. You know? I mean, did Don participate in attacking her, or did he try to help her and go for help? Because she's switched back and forth several times. So I don't know. And I think it's interesting that she said that her sister Debbie's husband sexually abused her for 5 years. But why doesn't she want, revenge on him? I don't know. I have different opinions on Jeannie and Mary. So, but when Don came out and said how I never saw Trish say Don raped her for 7 years. Did anybody else see that? Chris McDonough posted a little graphic that made it sound like Trish said Don assaulted her, but Trish set that straight. And if you read it again, you see that wasn't what it said. It just looked like.
Hold on, I'm out of breath. I was trying to rush back to you guys. This dog, he still wants me to lay down with him. I let him in. I thought he wanted water. He's panting. He don't want water. In my opinion, Lisa's getting extremely boring. And I choke on my water while I'm live. Jesus. I'm done with Lisa. I don't want to watch this no more. We can watch it another day. I don't have to go, though. Do you guys want to watch something else? Oh. You guys want to go watch the Benny and Squall that we never got to? Now would be a good opportunity for that if I quit choking on. I can't believe I choked on my water right after talking about my dog. I'm not drinking water. The cousin? What cousin? Delta Ray said yes. Okay. Hold on. I gotta go find his damn channel. We've gotten really, really, really off of the Benny. Oh. That ain't it. Did he take all the videos down? I don't think that's it. Hold on, guys. Let me click off of the share while I go look. I just seen it, so I know. Ooh. I always have trouble finding this channel. Oh, wait, I put it in my... I know where I left. I did that playlist. I found it. Hold on, my daughter just came in loud as hell. Go ahead, say hello. My daughter's saying hi to my subs. No, but get down there. They can't see you.
Hi, I look cross-eyed on your camera.
Okay, hold on. I found it. Give me 1 minute here. Hold on, guys. My friend's daughter wants to, my daughter's friend wants to say hi to you guys too. We haven't seen her in a long time. Oh, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. Oh, here, Ivy. You can come say hi. Just say hello.
That's what that is.
Honestly, yeah. I say everyone should make one. I think everyone should.
See you guys get my home. I'm sorry. Okay, I found it. Let's put it on. I'm gonna go chit chat with my kids for a minute.
To kind of surf around, and we're gonna I don't know, we might troll a little bit, we might do a lot of things tonight, but what we certainly are going to do, we're going to start out, has everyone seen the miscarriages of justice video? That is later, don't remind me, that is going to, we want a new tab, boom. All right, so that is going to yeah. Everyone's seen the miscarriage of justice, guys. Let's check that out for just a minute. So this is the miscarriage of justice, guys. Yes, and the case was dismissed. I just want to kind of preface it and start out the chat. Now, this gentleman here, he also, this guy here, he was acquitted of some stuff too in the same case. I mean, it just was really effed off since the onset. Thank you, Shayna. Thank you. Here it is, guys. Let's, pardon me. I just want you to hear a little bit of this, okay?
Or perhaps intimidate a suspect. When we showed Detective Lou Scarcella the interrogation tape, he was much more familiar with the strategy than he was with the machine.
I personally thought it was a ruse. Using a tool to deceive the individual, which is beautiful as far as I'm concerned. I had no idea what this machine was.
Before giving the truth verification test, Detective McDonough actually works together with Michael to formulate the questions.
What are some things we want to learn here, do you think?
So what he's doing here, guys, is actually highly illegal. This sort of interrogation process is now entirely illegal to perform. Just so you have a clear understanding of that.
Soon the test questions are agreed upon, and McDonough asks Michael to sign a form declaring he's about to take the test voluntarily.
So
his mother's not even present.
You've now been sucked into a
He's
process.
not of an age to consent about anything, so he can't sign
For
that.
as long as you let it roll forward.
So Michael's interrogation continues. All the while, his parents assume he's being looked after at a children's shelter, unaware he is in police custody.
They just kept grilling and grilling and grilling. And to think that we were at home, not even knowing he was near the police station, we would have known, we would have been there.
Now, however, Michael seems almost relieved to be cooperating and submits readily to the voice stress analyzer.
Are you sitting down? Do you know who took Stephanie's life? No. Is today Thursday? Yes. Did you take Stephanie's life? No.
8 minutes later, the truth exam is complete.
Let me go over these charts, and I'll be back here in a couple minutes, okay?
All right, guys. So let me start out by saying, unless I've missed something, Mr. McDonough is not certified to be doing any sort of testing of that nature. Now, not only that, but what we're talking about is a voice stress analyzer. Let me ask you guys, how many of you out here, new school, old school, whatever, haunted? They have been doing it for decades, but they can't do it anymore. It's illegal. That's why every interview has to be recorded. Now, the feds, they do not have to record interviews, as they believe that the camera changes the dynamic. But on the state level, they all have to be videoed. It's a direct violation of the child's rights, and rape. Not only that, but also a direct violation of the parents' rights. So it's a violation all the way around. I want to just go a little bit further into that, if you guys don't mind.
When we come back, what will the voice stress exam reveal? It is 4 p.m. Thursday, January 22nd, 1998, and 14-year-old Michael Crow of Escondido, California, is in the midst of a 4-hour interrogation at police headquarters without an attorney or his parents present. His younger sister, Stephanie, was found murdered at home the day before, and investigators
Daisy, what we want is for this guy to stop. I think that's pretty clear, isn't it, Miss Kennedy? That's what we want, is for him to stop. Actually, guys, everyone in the chat, Lizzie, the wonderful Lizzie, she came up with the great idea of starting a petition. We want to start a petition that is going to, the name of it is going to be something loosely like stop the solicitation and exploitation of crimes against children. That is just, I mean, that's what we want, Daisy. He's not going to, I get it. But you guys, there's also, there is yeah, police off the cuff, they should be appalled. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about is, let me go over here. I think we've all seen enough of that, right? So unfortunately, I'm not even signed into this new computer yet. So we're going to go here. Now, this is part of the good news today. I was reached out to by a young lady who is a real badass in the legal world, and she's got some contacts that are high up, and we are going to start trying to make some traction happen in the way of legislation for a Summer Wells bill, which will stop the exploitation and solicitation of crimes committed against children. So it's going to be a dynamic thing, I hope. You know, we're all we've got our fingers crossed. You know, we want to fight. We don't want to fight. We wish that there would be no fight, but we will fight all the way. You know, we'll fight tooth and nail to get to Washington, D.C. About this here. This just has to be a thing. Now, this is the original piece that Voices Behind the Wall posted earlier today, and it was on point. It was on time. I like the way that they really were able to kind of drop this in and get this number of views real quick right before all the melee started. Now, this is something that I know everyone has seen, and I think a lot of people, they focus on just this part right here. And I'm going to get to the questions, guys. I really am. But this part right here is what people really focus on. Okay. Now, if you click on it and you zoom it in here, what you're going to find is down here at the bottom. Thank you for clarifying that. He has continually said he is working with Dave Roush and has insider information that police were at the home before.
Okay, sorry, I had to step away. I heard him from the kitchen. I didn't hear everything, but I heard him say that he first mention of Voices Behind the Wall, and I forgot to give you guys the date on this. We left off on August 11th, 2021. My kids are really loud. I'm sorry. I'll make sure I mute.
Don Wells arrived, and it's yada, 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 yada. So, you know, we've got this. I don't know how Twitter works, but I'm assuming that these questions were asked, and this is the reply. So, again, like I said before, this right here, this statement is a dual-edged sword. They are telling everyone individually that no, stop asking us. Mr. McDonough is not working with us, and we did not further. They went further by saying we did not request his assistance. Now, this is also speaking directly to Mr. McDonough. This isn't for just everyone else except for Mr. McDonough. This is for him specifically. You haven't heard TDI Leslie talk about anyone else except for generically talking about the fortune tellers, I like to call them, but they haven't asked anyone else to stop doing what we're doing, right? There's a Cher right there. I just like Cher, and I like Prairie Boy too. They're just cool cats. So all the channels are, but Chris is making a killing. Let me show you real quick, guys, and this is no BS. A lot of people say, Benny, why did you hide your info about your channel? So all the stuff that I go through, CPS calls, just the whole gauntlet. Look right here. Can you see that? I don't put my subscribers out there. I got 3,600 subscribers. This is what I've made this month so far. $340. Does that seem like it's for the money? No, this is a labor of love, right? This here is a labor of love. So, can't stop, won't stop. Prairie Boy. Yeah, Prairie Boy is a real genuine thing. Let me ask you guys, makes you wonder why Mike, hey, Melly Mel, Mike split with him on profile. Yeah. Ray, I'm here from AB2. Haha. Thank you, Wildflower. So let me ask you guys, is anyone interested in, I can drop a link. Is anyone interested in coming up and 174,000 for Chris in 4 days? Yeah. I mean, that's just, would anyone like to pop up in the chat and, get your shit off, whatever? Melly Mel. Thank you, Shayna. I'll drop the chat, or I'll drop the link in the chat. And if you guys would like to pop up, what I'm going to have you do is go ahead and hit this link. Follow the instructions before you come on. I would, but I'm in the bubble bath. You don't have to show your face, Kate. You can just show me your face before you come on. That way I know you're not going to porn bomb me. Here we go. Amy Lou. Hey, that's cool too. That's cool too. I'm going to pin it in the top here. LOL. Yeah, Kate, no, seriously, just, you don't have to turn the camera around. You can just show me your face in the tub, I promise. Simply Wicked, come on up. Everyone is invited. Come on up. I want everyone to come up that would like to come up. And we will, yeah, it is a mess. It's a real mess. Yes, backstage. Yes, Kate. Yeah.
Lady or if you're taking notes, can you remind me later that Simply Wicked was on this live? Because I want to look into something. I'd appreciate it. I think that was the same name that was on J is for Justice. Is that right? Maybe not. I seen that recently somewhere in an old live.
I've pinned the link in the top of the chat there. Yeah, anybody, if you want to jump on up. Now, the other part of what Haunted May, stop that, girl. Stop that. Girl, I'm ugly as sin. That's why I'm hiding in the dark right now. Hold on. And it's hot. Look, I'm sweaty because I can't be out here all emotional and talking loud. I'll wake my wife up. She'll be pissed. Thank you, Cassandra. Thank you. It's at the top of the chat if you want to jump in. Thank you so much, Cassandra. Let me text my teammate. Not a girl. Well, dude, your picture is so small here. I'm sorry. Hey, Shanti. Man, you know what? Like, your picture is like the size of a pinky nail on here. I can't see dick. Good morning. I apologize, Haunted. You should broadcast from the bubble bath shit. but I'm in New Zealand. Man, we don't care about that. Wildflower, thank you, ma'am. It is hot as sin. Again, I'm sorry, Haunted. Again, I if it's not a name that I know already or someone I know already, I appreciate you popping in, sir. I really do. I just can't hardly see anything. You're an attractive man that I missed. that I confused for a woman. So if that counts for anything, New Zealand is in the house. New Zealand is in the house. So I guess, oh yeah, we got somebody right here. Simply Wicked.
Hey, can you hear me?
How are you?
I'm good. Just give me 1 second. I got you on the TV. I don't know if you can hear it in the back.
Speak up maybe just a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now, sweetie.
Okay. Good
So
to be here. Thank you for having me.
absolutely. Pop your shit. Tell me what's on your mind.
I've just been watching everything that's going on, to be honest with you. The two that I'm paying attention with this whole thing that actually got my attention for all kinds of reasons.
Yeah.
Is Behind the Wall and you guys, you and Chasing Truth. The reason being is everybody keeps an open mind. I mean, we all know what the history of this is and everything else, but everybody, I believe, is focusing on the wrong things. This
Yeah,
child is still missing.
They are Wicked, and the really unfortunate part about all of it is that there's been no compartmentalizing of there's been no compartmentalization of these two different cases because what's happening is it's being lumped together. Where if what Unmasked did, unfortunately, last night was she created a realm here on the web where if you support Don and Candace, then you must not care about SA. Which is absolutely insane. And not only that, and I want to give you some more time to speak, but not only that, what I found was that there's just a lot of people that are continuing to float this bad information. And I'm beating around the bush here. We got a guy who's an ex-cop who's sitting here lying to our faces. He's lying to our faces. He's saying things. He's a double talker. He's backstepping. What do you think about Chris?
He's manipulating the situation. When I went back and I watched that video this morning of that kid dude, you have no idea how that went all over me.
That's
That
sickening.
was like, yeah. And you want to come out here and act like, I'm sorry, the way that he's approaching this whole case right now, my opinion, but another thing I noticed that I'm going to point out is when he lies, his eye twitches.
Yeah, I've noticed he's a pretty easy read, Wicked. He's a real easy read.
Seriously, is that Jam 420? It looks like her and sounds like her. Simply Wicked. Didn't I tell y'all she looked like Killer Looks? Hold on. I'm gonna watch that over.
I don't know if you can hear it in the back.
Speak up maybe just a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now, sweetie.
Okay. Good
So
to be here. Thank you for having.
I'm telling y'all, that's fucking GM 420. I'm telling you, that's her. I guess you don't got to note it. That might be why I wanted you to note it. Don't she look like Killer? Fuck you, Jam.
Absolutely. Pop your shit. Tell me what's on your mind.
I've just been watching everything that's going on, to be honest with you. The two that I'm paying attention with this whole thing that actually got my attention for all kinds of reasons.
Yeah.
Is Behind the Wall and you guys, you and Chasing Truth. The reason being is everybody keeps an open mind. I mean, we all know what the history of this is and everything else, but everybody, I believe, is focusing on the wrong things. This child is still missing.
They are Wicked, and the really unfortunate part about all of it is that there's been no compartmentalizing of there's been no compartmentalization of these two different cases because what's happening is it's being lumped together. Where if what Unmasked did, unfortunately, last night was she created a realm here on the web, where if you support Don and Candace, then you must not care about SA, which is absolutely insane. And not only that, and I want to give you some more time to speak, but not only that, what I found was that there's just a lot of people that are continuing to float this bad information. And I'm beating around the bush here. We got a guy who's an ex-cop who's sitting here lying to our faces. He's lying to our faces. He's saying things. He's a double talker. He's backstepping. What do you think about Chris?
He's manipulating the situation. When I went back and I watched that video this morning of that kid dude, you have no idea how that went all over me.
That's sickening.
That was like, yeah. And you want to come out here and act like, I'm sorry, the way that he's approaching this whole case right now, my opinion, but another thing I noticed that I'm going to point out is when he lies, his eye twitches.
Yeah, I've noticed he's a pretty easy read, Wicked. He's a real easy read. And unfortunately, for the people that try to cloak themselves and really be someone that they're not, the real them always shines through, guys. It was almost 50 years ago, Wildflower. It's sad. And the real problem is that, a lot of these,
for a reason.
Yeah, there's no, there's no incentive for these guys to not do what they're doing. The incentive is the money. And for some reason, these law enforcement guys, they come over here and they think that we're slow and we're stupid and that what they're doing is okay, right? What they're doing is acceptable. And that, that we're not smart enough to see that they're clouding and polluting due process. What do you think about that?
I agree. One thing I will say is that one officer that was covering this.
Yes.
What was his name? Duty Ron?
Yeah.
Or what was it? There's two of them. Duty Ron and
Cops
Mike,
off the
I
truck.
think is Mike. Mike is his name. No, Mike runs his own channel, but he's working with Adventures with the Purpose right now.
Oh, the profiling evil.
Yeah, he totally backed off of the Summer Wells case, and now he's off working with Adventures of the Person. I believe that is like an awesome thing, just to back away from this. But see, what I'm saying about him is the difference is he's stepping back and letting the TBI and the FBI do their thing, whereas Chris McDonald is coming in. And all right, you've got people thinking that Candace and Don were guilty before, but everything that he's putting forward is making them seem more guilty. And let's focus on the parents and not where Summer Wells is, which is diverting the attention off of what really needs to be done.
That's the absolute truth. And these.
Where's all her screaming and shit now? That's 100% Jam. That's so funny. Remember, don't dox me. You just doxed yourself, you damn asshole. Benny doxed you. Curious to find out why you get on when Squall supposedly gets on, but we'll see. And you're on when it says chatting with Hawkins County residents. That's interesting. I don't think you are, though. I just think you're a fucking whole ass weirdo. Killer Looks Jr.
These guys, they actually they lie to our faces every single day when they say that this is all about innocence before guilt. That's what this is all about. But they think that.
You don't think it's the same accent? I don't know. Let's go see. Because I could be wrong. She was just on my channel the other day. Which one did she get on? It was when Ziggy came on. Was it this one? Yeah, I think it was this one. She was in my chat. Let me up. Hold on.
I mean, I did go over them a little bit, but I didn't see how it's like, how you connect, like.
Brenda. Kathy's driving with Fred. There she is. Hold on. Oh, guys, I want you to see who it is, and then I'm going to go to my Facebook, and I'm going to search her real name.
I get dick every
How do
week.
you
so
find
fuck
these
you.
abilities? It
Why
must
are
be
you
the
going-
abilities jam.
Okay, Crystal.
I don't know. Do I, Jam? What's Kathy's son's last name? Ziggy.
Who's?
What's Kathy's son's last name? Have you ever looked his PDF up? Do you know he's a Simpson?
I had no, I did not know that.
Yes, she did.
I don't think so. As far as I know, he's not.
Hear that gas?
Simpson.
Well,
I
I'm
don't know
gonna
if
let
he's
you. I'm
No,
gonna let
but
you and Fred go look it up.
I don't care though. What are you trying to get at? Why would I look
You know
into
what?
something when it?
And I'm gonna search her real name, and I'm gonna show you who she is.
You want to dox me, bitch?
I don't know. Do I, Jam?
My
Because you
God.
supported me at one time, and you were feeding me some information, weren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
About who?
I don't know. I forget. It's in my messages there.
Oh,
You
yeah,
say,
a long time ago. I thought you had some fucking sense.
Hi, this is Jam 420. Okay, I had enough of my own voice. Let's go listen.
What they're doing is okay, right? What they're doing is acceptable.
Seem more guilty, and let's focus on the parents and not where Summer Wells is, which is diverting the attention off of what really needs to be done.
About who?
I don't know. I forget. It's in my messages there.
Oh,
You
yeah,
say,
a long time
Jam
ago. I thought you had some
420.
fucking sense.
Sounds the same to me. I don't know. Video about a girl. Yes, yes. We got to go over that too. Phoebe put it in my comment section. Okay, whatever. It don't matter. I think it's her. She can come confirm or not. I think it's funny, but I think I did see the name Simply Wicked in Ziggy's, and that's why I said, Lady or note that. Okay, let's go back to this Benny shit. I'm way off. I do have the giggles. I need to quit.
That's the absolute truth. And you know, these guys, they actually, they lie to our faces every single day when they say that this is all about innocence before guilt. That's what this is all about. But they think that we're slow and we're dumb and that we don't understand that all of Tennessee, where every single juror is going to come from, if this stays in a state court, whomever it is, let's hope that we get down to the bottom of this thing and Don and Candace aren't involved. That's where my heart is at. But let's imagine that they have enough to put together a circumstantial case. Squall, I'll be right with you in a second, hon. They're able to put together a circumstantial case. They're not going to be able to pick one clean juror out of all of Tennessee because of what's going on right now.
Everything's tainted. Everything is tainted. Everything that he has touched, talked about. And another thing that pissed me off is when he was doing the interview with Candace and Don, you know, he was approaching him like he was being sympathetic and shit. And that was the worst acting I've ever seen in my entire life.
Right.
I
Yeah, it
would
was.
stop talking to him.
No, you're right. Hey, Squall, how you doing?
I'm doing. How are y'all doing?
We're doing tonight. You got something you want to get off your chest?
Oh, I've got so much I want to get off my chest.
Well, pop your shit, sweetie.
I'm busting at the seams. You know,
I am too.
I'm from, you know, right here in this region. I'm actually from Virginia, right across the state line, but I've lived in Sherkville. I've lived all over this northeast Tennessee, back and forth and around. And I just want to say, Chris said that it takes 6 to 8 minutes when a child is reported. And I'm going to tell you, and anybody from this region will tell you that I mean, you can look it up on maps and everything. It's going to take them at least 30 minutes to get there to the Wells residence where they live at.
Facts.
Regardless of facts.
Facts.
Absolute
100% facts.
And Hawkins County, it would not surprise me it would surprise me if they had more than 6 officers, working on that evening shift for the whole county.
Right.
Because funding is very low. And there's a lot going on about Hawkins County also with the CARES Act, and they're supposed to bring Wi-Fi to everybody, and I don't think they did that for some reason. I don't know that story. I don't know all the details, but the radio, you don't get cell service. You blink in and out. And when he was doing that interview when Dawn was doing the interview with Chris, I could tell I could hear, I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but a lot of the cutting in and out. And it blows me away. People say that, we don't like outsiders. Well, look at Proud Nita and look at Chris. That's the reason we don't like outsiders down here.
Absolutely.
That's the reason a lot of us don't like them. It's just like, stay away. They don't make anything better. They just always make things worse. And they don't want to.
100% right.
Does anybody know where he's even from?
I think he's from out west.
San Diego? Is it San Diego?
I'm thinking
I'm not
so.
positive. I'm not going to swear on it. I think it's San Diego is what I was hearing.
So he made the trip out there just to do all that, huh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it just, it would be one thing, if he was giving them a platform to find their daughter. He is not giving them a platform to find Summer. He is giving them a platform so he can say, I'm 40 years experience and they're guilty. That's all he's doing. He is not finding Summer. All he's doing is pointing at the past saying he's guilty because.
Let me tell you guys something. If you go back and listen to my David Britt videos, I don't know if I have it in them posted. I'll have to go back and listen. He tells me a story. Now, I don't know if he was talking about Cameron Alley. I don't know if he was talking about Squall and the hubby. I don't know who he was talking about, but somebody had hired him. A lady had hired him to paint their house or do some work at their house. Once he got there, this lady was like telling him she's from YouTube and follows the Summer Wells case and was like trying to get information out of him. I want to go back and listen to that one day because it's just interesting to me. Okay.
Of his past, and everybody's got a past.
Absolutely.
And everybody, I've got a past, and I'm ashamed of my past. And right now, things that happened in my past is absolutely eating me alive because of this case, because I feel that I know who did. I've contacted TBI. I am going to say that I have contacted TBI, and I know several other people that have too, contacted them as well over the same person, and nobody's calling us back.
No, it's, that's kind of a synonymous thing. And I don't understand why a lot of these law enforcement agencies, when these kids go missing, they actively hound the public for tips and information. But then when it comes down to it, it's hard to see that they've actually, taken action on some of this stuff. I've worked on other cases where I know people that have had a extremely hard time even taking credible information into a law enforcement agency because there's so many dynamics. You've got this ego thing first, right? And then you've got, basically it's all an ego thing, right? You unfortunately, fortunately, I like that TBI put Miss Leslie on as sort of the figurehead of the deal because it gives it more of a feminine energy, which I think is what, you need that little softer, not so sharp energy, not to say soft, but less sharp energy that testosterone, anxiety, adrenaline filled men bring to it. So, and that's just my personal opinion. I like the way that it looks having her, doing a lot of the interactions with people now. Could and I'm not here to say that if Chris wouldn't have kept his track that he was on in the beginning, because it really, in the beginning I applauded him. I'm like, oh man, this guy, he's really doing some helpful stuff. And then I don't know what happened in between. What it starts to look like is, I kind of called this out 2 nights ago. I said, what's going to happen is that he's going to abandon the original mission of looking for Summer or assisting in that hunt and he's going to take over his sole purpose to be the SA. And that's not why we're here. He's just, it seems as if he's just here to get blood, no matter where it comes from and how he gets it, right?
Exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's just not a lot you can do with someone like that. You know, I mean, you can petition, you can do different things, but ultimately, it's him holding himself accountable. I mean, we're trying to hold him accountable, and we're having a difficult time. So, I don't know where it goes from here. What do you?
Okay. For me, this is probably going to be one of the first significant lives for Benny, and I'm going to tell you why. He comes in, he mentions voices behind the wall. Simply Wicked, who in my opinion is nothing. She just wanted to jump up there. Jumped up on panel. Squall Tick comes in. Okay. And in the chat you have Amy Luhu, and I just seen Prairie Boy under a different name, Prairie something. So this should be, let me take myself down. I'm just going to listen. I'll chat in the chat. I'm going to take myself down and make this full screen so you guys can read what he's got on the screen, at least.
You guys think? Where does it go from here?
It depends on if they stop him or not, or he keeps doing what he's doing. To be honest with you, from the very start, when he first did that interview with Candace, man, the minute he opened up his mouth, I knew he was up to no good. I could see just by his attitude and the way he was talking to her and trying to touch her and make her. Dude, I seen red flags all over that when I first started watching that video. I mean, it went all over me because his intentions were never to help find Summer.
No, it wasn't. I think that this was the design the whole time. And actually, real quick, guys, I want to address Miss Schroeder. She's pinned in the top of the chat. She says, if Chris is doing so bad, can you do a better job? Miss Schroeder, I could do a better job accidentally. And that's not poking fun at I think that Chris is very skilled. I think that he's just been led astray. And so to answer your question, Janice, yes, I am doing a better job than Chris currently because I'm not abusing victims. We are working on getting a bill passed. We don't, of course, it'll probably take years to work on that. But we are trying to get, a stop to the solicitation and exploitation of crimes against children. If you want to solicit yourself to Barry Morphew or to Chad Daybell and Lori Daybell, by all means. But this gentleman here, he built his Dateline NBC career as a law enforcement agent off the back of a 14-year-old kid that was, eventually cut free. And now he's creating this new, he's shedding the old skin and wearing this new skin where he is completely building this financial pyramid off the back of a 5-year-old girl, right? I mean, what the fuck can you do with that?
He's so critical of Don's past. He needs to look at his own past.
That's it.
And everybody else needs to pay attention to that because he is so frantic on pointing out Don's past. He's got a past with a 14-year-old kid. I mean, that was child abuse, straight up child abuse, what they did to those kids.
Oh, absolutely.
But I bet you he didn't serve a day or get charged with it.
No, absolutely not.
My thing is too, you're retired for a reason. If you were supposed to be in law enforcement doing what a law enforcement agent should be doing, then you'd be on the job. You would not be retired. It's one thing to give your advice when you're retired. It's another thing to step all over a case, and that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely.
Period.
It would have been one thing if he had just interviewed him, talked to Don and done the questions and that with all of them, and then just let it go with that. But coming back on and picking apart, like playing 5 words of what they say and then stopping and picking it apart. That's just
it's
mistrial.
I'm not giving Mountain Girl a minute.
Absolutely. Somebody here in the chat just a second ago said that she loves M. Ray said that she loves Juanita. And you know what? We're not going to bash you, M. Ray, for loving, or at least I'm not going to bash you. for loving Juanita. But what I'll tell you, Emre, is that she has been the complete opposite of helpful as well. She has been bashing victims, walking the road, screaming at the house, running around town, doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Candace, so she can get her energy. Come on, you know.
They lied about Juanita and her team put on Facebook there that it came across the scanner that a body was found.
Absolutely.
And this hurt me because I'm in a group that, you know, I can't mention any names and everything because that's part of the investigation right now.
Correct.
Against Juanita. But there's a mother in this private group for, you know, families with and loved ones that's, you know, more specific. You've got somebody in your family that's missing.
Right.
You know, cold case. Well, this mother, you know, she calls her neighbor who is her caregiver at the same time. She comes over and she's like, you got to get me ready. I heard they found a body, you know, just up the road, you know, in another county. Get me ready. And just in case, it's my son. And I'm sorry, I'm going to cry. But this right here is what, you know, really brought me out of the shadows on this case. She got ready and everything. Then she gets a phone call and says, oh, they were lying. Juanita was lying about the body.
Of course she was.
Oh
and
my God.
So here's this mother, you know, imagine, and she does this every time she hears a body within 500 miles of her home. You know, she hears of a body in, you know, Mississippi, and she's sitting up here and she gets ready just in case she gets that call. And she sits there, you know, and she does this every time. And then they lie about that. And here she is, you know, it might be my son. And then she started having chest pains and they made her go to the hospital. They kept her overnight just for precautions and everything. And it just, that right there is when, you know, I snapped.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot to be said about that healing process. I've talked, actually, my aunt, she was murdered back in like 97 in Florida. And I went to a lot of, it was mothers of murdered children, mothers of murdered children. And I went to a couple of the support groups meetings with her, and it was like, you know, some of these people were in there and they had unresolved legal issues, you know, surrounding their child's death. And it was, you know, to watch these families, they get a little hope and it just scratches the scab off the wound again. And, you know, there's a lot, you know, you hear over and over and over, a lot of people, when their family member's case is picked up as a cold case, a lot of times, you know, there might be something new that pops up that gives hope, but ultimately, you know, it's just, you know, sometimes it's just a dead road. There was a stat at some point in the last 5 years where the solvability rate of a cold case was 2%. So, you know, you start looking at the timeline of when cases go cold. And, you know, of course, the initial statistics are, what is it, like 3 hours after the initial abduction, what is it, 90% or 80% of the time that the child is killed. So you start looking at all these statistics and you want to try to play these statistics into how they might work, you know, as moving pieces in this case. And it's impossible now. But guys, what I wanted to do real quick is I wanted to take a second and I wanted to show you the Cold Case Foundation website. I won't be forever on this, but so it said that they are the ultimate resource for homicide, missing persons, unidentified bodies, rape, sex, assault, cold cases with serial characteristics. Now, this part right here is the interesting part that I found about this, because a missing persons case, and this is how I know Chris would verbiage this, is that a missing persons case falls into a certain sort of slippery slope where a missing persons case is always active. But at a certain point, it becomes cold. So, you know, what we're dealing with now has, you know, as far as the temperature is concerned, the temperature is still very, very warm, very hot case. This has nothing to do with the cold case stuff, right? So I wanted to go down here just a little bit. And this is an organization that anyone can join. Now, to be considered one of the resources, you have to have some sort of law enforcement or criminal justice background. Now, again, you're looking at all this and it says cold cases, cold cases. It has nothing to do with current hot cases. Now, when you see Chris online, he's wearing this, people. He's wearing this on his chest like a badge. So it's like he's doing business for these people right here online right now. Okay, now we'll go on down. Here's the guys. These are the top brass, right? Now, unfortunately, when I start listening to ex-law enforcement guys saying they got 40 years as any fucking thing, but they've got a situation like this going on, right? Like this Greg Cooper and this Dean Jackson, they know what the hell Chris M is doing, but the reason they allow due process to be interrupted and polluted is because of this right here. Funding, right? Law enforcement need to resolve cold cases is ever present, but the resources and budget to solve these violent crimes are not. Let me tell you what, every department has some sort of funding for cold cases, whether it be set aside and appropriated just for cold cases, or if they put new or your elder detectives on it. You know, that there isn't nearly the issue with funding that this website tries to lead you to believe. Now, this is the kicker right here. If you see F, C, T, N, V, right? These are in no alphabetical order. If they were, C would be first, so on and so forth. These are what they specialize in. This is what they specialize in best. First, funding. Second, consulting, training, networking, and the very last here, right? Shouldn't that be over here? Shouldn't that be the first thing that this is all about? This whole thing isn't all about this right here, or this, or this, or this. It's about this, supporting the victims. This right here is a sham. If you want my, let's see here. If you want my opinion, this is a sham, right? Let's see if this is the kind of, let's see. Oh, see, they don't even offer you a tax return receipt for your donation. So that's, you know, that's really effed off.
Did y'all see that nice little Airstreamer that Chris got that looks, I mean, I think that organization there paid for that.
Hold on there. Let's pull that up. Yeah, he came down here to Dallas and picked it up. This is the one that he does all of his whatever the fucking whatever you call that.
Trolling.
Yeah, his trolling in IP harvesting. He does it in this right here. Oh, look at this, guys.
Hey everybody, Chris here.
He picked this up in March, right? March, he did all this. Wow, that's awesome. Sweet. Yeah, so to answer your question, there's the Airstream right there, guys. It's his mobile command exploitation center.
Trollmobile.
Yeah, it's the Trollmobile. Guys, so let's see how many people are in here. Man, hit the chat. Hit that. Yeah, it's real custom haunted.
Yeah, that looks more. It looks like it's worth more money than Don and Candace's house. You think that he would offer to help him out a little bit? You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if Don loses his house like he brought on last night. You know, he's got to cut that house in 9 pieces with everyone else. The Wells are going to need something like this to put all them people in, right? I mean, this would be the thing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I've seen a light at the end of the tunnel, maybe.
Oh wait, guys, I wasn't even fucked up. Look, the interview rooms, mobile command center.
Oh hell no, you know that.
That's fucking disgusting. I just vomited in my mouth a little bit.
Let's go back to the original point, though. He is retired for a reason.
Yeah, because he no longer, you know, they don't want him anymore.
Yeah, but what gives you the right to come in and stomp all over a case? And bottom line, any way you look at it, he stomped all over this case. You were actually spot on when you said there is going to be no justice.
No, the part for justice is all over with now. That's all over with. There'll be no more justice. Like it's, you know, if there is, guess what? It's not going to be the kind of justice that we're all going to be satisfied with. I'll tell you that right now. It's, you know, there is no justice. You know, does anybody else want to come in here and get something off your chest?
I'm going to go ahead and jump off. That way somebody else can come on in. And
well, thank you, Squall. You know, we'll be doing this a lot more regularly now, and you are certainly invited every single time. So. Well,
thank you. Thank you. I live, I mean, like, if it was a birdshot view, I'd probably live 15 minutes from Candace and Dawn, but with these roads, these boony roads up here, I mean, bird's eye view, 15 minutes, but it would take me about 30 minutes to get to their house. but
Really?
that's how close I am. So it's like I hear a lot of it, and a lot of the stuff that, you know, we do hear, nobody's talking about, you know, in the forums. And it's just everyone's a suspect at this time. They do not have one single person of interest.
Not one.
Not one.
No.
Not
You know,
one.
but the way that they counter that is,
Do you think they spoke prior to this? That's all she was on. Damn, I'm disappointed. I was hoping she'd be on a little longer. All that wait. Damn. Okay. Let's continue. Let's see if anybody else jumps on.
is by, you know, throwing out there, well, everyone is a person of interest. Well, you know, persons of interest are, you allow persons of interest to travel and you know, do whatever they want to do. When you're a suspect, you get that old thing where they say, hey, if you're thinking about going out of town, why don't you give me a call? You know what I mean? They don't want you to go out of town. They want you to hang close. And so,
I agree.
Where's
with
the
that.
link? I'm going to throw the link in the chat one more time.
Well, it was nice meeting you.
Yes, you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad I found your channel.
I'm glad you found it too. We love having you around, sweetie.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you.
God bless you all.
Bye-bye.
Somebody just said something, Benny, about, you know, one thing that Chris pushed a lot, and this went all over me too, was I'm not biased. You know, to me, that's a blatant lie.
Right.
I mean, your actions speak louder than words. And like some of us do have our heads together and do see what's going on and see how shady this stuff is that's been happening. I'm so glad that I keep Behind the Wall. What's their channel name?
Yeah, Voices Behind the Wall. She's great.
Okay. She is. And I mean, I like how they're straightforward. They're giving them a voice, you know, without doing any sneaky shit or manipulating situations. It's totally different. They're kind of
Absolutely.
getting a
And
voice.
you know what? I'm not gonna do a spoiler at all, but I'm just gonna let you guys know that tomorrow,
I'm gonna be tuning in.
yeah, tomorrow you need to tune in to Voices Behind the Wall. She's gonna have something pretty big coming on tomorrow. So tomorrow, hopefully we can get a little traction with what we got going on here in regards to this SA situation. Because what happened was that lady came on, his stepsister, she came on, and although allegedly he had made an attempt on her, she wasn't actually a victim of SA. So I found it a little disingenuous for her to jump online and tell someone else's story. I found that very disingenuous. So I felt like she should have stuck to what pertained and concerned her, and then kept it pushing. But that's not what played out. So tomorrow, hopefully, there will be a great deal of understanding brought into at least the SA part of all of this in regards to the children, and so I think it's going to be a very comprehensive deal. And you guys don't miss it. If you're not subscribed to Voices Behind the Wall with Cher and Mr. Mark, please, go now or go after the video, whatever. But go over and see about those two. So
I like Chasing Truth too, man, because she makes you keep an open mind. You know, I like the way she approaches things, like when she goes back and watches a video,
yeah,
and then she'll ask people's opinions. I mean,
absolutely.
These are people that I want to surround myself with, the people that are actually getting something done with this case other than just pointing fingers and stuff. I mean, you know, they do deserve to have a voice since everybody else has stomped on them from the very beginning of this. And I've always said, what if, and it's a big what if, but what if that baby just was taken off of that property and everybody is diverting their attention to pointing fingers at Candace or Dawn, and that baby just slipped through the cracks?
Well, I mean, let me pull it up here. I guess I may have closed out that other window. Let's pull up real quick just to give everybody. Yes, G-Dog, I saw your comment. We will touch on Allie tonight a little bit if I don't want to keep you guys forever. We can talk about her a little bit and you know, see what everyone's opinion about that is. This is actually a good view right here. Now, if you guys, I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, look at what we're dealing with here. It's like the Amazon jungle, right? Now, they said that she came, they were down here planting flowers. Oh, and you know what? I want I want to tell you one thing that I just realized, and actually a friend from a criminalist from the UK, she pointed it out to me. Now, everyone was having such a hard time understanding what they could have been planting down here, yada, yada, yada. Well, H. Hunter, he inadvertently corroborated what Candace and Candy had initially said about picking flowers at the swim spot. Now, you could contend that she picked flowers to sprouts or whatever. She transplanted them to this area, so he inadvertently potentially corroborated certain things just through ignorance, right? Or actually, yeah, the camper is here. I'm sorry. So there, if you look at all of this, there is potential from pretty much not a 360 degree, not all the way around, but a good 350. She could have been pulled, and it could have been a way different thing. So that's the locale right there. Now, what I will do is I'm going to pull up. You guys want to watch a little piece of Allie's interview, or would you prefer to take a look at the statement analyzation part 2? Because I've been really itching to talk about that a little bit.
Go ahead, do what you want to do. It's your channel, man. I'm here to learn.
Yeah, let's check that out. We will do. He'll probably strike my channel, but that's okay. We're not in this for the money, so
No.
And we won't do. We'll just go. How long we've been on here so far? We're at an hour right now, so we'll go another half hour or so, guys. Kate, where is Kate? I don't see you in here anymore, Kate. Can you try to come back in again? There she is. I see you, Kate. You're coming in. Hey, and she wasn't lying, guys. She is in the tub. Good evening, Kate. Thank you for joining us.
How's
You
it
got
going?
something? We're good. Yeah, she wasn't lying. She was in the tub, y'all. But no, if you got something on your chest, man, get your shit off.
Yeah, no, you can go ahead and pull up that footage if you wanted to. That's cool. I did.
I think you broke up, sweetie.
Yes, she lost sound.
Kate, I think you got a bad connection. Either move to your Wi-Fi or jump off of your Wi-Fi. Call right back in, sweetie. That's usually the answer.
Or she might have got her headphones wet.
If you call back in, it will usually. You there? You might be muted now. Are you muted? I really wanted to hear what Kate. I'm in this for crab legs. Hang up, Kate, and call right back in. There goes the sound. Okay.
She got no sound. It sounds like when she goes to talk, her K is moving.
Yeah, I see. She's hung up. So we'll go ahead and we'll just call back in, Kate. Yeah. So guys, we're gonna pull up a little bit of this. There she is.
Okay, that was odd. Her avatar stayed on the screen, and he was speaking through her avatar. He pops the thing up on the side of the screen. Just wanted to see if you guys caught that. I don't know if it was a technical error, but it was odd. He was talking on the K. Now she's back.
That's better.
Never lost her again.
Advocate Kate, you're in the house. Oh no. I think you're muted. It says you got a great connection.
Can you do anything about her mic?
No, I don't even have control of yours. I hope she didn't drop her.
I use StreamYard because of that.
Now maybe try it on the Wi-Fi, Kate. Try to call back in. I can hear y'all. Sorry. Yeah, there she goes. She's off. All right.
Kate stays up. Now Jam's speaking through Kate. Now Kate disappears. What the fuck? Are y'all in the same house? Oh, I didn't know he did that, Lady R. It's odd, Jam. I'm telling you, that's fucking Jam. In my opinion. Thank you, A1. Okay, let me shut the fuck up here.
All right, so we're gonna pull up a little bit of this here statement analysis from tonight. I guess it was, right? Correct. So I keep doing that. New window. Boom. All right. Yo. All right. Here we go, guys. I know this is a lot I got going here. Interview room. Bear with me, guys. I just got a lot of stuff going here. All right. So here we go. Part 2. We're not going to go deep into it, guys. I just want to kind of touch on a couple of things. We're going to pull this down here so we can, hopefully we can't catch no strike. We will say that this is fair use. This is fair use for education and criticism, mainly education. So here we go, guys. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it out until bear with me, guys. Where the hell's the sound coming from? Oh, we got 2. Hold on, guys. I had 2 going. All right, let me make
Chris McDonough.
Where the hell's the other one coming from?
Homicide detective. I've interviewed thousands of people.
There it is, right here.
From serial killers.
All right, guys, I'm back in the game. So, sly one. Human trafficking is now the #2 crime in Tennessee now. Something fishy is going on with LE. Trafficking ring. It's very easy here. A lot of hillbilly heroin equals meth corruption. Oh man, I hate to hear that shit.
In that area, there really is. I hate to say that, but
all right, let me see if Kate's back in. There's Kate. Sorry, Kate. Here we go. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, beautiful.
Okay, I changed the settings from default to iPhone microphone, so maybe that's what the difference was.
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
yeah, well, what I was trying to say was I love what you were talking about. You and Lizzie were wanting to try to start to do, and I'm sure that there's a lot of red tape with something like that, but don't give up because there's people that have started on this and are determined to not stop. So I mean, maybe it's teaming up with them or getting advice from them, like the Watts case. Okay, so that the victim's family, they've gone through hell and high water. Well, because of that though, so they've got an attorney or several, but they're working just to try to make changes on social media platforms for the victims and their families. So I'm sure there's a wealth of knowledge right there.
Yeah, I think that this is something that's very long overdue.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean it's so archaic, really. We've got somebody else in the house. Prairie Transparency.
Could it be Prairie Dog?
Prairie
Boy.
Let's see. Something that's very long overdue.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean it's so archaic. Really. Hey, Prairie, mute your device.
Could it be Prairie Dog?
There. You got something on your mind, Prairie? Hey, Prairie, you got something on your mind? Get it off. I think Prairie's having some issues here.
Have them to check the settings option and see if they need to enable their iPhone mic.
Perfect. Did you hear that, Prairie? Try that and call back in. So yeah, guys, let's just take a look at a little bit of this bullshit. I'm trying to do it in a way where I don't have it all on my screen. Let me make it small. Okay. There we go. All right.
No, that's just the way it is. That's the
Here we go, guys.
nature of our business, obviously. But I tell you, it's very, very effective. And when we apply the principles, there's nothing better.
Well, I can't wait because number one, I know your integrity, and I always feel like I'm, getting in the back seat of one of the Blue Angels, whenever you're around. So I'm going to sit, we're going to go through this, and we're going to try to get as much as we can.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to him make out, so we'll just move ahead.
Why would he include summer was by my side?
Here we go.
And I left for work instead of saying I left early that morning at whatever time it was, and then be done with it. He answered the question, but his brain went somewhere else. You focused him on that morning, and so he told you not only that he left answering the question, but his mind has now gone back to the most important thing. Summer was by my side, and I left for work. Now the argument is that, well, we're talking about Summer. Summer's the one that's gone. And so he's remembering that Summer was there by his side. That's a good thing. That's a good thing for a parent to remember. The problem is that there's an indication here when he says I left for work instead of saying I went to work. His brain has paused there at the point of
First of all, what the fuck is this guy saying? Let's get back to it.
departure, which is his home. Summer was by my side. There's missing information there. That's what that indicates. His brain paused instead of moving forward to work. His brain paused right there.
What do you got anything to say about that?
Yeah, it seems like that he was leading them, like you said. He left
Absolutely.
for work, but he didn't go to work. You know what I'm saying? That's
Right. He said he left for work instead of he went to work. Like that's
right.
And the other thing that I think that there is some science behind when you hear people saying, the verb words that insinuate or connotate violence, like the breakdown, or he gets into some of these words that are actually like to him they're red flags that display some sort of physicality. But let's move forward a little bit. We're not going to do this very much longer, guys. I just wanted to give you another way to look at this thing if you haven't already.
And so now what I want to know is, okay, is this critical information, or is it just that he's sentimental about Summer? And by the way, there hasn't been any sentiment about Summer. His emotions have not risen to that level that we would expect.
Now that's
not true.
That's not true at all. He's displayed a lot of emotion. Not only that, but we've all been to funerals where you look,
Absolutely.
when you see people eating, you'll see people having a good time, and then you'll see people laughing and crying. You get the whole spectrum. So, Don may, the other thing is that in rural communities, in the way that I'm pretty sure Don grew up, Don was probably like me and so many other males in the U.S.
Yeah.
Where you're told, don't you cry, boy, don't you cry. If you cry, I'm gonna bust your ass, stuff like that. So,
unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, so that has a 50-year-old man repressing his emotions. Now, but what I will tell you is that there was a pre-recorded interview with Don today on Voices Behind the Wall, in which he did cry.
I thought I saw him crying.
Yeah, so this is incorrect information at this point right now.
Of a
Can I say
parent.
one thing too?
Absolutely.
All right, about Candace. Okay, we're gonna jump to her. She cried more than once also, and she shed more than one tear. But they only focused on that one time at that prayer meeting, and that was it. And everybody had cameras up in their face.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And you also have to understand that have you guys ever had such a hard, like, we've all lost someone in our life that's that's important. Hey, Camden, good to see you in here, buddy. Everybody say hi to Camden Hillman, if you will.
Hi, Camden.
He's a good guy, and I'll let him tell you guys in the chat who he is and what he does. But Camden is a good guy.
Yeah, I saw one of Camden's comments, and I totally agree, where he was saying, yeah, but not every word Don says. And I feel like that's where Steve's information lost credibility with me, because I believe in the science 100, but he lost me when every word now is some nefarious, formula now.
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly. Camden, if you're interested in popping up here on the panel, I can drop the link. If you prefer to just remain a spectator, that is cool too. We're going to go ahead and move along just a little bit more here.
In fact, it's kind of been the opposite. He's focused more on his own emotion than emotion about Summer. And so I'm going to highlight
First of all, I want to retort to that. I think that Don is one of the very few people that has remained focused on just his daughter. He has not focused on his own emotions. He is focused on his daughter. You go look at his Facebook page, and it is all about that little girl. It isn't about nothing else, right? Okay.
To a fault.
That's it. To a fault, absolutely. Camden is he's going to come up, guys. I really want you to get introduced to Camden because he's a good guy. So we'll let him come up here and while we're waiting on him, we will go just a little bit further here. Yeah, please say something simply.
Because you were talking about every person handles grief and things that are going on, and they're like, I'm gonna share something with you guys. My oldest son just passed on the 8th of July.
Oh,
He was 31
Sorry
years
to hear
old.
that.
It's still under investigation. I'm going through my own. This is what makes this case hit me so hard. Now, my birthday was 5 days after he passed, and everybody grieves differently. Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm fine 1 minute.
At
and the
different
next
times.
minute, I can lose my biscuits so quick.
Sure.
So for somebody to say, well, this is how you act when you grieve, there's not one person that can say this is how it goes because nobody has the same reaction as everybody.
No, and you know what?
Very complex.
That's the point. You know, that's the whole point when it comes to grieving. But why are there not proponents of the way that Don is behaving, stepping out like I'm going to now and say, guess what? I'm proud of him for holding his shit together, right? I'm proud of him of still being capable of going to work and still maintaining the finances.
No kidding.
Like, yeah, man, kudos to you, Mr. Wells, for holding your shit together.
I mean, he
And could
does
you
have work
imagine
ethic.
Everybody pointing their finger at you every time you move, and to know what they're thinking. You know what I mean? Just those thoughts going through your head. That's got to be hard for somebody to even hold their shit together. So yeah, I'm definitely proud of him for that. And
Yeah,
he's not
that's
backing down either.
no, he's not. He's coming straight ahead, and a lot of people are telling him, hey, Don, you can't be doing this and you can't be doing that. But guess what? Don didn't make it to the age he is now by being no dummy. So at this point, like, yeah, there's things that we wish Don wouldn't have said, but the very things that he has said have actually made him more credible, right?
Right.
So if he comes on and he says, yes, as a child, SA was perpetrated against me, and I portrayed that out on my sister because I thought it was normal. He came on and was honest about that. So, do you think he would come on and bury himself in an SA problem only to also be guilty of something to do with his daughter? Like,
No, I don't believe that. Not one.
not for a second, guys. It that's not even close to what it is. So,
And I would imagine most anyone else would have been overly defensive, and I don't see that with him.
no,
I
and,
see the normal amount of defending or speaking about it. He's the one.
Guys, I've been reading the chat on the side and just listening and like dazing off from my chat for a little bit. Sorry if I'm ignoring you. I'll go back and read later. That is jam, in my opinion. Number one. Number two. Now, we have watched up to this point every single one of Benny's lives. I believe I seen Honest in there in one live. I might have seen Lean On in one. But as for Cam, Squall, Jam, a bunch of these other names, they were not in Benny's chats until this day. So here's who came all at once. You're looking at it, in my opinion.
One person that doesn't bring it up in every sentence. Like, yeah, bring it up, look it over, but then put it in its right place. And let's look at everything else and continue to look for Summer and quit looking for this possible crime that happened and how horrible it is and what we're going to do about that.
right. Well, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a little bit of, what we're watching is we're watching the interview room. We're watching him develop in real time. He started out one way, and in such a short period of time, he's all the way to this now. What I see is I think he feels slighted, or he feels resentful towards Don because he had the exclusive access to Don, and now Don's come out publicly and said, hey, this guy Chris, like, no one was looking into Chris until Don said Chris isn't shit. Now, yeah, now we're all looking into to Chris, and so Chris has got to be resentful about that. Hey guys, Camden just popped in the building. Let's bring him on, and let's let Camden introduce himself.
Hey guys, I'm Camden. What's going on?
Hey, how are
Welcome,
you?
Camden.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys. Yeah, I'm from around the area here. I'm right over the state line from where Don and them live. I actually used to live in Churchill. And me and my wife have been keeping a really close eye on this because there's a lot more that's unseen. And I've been kind of in touch with Benny some on a lot of the stuff, and I started out thinking, at the very beginning, I was like, well, Chris might be doing something all right because when he's tried to shed good light on Candace, and then right after that, the shit went downhill. It was bad. So
so much respect for him when he came out and was being just genuine and true blue with Candace against the world coming after her. That's where he got my respect 100%. But somewhere I feel like he started to gravitate toward all those likes and views and what that opinion was.
Well, like I was saying in the chat, this Steve Johnson guy, every sentence he finds something wrong with.
Right.
Every word that comes out of the man's mouth. Is there things that are not completely, clear about everything? Yeah, of course there is. But the man is probably scared because every word that comes out of his mouth gets twisted.
Exactly.
And, got to try to find some outlet like he has been on Voices that's getting his point across. And people are actually trying to listen to him instead of slandering him completely. But
exactly, that's where I feel like he's totally feeding into a narrative. And he also is selling for his very own personal website, and even that would be completely fine. I'd be all for that too. But I'm just saying, if you watch people like Behavior Panel, when they're going through, they give honest. They're going to show like, yeah, I see where that's a little shady, but also people do this, and this, or, they give you the both. They give you where it could be something and where also sometimes it's not. And they let you make up your mind at the end of the day. They're not just going to give you why it's all this way.
That's right. Totally right. And
Chris would have somebody on his panel that would disagree with him.
I guess so.
Yeah. Camden, tell me a little bit about what you know about local law enforcement there. As far as, do you know anything?
Yeah, Hawkins County especially.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the conviction rates or issues systemically in the court or with law enforcement there?
I will tell you because I kind of leaned into this. I've been through the system. I'm not going to lie about it. I've changed my life. I've been going straight for almost 5 years. I've been, my family become, that was my main priority, and it was time to grow up. I'm 35 years old now, but the police around here, it's once you get a name for yourself, they're coming for you. And there's a lot of under the table deals that go on. It's when you have money. If you get a court appointed a lawyer around here, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. They're not working for you. And It's all about the money you pay out, who you know. And I know firsthand, and I know that to be true down there. My cousins, when I lived in Churchill, my cousins lived down there, and he got in trouble one time, and it was like the police were coming by every other day, harassing him.
Oh wow!
And it was over something petty. It was over something so petty, like a drunk in public. And it was like, what else can we find on? We know there's more.
Right.
And, but the under the table shady deals. It's whoever's going to put a little money in the prosecutor's pocket, whoever.
This is Mike. Mike's a rideshare driver, a dog walker, and an inspiring photographer.
Aloha, everybody. That's why I waited. So that shed, when they've been here, coming to your church here, and they obviously became part of the church family. Would that be an accurate assessment?
Yeah, I would say they just
especially with the kids and everything. They just seem to just blend right in with us, you
Okay.
know, just in a brotherly, sisterly love kind of way.
Right.
Yeah. I don't actually think that they're members.
Right.
I don't think they ever joined as members.
Okay.
I mean, got to try to find some outlet like he has been on Voices that's getting his point across, and people are actually trying to listen to him instead of slandering him completely. But
Exactly. That's where I feel like he's totally feeding into a narrative. And I mean, he also is selling for his very own personal website, and even that would be completely fine. I'd be all for that too. But I'm just saying, if you watch people like Behavior Panel, when they're going through, they give honest. I mean, they're going to show like, yeah, I see where that's a little shady, but also people do this.
No. Look, I was getting my coffee and I was in the kitchen and she said something. It might just be that Southern Tennessee accent, but it sounded like Robin to me for a minute, so I had to go back and play it when I came back in here. I'm sorry. However, she does sound a little bit like Chicken, too. Anybody know who Kate is? I'm curious. All right. I'm sorry about that. I interrupted. Let me go back to it.
This and this, or they give you the both. They give you where it could be something and where also sometimes it's not, and they let you make up your mind at the end of the day. They're not just going to give you why it's all this way.
Yeah, that's right. Totally right. And me and
Chris would have somebody on his panel that would disagree with him.
I guess so.
Just saying.
Yeah, Camden, tell me a little bit about what you know about local law enforcement there. I mean, as far as do you know anything?
Yeah, Hawkins County especially.
Yeah, do you know anything about the conviction rates or issues systemically in the court or with law enforcement there?
I will tell you, because I kind of leaned into this. I've been through the system. I'm not going to lie about it. I've changed my life. I've been going straight for almost 5 years. I've been, my family become, that was my main priority, and it was time to grow up. I'm 35 years old now, but the police around here, it's once you get a name for yourself, they're coming for you. And there's a lot of under the table deals that go on. It's when you have money. If you get a court appointed lawyer around here, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. They're not working for you. And It's all about the money you pay out, who you know. And I know firsthand, and I know that to be true down there. My cousins, when I lived in Churchill, my cousins lived down there, and he got in trouble one time, and it was like the police were coming by.
Something else I noticed. Cam has cousins from Churchill. Squall lived in Churchill. They both mention it. I have a thought, but I'll leave that to myself for a little while.
Every other day, harassing him.
Oh, wow.
And it was over something petty. It was over something so petty, like a drunk in public. And it was like, what else can we find on you? We know there's more.
Right.
And, but the under the table shady deals, whoever's going to put a little money in the prosecutor's pocket, whoever's going to, because when you pay your lawyer's going to go talk to, your defense attorney. When you pay your defense attorney's going to talk to the prosecutor. He's going to stuff his pocket a little bit, and then it just seems like things get swept under the rug.
Right.
Yeah. So, but this high profile stuff, if you notice today what kind of happened with the school stuff that happened in Churchill today, I don't believe in too many coincidences.
Yeah,
as
that
far
was
as that
crazy.
stuff goes. That's two high profile things that have hit Hawkins County. And there's nothing ever going on there.
Can you give us a short rundown, Camden?
I haven't heard.
It was a hoax.
What?
Yeah.
All right. So
it was a hoax. It wasn't real.
From the local news, what we have heard was first, there was a shooting. Hawkins County released there's a shooting. Police have been dispatched. And when they say police, every single Hawkins County sheriff was there. Churchill, Mount Carmel, those are two towns that are side by side. Sullivan County, TBI, They were all there, and this was a hoax. It was a kid. They said that was hiding in the bathroom. That said he had been picked on and bullied, and decided that he was sick of it, and he was gonna do something about it. But when they came on and did their statement on their press briefing today, they were hiding a lot. There was a lot not being said. My wife pointed that out. She said, why do a press briefing if you can't talk about anything? It's
Right.
the
You're raising our attention to tell us you don't have shit to tell us.
Yeah, exactly. And there was two. They said they had two people that were taken out in ambulances. One was because of a seizure, and another one, a girl was hit her head running down the hallway. It just didn't make sense, man. Yeah, it just didn't make sense. And nothing else has been said, and that's how it goes around here. Something big happens, and they don't have to say anything about it because they don't have to answer to anybody. It's
Curious
wild.
what the response time was.
Well, they said that what was really, yeah, they said they were on the phone with the call, and an armed sheriff went into the school. But I think they said they had ran drills. They tried to make it sound like it was a drill at first when they did their press briefing, and then it was turned into, well, they did. We're so proud of our officers because they got here in 8 minutes. But
wow.
And that's another thing I want to say about Don when he was talking about the police. Him being there first,
right.
He might be scared. He might have said that, and he might be scared to backtrack because unless a good defense attorney says, "Let me see them dash cams. Let's see who was there first."
Yeah.
Can the man afford a good attorney? That's what. Unless somebody takes it pro bono for a high profile.
Yeah.
I'm worried about that. I'm afraid that Chris is trying to turn around. Well, they're blaming law enforcement. They're doing this. I mean, there's some things.
It's okay to point out things that concern you. Because there are things that concern me. Like, did they look at this like these parents are shady? And did they never even look for other possibilities at all?
Right.
And then it concerns me because this has been so much of a high profile case. And obviously the parents make a great target. Can they just, they can just wrap it right up. Easy.
Yeah.
Nobody will complain.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, man. Sorry, Dan.
No. I like the role you're on, Camden, and I want to give you the floor here just 1 second. Deb Dillinger, I posted her in the top of the chat. It says, fact, Chris's YouTube revenue before Summer went missing was under $900 a month. Now his revenue is over $9K a month. Now, let me tell you what happens with this $9K. These guys end up needing more and more salacious content in order to keep this up because these guys, they don't have a choice. As soon as they see a $9,000 check for 30 days worth of work of sitting on their ass, they will ultimately change something about their lifestyle. They'll go buy something, they'll go get a motorcycle or whatever the fuck they do. And so now every month they have to make sure that they're involved in cases that are salacious and can create this kind of revenue.
He's saying he donates it all, though. That's what Wildflower just said.
Yeah, this is the other thing. This is the deal. You're not going to jointly run a YouTube channel with more than one person, not on the paperwork, right? Now, you could be involved in some LLC or whatever, but the deal is that $9,000, it's got to pay taxes on that. Right?
I had something to say. Somebody said in the chat just now that my opinion would be different because I already don't like the law because of my past. That's
not true.
No, that's not true at all.
If you're a good upstanding officer and you're doing your job, I stand behind you. I don't stand for
let me tell you this, guys. A lot of people know, and I've got some stuff on my channel, but my wife and I, we've been living in the same house now for 2 years. And we were going to buy last year, but of course the market changed, and so we got caught.
Sure did.
Yeah, we got caught in this spot. We're like, well, we'll sign another year lease, right? So we signed the first year lease, and it was almost 2 years ago. And the third day, we found out that the house kitty corner to us, it's a duplex. And on one side they prostitute and sell heroin, and then on the other side they prostitute and sell methamphetamines.
Wow.
And so we're locked in, right? I've got 2 kids. We're active in the community. So I'm a pot smoker, ex-gangster, ex-crook. As soon as I saw my little 2-year-old walking down the street and looking at a condom and a syringe on the ground and saying, "Daddy, what's that?"
Wow.
That was the time that I drove straight to the police station. I said, "Look, I live by a dope house. You don't have to pay me. Just when I call you, come and fuck these people up." And I can't even tell you how many people I've fucked up over there. They call me a snitch online now because, in my community, if you're dealing dangerous drugs, I'm going to put my foot all the way in your ass, right?
I'm a certified drug counselor now. I got certification.
Man, I gotta quit smoking today. I was just about to roll another one. I'm smoking way too much to be listening to this shit. Okay? Now, I watched some, I'm gonna go find some in a minute here, shorts about people laughing about Benny being a snitch. Some of them are funny as fuck, dude. Like, I'm sorry. But yes, what Cam? We're getting to it. He's a certified drug counselor. Him and Scott H are buddies. They both certify in drug counseling. You have no clue. No clue. I'm wrong. You are wrong. Oh. Why am I wrong? What am I wrong about? We're just listening to a live. I'm theorizing and speculating. I promise. I'm wrong. Greta Lane. Robin? Who is this? Leave the trolls in here, guys. You know how we do. I'm going to remove and sit back.
Went to the classes because I changed my life. I have my history is a lot like yours, Benny.
Yeah.
And I've actually talked to officers. I mean, I'm a former needle junkie on methamphetamine and everything I can get my hands on.
too.
Yep, me too.
But I went down the straight and narrow, and I did what I had to do to change my life and get certified. And I tried to help other people, and I talked to officers and got to really know them instead of me. Because back in the day, I was really like, oh, I can't stand them. They're all out just to ruin my life and all this. And a lot of them don't understand.
But I'm sure some of them cut you a break too,
right?
And made some kind of an impact that kind of got you on the direction to turn things around.
Right.
That
My
you
kids-
respected in some way.
Right. My kid's school resource officer, man, I admire him so much. I told my wife today, I was like, I'm so glad. That dude told me the other day, he said, I know God called me to protect these children. And he was actually, when I was incarcerated, he was one of the guards when I was in jail. He was a big instrumental in changing my life. But that's off topic. This is, what I was just basically trying to say about everything with how they go is, if you remember the Evelyn Boswell case,
yes,
they pointed out every lie that mother told. The TBI come out and pointed out every lie. So if Don was lying, best believe they would point it out.
Absolutely.
Thanks. That's a good point.
And I'm sorry, I'm getting kind of high strung. Let me calm myself down here.
No, this is an open forum.
We
It's
all
a
feel
safe-
the same, I believe.
It's a safe, open forum, Camden, and you can say anything you like. You're our guest.
I appreciate that, man. And it's my wife is, she's an LPN. She never did anything. She's never did drugs or anything. She stood behind me through all my troubles and woes, and she's still here with me right now. And she gets upset because she sees it for what it is.
Yeah.
And but that's why it hurts my heart for that family, because best believe.
Listen, Greta, if you're somebody who knows something about the case and you're not scared to talk, Phoebe's right. I will offer you a link. Let me know if you want one. If not, you can answer my chat's questions. And I'm just going to sit back and listen, because what you need to understand is that I'm over here to unravel shit. And if you can prove me wrong on something 1,000%, I will give you that opportunity to do so. What am I wrong about? We're sitting here listening to something. Nobody ever said I was right about anything, so All right, I'm going to ignore that and ignore chat for a little while, guys. You guys are welcome to ask Greta questions. If it gets too much, just somebody in here put some booms and bangs and let me know. I'll be glancing over and I'll get rid of her. She doesn't feel I'm here for summer. I'm listening. I just offered you a chance for me to listen. I'll mute. I'll get off the panel and let you have the whole floor. Come prove me wrong. That's what I want. So that the truth can come out. All right. We're going to ignore that one. I'm going back. She has no proof of anything.
If Dawn and Candace had money and looked the part, that this would not, wouldn't be going this way.
That scares me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a scary situation.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Camden, since you're from the area and you, you're a former addict. There, when communities, like for instance, I know in West Virginia, with the opioid problem, they have a lot of services available to, people that want the services. In Hawkins County, tell me about the temperature of, let's say, like the rehab facilities. Do you know anything about the methadone? Do they have a methadone clinic? Like, what services are available? AA, NA, what is there?
What's big around here, man, is the Suboxone and Subutex clinics came in out like a storm. But as far as like when you get in trouble for even possession charges, anything like that, you don't have an option for rehab. You don't have an option for to go into any kind of facility to get help. They lock you up, and you don't get. There's no programs after the fact. I mean,
that's no
they
good.
They can put you in drug court, which is ran by the court, and the success rate of drug court is like 5%.
Oh,
really? Okay, we have drug court in our area, and if you have, there's a couple of good judges in our drug courts that have made really, really good turnaround. I mean, but they employ all of the AA, NA counselors. It's not just one person. I mean, and they go in knowing that there's going to be setbacks. I mean, the whole thing though is geared toward recovery. It's not about, I mean, there's prices to be paid and you're going to be held accountable, but if somebody truly wants to change and get right, that's a really good chance.
And that's what I was getting at. Like, if you do mess up, if you fail a urine screen, you're doing all your time. There's no other chances. Whatever time they
and it's a given. It's a given. If you're trying to be in recovery, you're going to fail. I mean, that's a part of it. Until that's right. You've got to get that all out of your system. I mean, I don't know what the actual amount of times that you fail, but it's kind of going to need to be built in.
Right.
It can't be unattainable.
Exactly. But as far as like what I was certified in, it's called Living Free, and that's done through the churches around here. I got really really involved with the churches, and they offer that. And now that's one thing I will say about drug court. Now they refer their people. They make them go to at least 2 meetings a week, and they're and when those people come in, you can tell they don't want to be there. But that's the job of the facilitator, to make you feel comfortable and not preach hellfire and brimstone to you.
Yeah, and help them find their why. I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to them if they want to grab onto it or not. But I can see where somebody's at the end of their rope and dealing with untreated mental illnesses, either that they had beforehand or that they now have because their chemistry's off. And you come in and because, you're told to do something before you're truly ready. I mean, I think.
Yeah, if you're not ready, it's no help.
And
if your mind's
physically
not set
ill.
I'm doing this.
Yeah. I think helping these people find their why and that they can have hope is a huge part of it. Not just sit down and listen to me. I'm going to tell you why.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And the other thing that's such a detriment to, I see a lot of parallels in a few of the cases. Well, one other case for sure that I've been helping on, and that's the Orson West case. And when you have these small town mentality where everybody knows everybody's business, it's the small town politics, small town law enforcement. It moves at a different pace, and it really seems that you know, in a lot of these cases, that technology, of course, is the thing that's going to solve them all, damn near. But it's what it's when the technology lacks that it becomes an issue. Like I've heard a lot of talk underground about all the fundraising that, you know, the funds that TBI have received due to the exposure from the Summer Wells case. They've been updating their technology with it. And that's fact, right? You know, I don't know that those dollars were necessarily earmarked to, you know, further the investigation. One might argue that, like, if you've received
That's
money,
unfortunate.
right? You received money to potentially further the investigation, the search, whatever, you know, on a higher level, a higher intensity. But instead of doing that, you're updating your two-way radios. That's
Did you catch the video that was of Tim Coop when he was in front of the
Yes.
I think where he was in front of the board.
He
and
was
they
hot.
were pretty much and they were pretty much saying we don't have the funding for this
And deal with it.
and
yeah,
deal with it. And he was taken off of that and everything. That's what I feel like that what's happening is, well, let's just not say anything and let's see. And they're going to play it by ear. And if it goes away, we'll just let it go away, because, you know, they were talking about 15. I mean, Chris said it himself, which I didn't understand why you would say that, and then try to go against the narrative that people are getting, our children are getting abducted. 15 children since Summer's been disappeared for disappearance in East Tennessee. That's crazy. Why aren't we hearing about that? So, I mean,
well, the problem is that you run into what's the lesser of two evils. Do you expose the fact that you have a statewide issue systemically with the, I guess the power of your law enforcement, right? It's, you know, that's it. You know, it's like, okay, do we tell them we can't keep track of our kids, or you know, do we let it loose and receive all the hate and the flack? And you know, it's amazing during times like this where people will hate the family. They'll hate CPS, they'll hate the police, they'll hate everyone online. And it's like, so, you know, what are you doing following this case? If you hate everyone, then you're essentially manifesting an energy, some sort of way to doom this thing, you know, but, you know, unfortunately,
a lot of misdirected anger.
Absolutely.
Can I ask you a question, Benny?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard you on your video, I think it was yesterday or today. And you were saying, you know what an empath is.
Yeah.
You are one.
Right.
What's your gut feeling on Summer right now?
Well, you know, the thing is it's such a hard realm for me to I say fortune tellers. A lot of people have heard me bash, you know, now I've never said anything about people that have a clairvoyance. What I'm talking about is your greasy, gritty, New York, you know, East New York con artists. That's what I'm talking about, right? The people, you know, the Miss Cleo psychics. I do have a feeling, and we all have that intuition. I like to say mine is more of like a father's intuition, because when I get involved in these things, like I will spend a lot of time doing just what I was doing there, just like, you know, staring at that child. And when you do that, you start to manifest things inside of yourself, you know, different energies and emotions. And, you know, unfortunately, I don't think it's good, because I'm going to always err on the side of law enforcement and statistics, always, because it's about the time that you feel like one of these is one of those in-between cases and you need to treat it as such, that you make a fool of yourself online. So my motto is I'll be wrong with the police and the forensic people, because that's good company to be wrong with.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, when you look at the statistics, like an abduction, little girl, after 3 hours, statistically, it's through the roof that there's been a death. You know,
yeah, but it's not 90%. It's not 80%. It's almost 80%. But I used to think that after 3 hours, it was nearly like 99%. But, you know, I started looking more into the research and the investigation itself, or, you know, what you're supposed to do according to the Criminal Department of Justice. And inside that, there's a wealth of information and stats there. Also with the missing children site, those both have really good stats. But yeah, it was nowhere near as high as I thought. So that gave me some hope.
Yeah, it does. You know, but you know, the one thing that people are like, you know, they'll ask my opinion, and then some people, you know, why I don't like to give that opinion publicly.
They don't want it.
Well, they don't want it, but then they're like, you know, how do you know? And it's like, you know, when you start, you have a child where you've had not one sighting. There's been no one asking for a ransom. I know that sounds silly, but, you know, ransoms could be demanded quietly under, you know, you just don't know what's going on out there.
Yeah, from what I read,
it's like a cold track. That's not good. When you have zero, nothing to go on, in my opinion, based on science and stats, not to cut you off, Kate, but based on science and stats, for me, unfortunately, you have to think in terms of a death. Now, this is the thing that I preach in a lot of cases.
Y'all see it? AB sends his best. Scott H. Boom. Think we're getting a bigger picture here. Just saying. Sorry.
And here we are. I am a firm believer of trying to work simultaneous, contiguous type investigations. But when you reach a point where you're asked to make a decision on a demise or not, that completely, you're in a fork in the road as far as where you're going to search, how you're going to search, what technology are you going to search with. If you feel like it's a death, you're going to use a completely different set of tools to search that way. If you believe she's alive, well, now you're starting to, scour internet in pedo sites. And so, there's unfortunately not enough, it doesn't sound like enough resources to go both ways. So
that really scares me because, you know how many agencies they spoke about being out and on the ground.
Over 80.
Yeah,
and
over 80.
we didn't get to see that. No, I understand we don't have to get to see everything, get to know everything, demand this info. I understand that. But it concerns me because the citizens were not allowed to search. We're still not allowed to search. And it scares me whenever something's this high profile that it has.
She's local. We're still not allowed to search. Boom. What's going on here, Benny? Tiffany, you should ask them. I hope you're watching.
Affected the search and the investigation. Like, what if they feel like they can't ask for help? And look at like what happened with Coop. I mean, it scares me. Even just that it's unorganized, it scares me.
Well, I'll touch on the search part. The reason why they want people that have at least a limited knowledge on how to navigate a potential piece of evidence, right?
Sure.
I spoke on it earlier. You have the old gumshoe web sleuth, and we're great-hearted people, but I've heard, on the Orson and Orrin West case.
The dog's crying again. I don't know why. He wants me to lay down with him, and I don't want to lay down with the dog. I'm live. What? He wants a belly rub. But what I stopped this to say was this predates Penny and Scott's channel. Like by a month and a half. Hi, Diana.
They find a bone in the desert, and they pick at it with a bone, and they pick it up with a piece of paper. And once you've done that, you've completely compromised it. So
can I
go ahead?
I just what I was want to say. Me and my wife had talked about this too. You're talking about the searchers. There is people around here. They're bringing these people in. Even Equisearch, they're not familiar with this kind of land. And
no,
there's people around here that live up and they walk these hills, mountains. It's not too far fetched to say that somebody's going up the side of a hill. And the community around here would be great to search that area because they live in this daily.
Guys, I'm sorry, and this is going to be weird. I'm going to step away and listen for a minute because I'm going to go lay this down with this dog and rub his belly so he'll lay down. He's driving me absolutely insane. So you guys can just listen. People take notes for me with this chat, please.
Daily, and they walking up and down these hills. They go hunting constantly. A lot of people run coon dogs in the middle of the night around here, and they stay out all night long. And there's a lot of people that are good at that. And I wanted to go back to what you were talking about, a father's intuition. Why is it so far-fetched that Don, when he comes home and he sees these things, when he knows his routine of his daughter, where she goes, how she plays, and everything, that he can't say that I had that feeling in my stomach, she's gone.
That's it. It's a father's intuition.
I have
Yeah,
related with that from the get go. When he
I'm
said
so
that,
glad you
that
said
spoke
that.
right to me. I could see that coming right out of my mouth that I'm arriving home and so I see something like, for instance, my neighbors out at the end of the street, for example. And that's when it hits me. This is a done deal. She's way gone. This isn't
this
just
is a
lost
man.
in the house.
Yeah. Let me touch on this real quick, guys. Now, we were told 15, right? This is the CEO or the Midwest charter keeper, I guess you could call him. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. So we got 16, right?
16 what?
We've got 16 searchers from Midwest.
Okay, for Midwest. Okay, gotcha.
EquiSearch, right? So
Right.
the confusing part, I mean, when you look at this and you just deduce really quickly, I would say clearly they're in front of a hotel. But
Right.
when you look at the personnel here, and I'm just being honest, I'm not putting anybody down.
No,
But
no,
when
I
you
get you, I get you.
look here. This is what you're dealing with right here. How many of these people, I mean, they made a big think about all this. How many of these people actually, they don't live there. How many of these people look fit to do that?
Right.
So I'm gonna point them out, right? And I'm not having fun. Maybe this is the trolling part. So I'd give this young lady, this young lady, she's good for 20, 30 minutes.
Right.
Well,
30,
the heat alone.
30, 45
Yeah.
minutes. She looks scrappy. She probably go an hour.
Since I hike, can I put my 2 cents?
You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
this isn't like a
well, I mean,
team
they
crack
were-
shot.
They've gotta
saying,
stay
they were
in
saying they were
groups,
at the
so-
Mexican restaurant by 6 o'clock that evening.
Eating dinner.
They was
Yeah.
more worried about eating than searching.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's sorry.
Which
Dan.
they needed their breaks and they needed their
Yeah,
food.
yeah.
But when you have one day only, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see how they could have reconned in a day.
Well,
And
so let me tell you this. These folks, you heard it because this gentleman, he did an interview opposite of Tim Miller, where they spoke, that each of them spoke about their
Dave Rader,
relationship.
Duty wrong.
Yeah. This gentleman here, they've been having issues with funding. Same as Tim Miller. They've been having funding issues too, but not like the Midwest, right? So this, I'm just keeping it real, guys. All of this
Yeah.
right here, all of this was to get funding for the next one. Not for this one. They came out, they made a show. She even packed a pistol on her hip right here to come out and make a show. Look at these people. They didn't look like they got bit up by anything.
Bro, he Duty Wrong even turned it. He did 2 shows on there that was completely, he didn't talk about anything he found, and it was more like how good him and Dave Rader were getting along, and every bit of money that came into that channel went to them. That was what it was doing. And then they left town.
That's it.
I noticed
Yeah,
that.
well, fundraising is needed. So, I mean, I
It
can't
is.
poke at that at all. Maybe, too,
but-
they couldn't talk about, because it was said that, well, what was the
But I
reason
saw
that
where is it needed that the team leader tells who he thinks committed the crime?
I did not
I
like
noticed-
that. So once that
Yeah.
was said and they were outright accusing the mom, how could they dare say that she didn't greet them warmly enough? And it's the, first time a parent's ever not just dropped to their knees at thanks. I'm sure she was thankful, I'm sure they're thankful, and I'm sure they don't know how to act. They
Chris
see
admitted
and
that
know
she
that
did.
they're,
She was.
it's no secret how they feel about him. He just aired it the whole, the night before.
But he went on there and they said, and they even asked Dave Rader, they said, who do you think is responsible for this? And he blatantly said the mother did it. She did it. She had to have done it. That's who I think. And I was like, and I was sitting there watching. I said, where is it that the head of search and rescue is putting in? I mean, why is that even needed? Well, that's a very, very strong statement to make at the very beginning of something.
Really
I mean,
is.
yeah. But I mean, that aggravated me. But
And I mean, the people have background in it, so I mean, I would want and respect their opinion. But with
Yeah.
Tim Miller, when the same issue was spoke about, Tim failed to mention that, hey, most of the times when I'm doing these cases and it's little kids, it's his parents or it's the family somehow involved. But he failed to say, but it does happen, just like with my daughter. He failed to say that. So when I see things like that, I can't help but feel the bias.
and why is it like I don't want to get off of this Benny, this subject right here, but why is it so hard to believe that they gave I wanted to add this, at the very beginning of these press conferences, the Sheriff Lawson said, the family has cooperated 100%. They didn't have to even go file for one search warrant. They let them in their house every time. He admitted that. And so, why is it so hard to believe that they didn't get their phones back? If you're sitting there saying, come in my house, here's my phone, do whatever you need to do. Why? I mean, that's why I think that they're being quiet, because they don't have him. But there's so much speculation on YouTube. And you know, like you said, there's people. I'm not going to throw names out that are. Somebody said at the beginning, there's old Don B that has a channel. I mean,
Oh
he's
my
been
goodness.
proven. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
clickbait.
Fear
Don't
makes
even
me
get me
so bad.
started on that one, please. We got too many things to cover.
But and there's a whole audience for that type of drama, though, and that's what's also so aggravating is it's not just the creators that do this, but it's the audience that not just watch, but egg them on,
Encourage
tell them
it.
how wonderful they are, and it just feeds
We
right
literally
into it.
had a
And it's,
video
And then they
yesterday
get on
that
here
said,
and they
"My
go,
car
"Oh,
broke
I'm
down.
sorry,
Donate
all my
now."
haters." It's still boosting their algorithm, though.
Right?
Yeah. Well, you know what, guys? I don't want to keep you too much longer. We're right at 2 hours right now. So how does everybody feel about jumping in tomorrow evening and picking right kind of back up where we left?
sounds great.
Yeah, okay.
Tell us what time to be here. I'll be here.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll create a live and where, you know, it'll be scheduled and everybody can go ahead and set a reminder, and we'll pick back up where we left off, because I really want to I want to see if we can go through some of that part 2 of the statement analyzation and really get a feel for the relationship between Steve and Mike. I think that's that relationship right now is like the celebrity true crime relationship that we're all watching. So I think that it's I want to get a real good feel for.
And I want to talk about the search and the investigation from, you know, the Department of Justice standpoint too, like what they line out for investigators to do and such. I want to talk about that and compare that to this case too. Cool.
So just, you know, everybody just bring all your stuff, and how is
I'm gonna do notes and everything tonight.
Do it.
I'll have a little whiteboard.
I've got a whole board of stuff.
Tomorrow, do you know what time Behind the Wall is doing hers? Because we should come on after that so that we can.
Yeah, I don't want to
Sounds
conflict
good.
with. I don't want to conflict with anything she has going on. So
Right.
yeah, she actually just emailed me right now, so I will find out what time she's doing her thing. I think she told me earlier, so we'll just schedule around.
Okay. Sorry, I put the fucking dog outside. Yeah, we have no clue, Phoebe. I think everybody's still trying to figure that one out. Yeah, let me see that reminder. What the hold on. Choked on water earlier, choked on coffee now. What the hell? Hi Heather. But what did I miss in the chat from Scott? I'm gonna have to go back. The billboards were put up, but oh god, that's such a fiasco. We'll get there. We'll get there. They were put up, but not for the amount of time they were supposed to be put up, and then oh god, that was a whole ass mess. Oh, who was she answering? All right, let me see. How much time do we have left on this? It's about over. Let's see how they end it. This is just so strange to me. They just all pop up.
Them, and then we'll jump back on and we'll tear it up.
Sure.
Man, I appreciate this so much.
And even Scott, like, coming in and speaking about AB. I'm really going to have to go back and watch this. That damn dog. Oh, well, Autumn's from New Zealand. Autumn Rose, we will try to swap details at some stage, seeing though we are both in New Zealand. So Autumn is 100% not Benny's girlfriend. She's in New Zealand.
Absolutely.
Really, Benny.
I want to tell everybody thank you for the warm welcome, especially you, Benny. I appreciate that so much. This was really good. It's been aggravating me so bad to get some points across and just to talk. So I really appreciate it.
I
Man.
understand.
It's really nice
I
to meet you,
appreciate it.
Camden.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a lot more of this now that we're kind of caught up with the tech part.
And nice
So-
to meet you too, Simply.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys.
Everybody get acquainted, and we will try to make it back. Again, I'll let everybody know, and we'll schedule around share, and we'll get it popping tomorrow, guys.
Sounds like a
All right.
productive night.
All right, guys. I appreciate everybody.
All right.
I love you individually, and remember, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of
Evidence of
absence.
absence.
Love you guys.
Stay home, stay kind, spread one love and good vibes.
That's right.
Okay, good night.
All right. So, hold on. All right. How do you want to do this, lady? Or do you want me to just play the whole live? I only listened to a little bit of it before I started typing you in my comment section. I'm going to have to go look for it too. Let me look in my notifications and see if I can find where we were typing on it. Phoebe, you still in here? Because you wanted to go over this too. So Phoebe, Lady R, and I want to know what your thoughts are. And now somebody's ringing my damn doorbell. Dude, you've got to be kidding me. Here, I'll put Chris and Robin on for you in a minute. I'll be back.
I actually think that they're members.
Right.
I don't think they ever joined as members.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that.
Do you know what faith they are?
Well, I know that Dawn is Seventh-day Adventist, and I'm not sure about Candace.
What was the interaction between the children, mom and dad, the family, when Summer was just kind of being Summer?
Yeah. Mom and Dad were sitting over there listening to the sermon, and Summer was running around. And I'll be honest with you, so many people in our church, it wasn't just me. I think a lot of people probably think it was just me and Summer. There was multiple families in the church that would just, have little bags and little toys and things, or have kids of their own that she would just kind of join in and play with. And so she was very well occupied. And to be honest, it's kind of, I think, a wonderful ministry to allow the parents to have that break to listen to the sermon.
Absolutely.
Because they've got the kids all the time. So for them to have a break while other people in the church who love to,
Okay, that was my granddaughter's friend. He wanted her to come out and play. All right, so let me go back and do what I was doing here. Sorry. Whew. I have so many notifications. This is probably going to take forever. Hold on. I think I found it. Hold on. Yep. Okay. Do you want to listen to the whole thing, or how long is it? Oh, this is short. We'll just listen to the whole thing. I'm going to sit back. You guys listen. You can chat in my chat, and then I'll come back. Or maybe I'll stop it. I don't freaking know.
Dolly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Hey, I was just calling to tell you, I've never watched your show before. Thank you for keeping Summer's name out there. But we don't agree with anything you guys are saying as far as Summer goes. This is not the first time Candace has had a kid go missing. Her older daughter, Candy, went missing in foster care. And we put flyers out then, and then Summer came missing. But we, honest to God, don't believe that they're responsible for this. We think it's a mistaken identity, that the people they were hanging out with were actually the targets and not the Wells and not Summer. And everything people are saying is driving us nuts because has nothing to do with Summer.
I'm lost. Like, I just got sucked into a parallel universe or something. You lost me. Like, okay, what?
What? All right, Candace had 2 children removed.
Yeah,
before she
okay,
had her
but
4 with.
I
Okay,
know that one daughter had ran away from foster care for a little bit, but she
she
wasn't.
did, and
It wasn't
she
nothing to do
did.
with Candace, right?
No, it had nothing to do with Candace.
Yeah,
but
okay.
we were still, as a family, looking for her, and it had nothing to do with it. And before that, our cousin Rose went missing, and then Candace's older daughter went missing.
Okay,
and then
wait,
she
you
had
keep
another.
saying we. Are you kin to the Wells?
I am.
Okay, who are you first? We know who we talking to.
I'm her cousin.
Is your name just cousin? Do you got a name?
Well, we'll just go with cuz.
Cuz. All right, cuz.
Yeah. All right, cuz.
You on that
Right, 'cause-
bullshit? I'm just
No,
saying,
'cause- no. It's all been turned into the
That's that
TBI.
bullshit.
No, I'm not talking bullshit. No, I'm
Oh,
not.
okay.
It's all been turned into TBI.
Oh.
No. So we've had people go missing before on that side of the family where we've gone up in arms looking for children, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden Summer goes missing. We're like, what the hell is going on over here? You got 2 kids missing from the same mom. But the word on the street, because we still have kin there, the word on the street, this Summer was not the intended target there. This has nothing to do with them.
So
She was
somebody
not-
wanted to kidnap somebody, but they didn't want to kidnap Summer. But
No,
when they
no,
got
no,
there,
no. Let me lay it down for you. Okay. You can investigate those too. You can, as I speak. You
okay,
can
I'm
go
gonna look
online
up
and-
see
and
if they have a
Google this.
cousin named Cuz first. That's gonna be
No,
my
listen.
first step.
Look up a dude named Spider. Okay.
All right.
He was arrested at 2:00 in the morning the day Summer went missing.
Okay.
And he was in a drug deal. Okay. He was arrested a few miles down from their house, right in Rogersville, Tennessee. He was meeting 3 people from Virginia. They were coming up. Okay. And somebody called him an anonymous tip, and he was busted.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't the Wells that called him in, but the people they were hanging out with called him in. You can look this up. His name's Steven, and he goes by Spider. June 15th. You look this up. I'm telling you the truth. They bust Spider.
Okay, his
And
name is
people-
Steven though.
Yeah.
And he was
Yeah, you
arrested
can
June
look it up right now.
15th
Yep.
of last
At
year.
2:00 in the morning. No.
2 years ago.
2021. The day Summer went missing. I'm telling
Okay.
you. Listen to me. I'm telling you the truth. This is just like crazy. Nobody's listening to us. He was busted. He was meeting people from Virginia. Okay. A carload of 3 people. An anonymous tip called in. Spider had drugs on him. They busted him that morning. They were pissed off because it was intercepted. Okay. And it came back to 110 Ben Hill Road, but it was not the Wells who called it in. It was the Crawfords. And all of a sudden, Ricky gets killed the next day. I'm telling you, this is
Which
honest
dude
to
is
God
Ricky?
truth. Ricky's Marlena's brother.
Marlena is the one that's living in the homeless camp or whatever, right?
No, I don't know where the fuck the bitch is now. I'd like to know, but I don't know because she wouldn't be there. No, she's all, it comes down to the Crawfords. I'm telling you right now, listen to me. The Crawfords were the intended target. It was not the Wells. And in our hearts and souls, we believe with every fiber.
Yeah,
of
but
our
did they
being-
have a daughter?
Journey? Her name's Journey.
Okay.
They sure did.
So these people that busted on Spider, that you saying this is a retaliation, and some people have
Oh, that's
showed.
exactly what I'm saying. And the people that did it are in Rowan Mountain, Tennessee. And we turned this into the TBI, and nobody's listening to us. He puts on his Facebook, keep them stuck and steal their children. And he's all into like this Joshua lies called the Isaiah House. He said we steal their kids and homeschool them. And this guy's freaking nuts out of his mind on drugs because he's a drug dealer.
Well, people are saying
And-
Ricky Crawford is still alive, but I 100%
No,
believe
he's
the
not.
Crawfords are
No, he's not.
involved.
He's dead. He got drowned. Nope, he's not. He's dead. Nope, they killed him. He's dead. He's killed.
So
I'm telling you right now, that man's dead.
So you're saying this? They done went and got Summer because of this drug he got ratted on, snitching.
It wasn't them though.
Yeah, but it was
It wasn't-
mistaken. They came there thinking it was the Crawfords, and they ended up getting Summer. Is what you're saying?
Honest to God, that's what we believe. And the only way it makes sense, if you listen to me, is her timeline is a lie. That's a big fat lie. But the Wells, I'm telling you, Donnie and Candace are innocent as can be. They didn't do it. This is like, if you look at their timeline, her timeline doesn't make sense because it's not true. Her timeline, she left the home, and Grandma, or you can call her Grandis or whatever the fuck you want, we call her Candy. Candy was there, and she was sleeping, and the boys were supposed to be in charge of the home, and Candace left.
Where did
She
Candace
left.
go? Cuz
Well, you want to know the truth? She went to take Hunter home. She was taking Hunter home. She was there with Hunter, and she wasn't supposed to be there with Hunter. She
so
was
you're
taking
saying
Hunter home.
when Allie says that Summer was in the car when she brought Hunter home?
Oh, Allie, no,
that's
she
a
already
lie.
lied. No, and then if you go back and look on YouTube, she already admitted that was a lie. That was a big fat lie. She's a big fat liar. she was like not following Hunter's probation at all. She let him do whatever the fuck he wanted to do with Candace and whoever he wanted to do it with. She didn't give a shit. She was too fat and lazy, sleeping in her bed, on the toilet, whatever the hell she was doing, but she wasn't watching her kid. I'm telling you, that was a lie. So what happened is she was taking Hunter home, and so her timeline is screwed up, and when she says she don't want to talk about it because, oh, I already told the TBA, everybody knows if I tell it, this was the perpetrator. Fuck that. No. You don't want to tell the truth.
Yeah, but
because you
here's the
don't wanna
thing: if Candace is completely innocent, like you're saying, then why
She
all
is.
why all the fuck shit? Why all the
Well, let me tell you
lying?
why. But it's going to come out now. Let me tell you why. It's about ready to come out. Let me tell you why. Because she was afraid to lose her boys. But now the boys don't want to come home. So Candace has nothing else to lose, right? It's going to come out. Let me tell you the truth. It's coming out. You guys all watch. It's coming out. Candace lied about the timeline, and she was scared. But now she has nothing else to lose. And Don, the guilt is eating them up alive. And they're coming out. They had nothing to do with this little baby going missing. It's not them. It's not them. And we've already turned these people into the TBI over and over, and nobody's listening. And we keep sending like video proof and proof. This is not them. They didn't do it. It's not them. It's the Crawfords. They need to look closer, and they need to look at these people that we're sending like the proof. This guy like has pictures of like keeping stock and stealing their babies. Like he talks about this code and all this weird shit. He's talking about the jailhouse code. Like when they go to jail, they write letters and code to each other and shit. This guy, and I don't know how I could put his name out there without getting in trouble. In my opinion, it's Philip. I don't know how to. I'm not.
Yeah, don't worry about his name. Just send it to me in my Facebook.
All right, but he's from Rowan Mountain. I'm telling you. And there's a video of this guy living in the woods and talking about stealing kids and all this bullshit and keeping them like in an Amish school almost. Like it's called the Isaiah House. He calls it like this religious house. And I swear to God, our family does not believe that they're guilty. Honest to God, they're not. And we think that these people honestly took Summer and on mistake. It wasn't not the intended target. Marlena's daughter, Journey, was actually, that's why Marlena's freaking out. Summer was not the one that was supposed to be gone. It was supposed to be Journey. And everybody's like, oh, she was gone 2 to 3 minutes. No, she wasn't. She was gone 2 to 3 hours. And that's why.
So what else is Candace lying about? Because you said the timeline is wrong, that Allie lied.
That's it. No, that's it. And Allie
So while
lied.
she was gone, what do you think happened?
She took Hunter home, and they came up on that hill and got that baby. That's honest to God what happened. And if you look at like the FBI evidence and the TBI and the LE evidence, nothing. Why have they not arrested them? Because they didn't do it. And the digital evidence proves it on their phone and their GPS and all that stuff. They did not do this. This was not them. This was done to them. And they're not listening to the people that we think in our hearts did this. And if you look Spider up, I'm telling you, you Google the Times Herald, June 15th, 2021, and look at Stephen's record, Spider, you'll see he was arrested at 2 o'clock that morning.
Okay, somebody asked,
Just
how
a
did
few-
the 110 address get mixed up?
It didn't get mixed up. That was because she was staying there. It did not get mixed
So
up.
when she called the police on Spider, she called from 110 Ben Hill Road.
No, she didn't call the police on Spider, though. It wasn't her. She didn't do it. She did not call the police.
No, I'm
on
saying
Spider.
Marlena called the police on Spider, right?
No. There was an anonymous tip. It was anonymous. Whoever called, what I'm trying to tell you is Spider got the drugs from this dude in Rowan Mountain, okay?
Uh-huh.
And the dude he got the drugs funded from is the one that had this arranged. It was not the Wells, I'm telling you. And if you look at the son of a bitch online, which we have done, and we've sent it to the TBI, the FBI, the LE, and we're telling them, look at this guy. He's talking about stealing babies. He's talking about being this great drug dealer, blah, 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 and keeping them stuck and stealing their kids and all this
And you
bullshit.
gave all this information to TBI?
We did, and they're not listening. They're not listening to us because they think we're like.
Lady or I don't think that's the name. I think I know who Spider is. I think someone told me. Actually, I think I have to go back and look. I don't want to misspeak. I have the name somewhere. I actually even have screenshots because I looked into the Spider thing. I think I read something to you guys recently, whoever wrote it to me. That name. You're 100%. All right. I'll look and see what name I have because I believe somebody gave me the name and this person does connect to them. I thought they were butterflies. On what are you talking about? As tattoos? I'll look. I'll look, Lady R, when I get a chance. I read something to you guys just the other day. I'll have to go back and figure out where I seen it because I think 2 people told me about Spider actually. And hey, if this family member's out there and you want to get the story out on my channel, I'll talk to you. I mean, it's worth a shot. I didn't see the news article, so that would confirm it for me. Little Dev, that's good. There's a news article out there. I'll look at it. Do you have the article, Lady R? Can you post it on your community wall for me to go grab it and we'll look at it? Okay. All right, I'm going to put this back on. We'll finish this and then we'll look at it. There's more than one. Okay.
Stupid hillbillies or something. They're not listening. They won't listen. And we're trying to tell them, listen. Somebody called in on Spider and it wasn't us. And his people took retaliation on the Wells, trying to get back up the Crawfords. And it wasn't us. It had nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but you think somebody's gonna come because you told them somebody's gonna come take your kid? I mean, that's a little extreme, don't you think? For snitching on somebody?
No. How much do you think that he had on him? How many kilos do you think he had on him?
What, when they busted him?
Yeah. Look it up. It's all right there. It's all.
I mean, how many kilos did he have? Just save me the trouble. You can tell me.
No, go ahead. No, look it up. He had guns, he had drugs, he had a backpack full of shit. Not only that, but the people came from West Virginia, but he had information on the Isaiah house. He had information on their whole racket that they had going in Rowan Mountain over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, look it up. He's still in freaking jail right now.
So if he's in jail, he couldn't have done it. So, but you're saying his people done it?
Spider didn't take it. No, Spider did not take her. But I'm telling you, the guy that he was working for, he did it. I'm telling you right now, that man Philip did it. And with my whole heart, as I'm sitting here breathing.
I was fucking muted. Nobody told me. Sorry. Okay. What I was saying was, I just went through a whole spew. What I was saying was what she was saying earlier about Ricky Crawford passing is not true. So she was talking about Earl Taylor, not Ricky Crawford. So that's, I think maybe she just had the names mixed up. The name Phillip's weird. Is it a first name? A last name? Chicken on a stick? Not you. You're not a Phillip. But anyways, let's finish listening to this, I guess. Okay, you got it. I'll go see it. I promise. We'll all look at it at the same time. Let's finish Dolly out. I love her. She gets so excited. You gotta look. I'll look. I promise. We're getting there.
I swear to God, hand to God, I believe that man did it. Hand to God.
And he did that because of a drug debt, because his drugs got knocked off.
He did it because he was busted and they had information regarding his operation.
All right, somebody told me to ask you, do you think Summer is alive?
I don't. I honest to God don't. You know why? Because I think she was too much of a liability at that point. I think they had to I think they cut their losses. And I think, I don't want to start crying, but honest to God, I don't think that they kept her. I think that they got rid of her because they realized that they made a mistake.
Yeah, and
Once
I
it all
don't know
came
how
out-
I would look up Spider because I don't know his last name.
No, I'm going to tell you right now. Hold on. I can tell you. You just give me 10 seconds. I'll tell you. 1 second. Hold on. I got all of it. No, his name.
Or you can just
Steven.
shoot it to me on Facebook, like I said, and
I
I'll
don't
look
know if
into
you're
it.
on. I've never listened to. I don't even know your name. I've never listened to your show before.
Oh, okay. Well, how did you find me?
I just look up live on YouTube and you popped up.
Oh, okay. And
Right,
it just
hold on
happened to be something you knew all about that you happen to be family with.
Well, no, I just happened to see you were talking about Summer Wells. I'm like,
Oh,
listen,
okay. Okay.
I'm going to look it up right now. I'm going to tell you. June 15th, 2021. I'm doing it right now. Hold on.
Okay.
I know you think I'm nuts, but I'm not. It's in the Times Herald. And that's
Okay,
the local
Ziggy's in the
newspaper.
room. I got you. She says, look up this article by Newsbreak called 4 Arrested After Large Quantity of Meth.
Yep, that's
Numerous
it.
guns
Ziggy-
seized from
Hi,
Churchill
Ziggy.
residence.
I love Ziggy. Yep. Yep. Ziggy's right. Yep. Ziggy's right. That's it. She's right. I'm telling you.
So Don and Candace was tied into those.
Okay, I have definitely seen this before. Am I unmuted? Yeah. Okay. Damn it. I can't do all these ads. We're going to run it through Play HT again. Give me 1 second. See, that's going to fuck it up with these damn pictures. Hold on. And I didn't pick a voice, so we're going to have to deal with Sarah. I don't know what she sounds like. One second, guys. I'm getting there. Wow, this is long. Here, let me turn Play HT on for you so you can see what I have to do here. One second. I hope you guys are okay in the chat. I think this is the last one. Let me make sure. Yes. And let me grab the date on this is July 23rd, 2021. Okay? Before we listen. I don't know if it all generated. Let me check. Looks like it did. All right, let's listen. Sorry about the voice if it sucks.
Rogersville, Hawkins County detectives arrested a man on meth trafficking and felony gun charges after a tipster stated a man known only as Spider would be walking with the drugs in Rogersville. HCSO Detective Zachary England states in his report that in response to that tip Detective Scott Stewart and Detective Reba Matthews located Stephen Lee Spider Blake, 38, 456 Hidden Valley Road, Rogersville, walking along Ebbing and Flowing Springs Road near East Main Street on July 15th shortly after 2 a.m. Blake admitted to the detective that there was marijuana in his backpack, and a baggie containing 13 grams of pot was retrieved by Stewart, England reported. When deputies attempted to detain Blake, however, he stated that he had meth in his front pants pocket. Stephen then handed officers a small case containing 11 various size baggies containing a clear crystal-like substance believed to be 7 grams total of methamphetamine, England said. Stephen also raised the front of his shirt, exposing a black and silver semi-automatic handgun that was found by officers to have 1 round in the chamber and 3 more rounds in the magazine. Stephen stated to officers that he carried a handgun for protection. A computer check revealed Blake to be a convicted felon in Maryland, Florida, and Arkansas. He also had several outstanding felony warrants in each state. He was arraigned on Monday on charges including possession of meth with intent to deliver, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and simple possession of marijuana. As of Thursday, Blake was being held in the Hawkins County Jail without bond pending a preliminary hearing set for Aug. 2. Woman accused of bringing meth into jail. Victoria Brooke Seal, 29, 551 Center Pumpkin Valley Road, Eidson, was arrested on July 16th and charged with possession of meth with intent to deliver, felony possession of drug paraphernalia, tampering with evidence and introduction of meth into a penal institution as a result of a traffic stop on Route 66S near Rogersville for a seatbelt violation. During the traffic stop, Deputy Dustin Winter determined that Seal's passenger, Stephen Gilliam, had a pending theft warrant in Hawkins County. Winter stated that he observed Seal placing something in her bra, and he subsequently located multiple syringes, multiple baggies, and 2 scales in the vehicle. While being booked into jail, Seal denied having any illegal materials. Winter stated that, as a result of a jail search, 2.5 Suboxone pills fell from her clothing, and she was found to have a baggie containing 14.3 grams of meth hidden in her vagina. Driver in high-speed chase located in ditch. Kelly Lynn Baker, 36, 117 Leland Lane, Churchill, was arrested on July 21st and charged with felony evading arrest, speeding, driving on a revoked license and resisting arrest after Deputy Casey Carter attempted a traffic stop on Carters Valley Road near Hurd Road for driving 88 mph in a 45 mph zone. Carter stated in his report that when he attempted a traffic stop,
Question. If I leave my mic on and I look at a different tab, can you hear the speaker? You should be able to in the background, because I want to start this over. If you guys don't mind, I just want to redo it with a whole different fucking voice, because I want to start it over, but I also want to look at this because they have pictures. They have pictures here of the people that are involved in all of this. Yes, let's do it. Okay. All right, here. We'll do it together. I'm going to create a new file. Look at all these files I have. It's awful. Do you guys want to pick a voice?
Hey, I'm Will from Amazon. I'm calling in regards to the lap.
All right, so teaching subtraction to a kid, can actually.
All right, so teaching subtraction to a kid, can actually be like.
All right, so teaching subtraction to a kid, can actually.
Hey there, this is Melissa from Amazon Customer Support. I hope I'm.
I like her voice. I use it a lot. Let's use Ariana. If you guys use PlayHT, wait, don't do it yet. Let me see if I can get a link for it. But you want to apply to all paragraphs, confirm, and then look. This is the news article. I'm giving you a little tutorial while I do this. It's as easy as copy. I don't want to get these pictures and ads, so that's what takes so long. So then we come back to Ariana here. We paste. It separates it for you. Sometimes you got to fix it. Generate all. That'll generate it. Then you just hit your enter, and it'll bring you a new where you could put a new paragraph. There's no pictures till Victoria Brooksill. Oh, see, this is where I'm at. I copied. Now I'm coming back to PlayHT. I'm going to paste it. What the hell is going on here? Because this should say generate all. They're still being generated. I could do it this way. I don't know why it's doing that. Doody-doo. Okay. They're going. All right. And then we want to come back here. And then we want to come back here. Remember to hit enter. Paste. I don't know what's going on with this damn thing, so I guess I got to manually generate them all. Come back here. Okay, these ones are generating. That must have been short. It was. Damn it. Sorry, guys. Okay. Yeah, those don't. All right. I'm checking to see if they all generated. Give me 1 minute here because no, they didn't. Oh, the top ones didn't. What the hell is going on here? I hope my caches. I'm just going to freaking read it to you guys. This is crazy. All right. Let me come to this tab. I'm not going to keep playing with it. I don't know if it's because I'm streaming. It worked earlier. Okay. Rogersville. Hawkins County detectives arrested a man on meth trafficking and felony. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. All right. Rogersville. Hawkins County detectives arrested a man on meth trafficking and felony gun charges after a tipster stated a man known only as Spider would be walking away with drugs in Rogersville. HCSO Detective Zachary England states in his report that in response to that tip, Detective Scott Stewart and Detective Reba Matthews located Stephen Lee Spider Blake, 38 456 Hidden Valley Road, Rogersville, walking along Ebbing and Flowing Springs Road near East Main Street on July 15th, so not June 15th, like she said, shortly after 2 a.m. Blake admitted to detectives that there was marijuana in his backpack and a baggie containing 13 grams of pot was retrieved by Stewart, England reported. When deputies attempted to detain Blake, however, he stated that he had meth in his front pants pocket. Stephen then handed officers a small case containing 11 various size baggies containing clear crystal-like substance, believed to be 7 grams total of methamphetamine. England said Stephen also raised the front of his shirt, exposing a black and silver semi-automatic handgun, that was found by officers to have 1 round in the chamber and 3 more rounds in the magazine. Stephen stated to officers that he carried a handgun for protection. A computer check revealed Blake to be convicted of felon in Maryland, Florida, and Arkansas. We'll have to check his Arkansas criminal record. He also had several outstanding felony warrants in each state. He was arraigned on Monday on charges including possession of meth with intent to deliver possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and simple possession of marijuana. As of Thursday, Blake was being held in Hawkins County Jail without bond pending preliminary hearing set for August 2nd. And then poor Victoria. I'm sorry, Victoria. I thought you was part of the story. Look, I didn't even need to do all that shit. Hold on. Well, isn't this interesting? So the last one we read, July 23rd, 2023. Then you have April 19th, 2023. Oh, Ricky, they have her listed as Celesta. Her name's wrong. Oh, Ricky and Clesta. Who snitched? Okay. And man. 4 people were arrested Thursday morning after multiple police agencies executed an arrest warrant on Churchill residents as a result of a lengthy investigation into drug and weapon sales. HCSO Narcotics Unit Detective Reba Lee stated in her report that Jimmy Ray Whalen Jr. and Harry Everett Richmond II were suspected of illegal narcotics distribution from a residence located at 346 East Main Boulevard, Churchill. Whalen, 42, jackhammer, was charged with possession of meth, possession of amphetamine, possession of clonazepam, possession of phetamine, possession of marijuana, possession of a firearm during a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and maintaining a dwelling where narcotics were sold. Lee reported that several firearms were located in Whalen's living quarters, included a 12-gauge shotgun, a Martin 22 semi-automatic handgun, and a Mossberg 22 caliber rifle. A loaded Winchester 22 model 190 rifle with 10 shells, a 45 caliber pistol, and a 9mm high point pistol, and 233 assorted rounds of ammo. Police also seized other items from Whalen, including drug currency, 9.5 pills, marijuana, 2 fentanyl patches, and several baggies containing a total of 60 grams of meth, as well as digital scales, baggies, and multiple pipes. Richmond, 42, was charged with sale and delivery of meth and maintaining a dwelling where narcotics are sold after police allegedly located 3.13 grams of meth in his bedroom, as well as digital scales, baggies, pipes, and other drug paraphernalia. Ricky Dale Crawford, 39, and Clesta Ann Taylor, 39, same address, were both charged with possession of meth and possession of Suboxone. After 2 grams of meth and 3 pieces of an orange tablet believed to be Suboxone were allegedly found in her bedroom. Among the agencies that participated in the investigation were the HCSO, Churchill Police Department, 3rd Judicial District Drug Task Force, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office K-9 Unit, and Federal Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco Firearms. All 4 were being held in the Hawkins County Jail with no bond set pending arraignment, scheduled for Monday in Sessions Court. Well, I haven't looked in on these people in a very long time, guys, but I will tell you that I have seen, I believe, Ricky is no longer and Clesta is no longer in jail. So, The date on this is, it was April 19th, 2023. And the date on Spider is July 23rd. But the report says he was busted on July, hold on. Oh. Where the hell did the date go? I swear I'm just skipping over everything. I'll just read it again. Stephen, because there's a whole nother freaking part. That's why. July 15th. I'm not reading it again. Yeah. We'll have to look for that one because this one says July. But either way, that was, this is 2021. Why did you share the Ricky Crawford one? Oh, well, we just went over that too. It doesn't connect. Okay, July 15th, 2021, this article says. Lady R says there's another one. She posted both links and I got confused, but the dates are 2 different years. A Stephen F. Yeah, neither of those are a name I was given. I have to look. Maybe. I don't know. I have to look. But the other name maybe connects. You know what? I'm not going to say it till I look. All right. Could be a row for us to go down. Okay, was we still playing Dolly? I think we were. Yes, let's put this. Oh, yeah, no, we weren't. That girl got off, right? Let's check.
Which was Marlena. Marlena was tied into Spider.
Marlena.
Oh, yeah, we were still listening. Hold on.
Yep. It was not. It was not done directly. It was not by accident. I'm telling you, this was by accident. They were not tied in directly to them. That's the heartbreak about the whole situation.
So then what would make some people go after them? I mean, what would make them think the Wells were involved there where they would have to go kidnap Summer?
Where, if I can tell you, that's where they stayed. That's where she spent a majority of her time. She was like there all the time. And that's the only thing. They didn't mean to take her to hurt her or kill her or anything. They were using her as collateral. And then all of a sudden it blew up. And they're like, oh, fuck, we got the wrong person. We got the wrong victim. We got the wrong person.
So nobody at the house. Grandis was asleep. The kids didn't see nothing. I mean, what did they come into the house?
Oh, they did. No, listen, the kids did see something though. Here's the thing. When Candace went to the door and said, hey, Wyatt, watch Summer. You don't say that for 2 seconds, right? You say that when you're leaving. Hey, watch your sister and get in your car and leave. And Grandis even said, I hate even calling her that. We call her, that's Candace. And we call
Candy.
Grandma. Listen, we call Grandma Candy. Okay. So I don't like to call her Grandis. I feel it's very disrespectful. So Candy was sleeping in her trailer and she heard Candace leave. And she'll tell you that I heard her leave. She was leaving.
I'll tell you what, lady. If you hear this and see this and you come back and you want to talk and you come up here, I'll quit calling her Grandis forever. If you come tell me what your thoughts are. You don't have to. If not me, make sure the police, but you said you already did. And you don't seem to care if you went on Dolly's and somebody said possibly AB's too. So if you want to chit chat live and tell us more or prove you're really related to these people or Geez, I don't know. There's always somebody new added to the story or somebody we forgot about.
Even to take Hunter home.
Uh-huh.
And her timeline don't make sense because it's not true what she's telling. And that's why they look guilty. Her timeline does not make sense because she left. And when she left, that's when it happened.
But what I'm saying, then what did the boys see? Was Summer, if Summer was
listen,
inside with
I'm
the
gonna tell
boys,
you,
how did the people get in the house and grab Summer without the
they
boys
didn't get
seeing
in
it?
the house, though.
And why didn't they take the
Summer went-
boys?
No, listen, Summer went outside. And if you listen to what Ronnie Lawson says, and I have this interview, he says the boys said Summer was last seen walking out of the house and Summer left the home. Summer went outside and they got her outside. It wasn't like they didn't know the boys were inside. They didn't go inside the house. I'm telling you, they took Summer.
Huh? What's the name, April Moody? Who is that lady, or?
She went outside to play and they grabbed her because they thought she was Journey. I swear to God, as I'm breathing, they thought she was Journey and she wasn't Journey. And when they realized she was Summer, I think they did something bad to her. I really do. I honest to God do. I swear to God, I think they did something bad to that little girl. And I wish with every fiber of my
TT told me she's a Moody. Remember? Go read it. It's in the texts. Watch the live from the other day. I don't know if they're connected, but if that's true. Did she say her name? I must have missed it.
being that I'm not right, and I pray I'm not right, but I think I am. I think they did something very bad to that little girl because they thought she was not Summer. They thought she was Marlena's kid.
What do you mean you said you did something really bad to that little girl?
I think they killed her.
Oh, you think they did something bad? I thought you said, I think I did something bad to that little
Listen,
girl.
Not me. No, honey. I'm
Oh,
hillbilly. Listen to me very carefully. I'm hillbilly. Sometimes I can talk and it don't, no, not me. I would never, ever, ever do anything bad to a child, ever. I worked in public schools. I retired from a public school. No, I would never, ever, ever do anything bad to a child. I have 6 grandchildren myself. I'm an older lady. I would never harm a child, not me. They did something bad to that little girl, I think.
Uh-huh.
In my heart, I believe that they did something bad to that little girl. In our family, when we sit around and talk about this is what we think happened. We think she wasn't the target that was supposed to be. And when you hear Jody Sue and Andy and all that bullshit and all the fucking shit in the holler, that's all drama bullshit that takes away from Summer. Summer wasn't supposed to be gone. It wasn't Summer they were after. We honest to God think
Now, in that
it-
article, that Newsbreak article that Ziggy was talking about.
Do you see it?
No, I
You
haven't
see
seen
it?
the article. I haven't looked it up. But you saying Steven is Spider?
Yep.
Okay, so I can find
him.
the 4 people that were arrested. Go by Steven, and that would be the Spider guy.
Right. But let me
Okay.
tell you, Steven's dealer is in Rowan Mountain, and he's not in that article. He's not mentioned. And I've turned this into the TBI, and I've turned it into, like, nobody listens to us. They think we're freaking hicks from the damn. They treat us like fleas or something. They don't want nothing to do with us. I'm telling you, Spider's dealer is in Rowan Mountain.
And there is
And
a
the-
connection between the Melina girl and the Spider girl. You know that for a
Yes.
fact.
Oh, I know that for a personal fact. And let me tell you, and I can relate it back to Candace Wells too. It's the Mendenhall. I can tell you.
So-
And if you look up that, yeah, you look that up, and I've got it all screenshots of all of her friends, and I'm telling you right now. And him and Spider were connected, and that's a connection to the Wells. But they weren't the target. I'm telling you right now, they were not the target. The target was a
So you
prostitute.
saying the drug man's mad over a debt because his man got busted with drugs? He blamed it on
He got busted with
Melina,
drugs
went to kidnap
and guns.
Melina's daughter, but accidentally got Summer Wells.
I think he was trying to scare her. I'm trying to tell you, I think they were trying to scare her. And I think they wanted payment because that shit got interrupted. And it wasn't only that like $5 or $10 worth. There was a large amount of drugs and guns. That man had guns too.
Do you live out there in the holler?
My parents do.
Okay.
My parents.
Her parents live in the holler. She's related to Candace. I think I did see somewhere that Candace actually may have family in the area. That's nothing I really ever thought about, though. Except for the one guy that everybody talks about. What's his name? Marcos. But he wouldn't be old enough to be this woman's parents. Candace, do you have more cousins in the area? Family? How do you and Dawn both end up with family in the same area? Is this true? We don't even know if this is true. Right? I want to talk to this woman. If you're out there, please come talk to me. Or somebody, anybody. If you don't like me, go talk to somebody else. That's strange.
Do. And if you know my last name, you'd be like, oh, fuck. Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. We're right there. Nope. I'm nowhere near there. I'm hours away. I live in a different state. But I'm telling you, I know. I believe my people. I believe my family. And we talk about this shit. And I'm telling you, nobody's listening to us. They were not supposed to. Summer wasn't supposed to be the girl. And if you look at this.
Hold on. Here's what he has. Four people were arrested Thursday morning. Okay, that's just what I just read. Hold on. Yeah, that's just what I read to you guys. I'm not going to read it again. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think there's truth to that? What do you think? Are you guys talking about WCIA?
There are 15 new jobs added to Indeed every second.
Why do I always forget to stop the damn video? I know, Running Bear. Just crazy, huh? So who's live tonight? I got all the time in the world. My husband's doing a double. Nobody's here. It's so quiet here. The only thing I'm caring for today is this damn dog. So if you guys want to stick around, we could watch something else. Or do you want to go? We could go whatever. Let me go see who's live. I don't want to just go play people's lives, though. Career Criminals. Knowledge Has Power is live. Empress Ziggy gives, okay, 6 up. I'm not going there tonight. 10 years later, we already watched that. Electronic medium, we're not going there. We're not doing that. Ryan and Laurel, I just watched that the other day. Dude, he put all his videos back up. Did you guys see that? He put his old videos back up. I don't want to talk about him today. Remain Calm's live. Is she? Hold on. No, she ended her live. Damn it, we could have stopped in and said hello. I would have chatted live and said, hey, we're just stopping in. Let me come over here. You enjoy learning? So was Lisa the woman at the garage sale? Who the hell knows? Today, after watching what we watched earlier, I think she's Chris's divorce attorney's paralegal. Speculating. Yeah, I ain't watching Ryan's live. I don't want to go there today. What about Ziggy? You want to watch something, Ziggy? Something new or old or fun? I don't want to be boring. But I ain't got shit to do today. Like, I'm seriously here with you guys for as long as I want to be. Oh, God. Benny? Some more Benny? Yeah, we have a ton of Benny to watch. That's a good idea, Lady R. Let's go see what's next. Doody-doody-doo. We finished all the videos, right? We're just on straight lives now. Am I correct about that? Let me go look.
If you need it, you don't got it. You don't get it. Shame on you.
Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, hold on. I thought we did. So let's go back. That was August 11th. So we got to go back to the last. Where did we leave off? It was down here. Not down there. Was it? No. Are these different? No, because we watched this basketball one. Hold on. I was nowhere near where we were. That was the problem. Game over, we ended one. And I had that saved too. Stupid. Hold on.
Snapchatters, TikTokers. Did I miss any?
No, we were past this. I saved it the last time. Hold on. Because now I remember watching... Unmasked. Receipts. Then we watched this. I think this is where we were.
True Crime Community.
Nope. We are past that. Give me a minute. Oh yeah, we watched Debunked. The Oath. Oh, Fortune Tellers, I think. This is exactly where we are. Yep, we're in the area. That's not exactly where we are. We talked about her legs. We seen this one. Hold on.
Hawkins County Sheriff. They're not taking any tips from not one psychic. I mean, not one. So just put that out of your mind, right? Like, I don't know. Like, we're going with real science here on this one. Like, right? We are not going to fucking combat you people on this, right? You people, I'm sure you're fine family members, but we don't want your fucking help. We don't need your fucking help. We don't desire your fucking help. And in fact, you've been no fucking help, right? So that's like saying, yeah. I've heard so many of them say, "Oh yeah, we just need a chance to search. We can just pull up and find her." Well, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you fucking, I don't know, call a cop? And I don't even think you should do that. I think you should just back the fuck away, please. Like you're like you know what? Not welcome. You're not welcome here. You're not welcome here. You got to do something different. You're not being helpful. Right? I don't know how many more times you got to be asked that the bullshit that you can provide, we don't want it. Right? We don't want it here on YouTube. The police don't want it there in Hawkins County. So y'all need to, I don't know, open a little shop and start reading palms. I don't know what it is you will do with your life from here on out, but you're not fucking welcome here. Right? Johnita, sweetie, you're so with the shits, I can smell you from where I'm at. Right? I'll be back on later. Fuck it. I'll be back on later.
So, Heather, what they do for me, I do appreciate them because they help me breathe, but they also cause Charlie horses through my whole fucking body. There was one time I was at Burlington Coat Factory buying my daughter's school clothes. She needed like undershirts or something. And she was still in middle school. Oh God, I remember it like it was yesterday. And I had the worst under my rib cage Charlie horse I ever had in my whole entire fucking life. It put me on the floor. Yes, potassium. I'm on potassium. I take potassium and magnesium for it. Yeah, well, that's from dehydration. But then when I take them, like they tell you you're not allowed. I'm only like I'm fluid restricted. Fuck their fluid restriction for real. Like I know I don't listen to it. I drink coffee, but if I didn't, I don't know what I would do because when I don't drink the damn water, I feel like I'm dying. So yes, they cause a lot of fucking issues. I hate my diuretics. I take Bumex, 80 milligrams twice a day. Your feet swell, yep, burn. I wake up with Charlie horses in my feet, my legs. Yeah, bananas. That's why I said earlier I'll eat a banana because it keeps my potassium. Okay. But anyways, since y'all was talking about that, I just wanted to stop. We're on the next one. This is about where we ended last time. She said, Etsatera said, why did I spend 30 minutes listening to you try to pick out an AI voice just for you to try to read the article yourself? Because it wasn't loading correctly. And I think it's because I'm live streaming and I've been live streaming for 6 hours over almost 7. So my cache probably needs cleaned so they wouldn't generate the recording. So then I just went and read it. That's why. Sorry. I apologize. What's the Charlie horse? They're just like really bad cramps that you get in your legs, like balls. Like maybe you don't call them Charlie horses in Australia. Is there a better name for them? That's what puts me in the hospital a lot of times. That, my vitamin D, my magnesium. It's horrible. Worse than that, Crystal. The ones I get. Yep. Okay, let's put Benny back on. We're on August 4th. I feel like we watched some of these. I don't know. Okay, hold on.
So this psychic walks into a bar. Just one other person in the bar, me. So the psychic gallops in on a big white horse, pulls a seat over next to me, orders a Zima. And the psychic takes a little sip of the Zima and looks at me and says, hey, I'm a psychic. I bet you $5 I can guess your birthday. I look at the psychic. I said, I bet you $10 I can prove you're not a real psychic. The psychic thinks about it for a minute, takes another sissy sip of the Zima, looks back at me and says, I'll take that bet. I said, okay, close your eyes. Psychic closes his eyes. I rear my right hand back. Bartender puts a little powder, baby powder on my hand, and I slap the dog shit out of the psychic. Onto the floor he goes. Stands up, looks at me, says, what was that for? I said, you owe me $10. Psychic says, why? I said, because if you was a real one, you'd have seen that coming. Fuck you, man.
Sorry. What the fuck is wrong with him? He was entertaining. He's still a douchebag woman beater, but in my opinion. But he was so stupid it was funny. I don't know. Not stupid. I don't know how to explain it. Entertaining, I guess. Oh, Benny. Let me finish smoking that joint for you. Next.
There we go. You know what's so dangerous about what Chris M did?
August 4th.
There we go. You know what's so dangerous about what Chris M did? So Chris M, he took a certain kind of formula that you do apply to social media in order to, extremely monetize your situation. I would say that he's probably even got some sort of consultant that is assisting him, whether it be an ex-YouTuber, a present YouTuber. I don't know. I don't know who it might be, right? But he's taken the game and he's applied it to this case. I don't know if this is his MO and this is the way that he handles and conducts business. I I certainly hope not. But at any rate, you know, I went and visited Don's Facebook just a few minutes ago. And I hadn't done that in a while, 4 or 5 days or something. I don't know. And I stopped it 2 days back when all the references on all the posts, all the references were, you know, even his name was in the post. And Don is supremely unhappy with the way that the interview room has handled the business. You know, we are given a place like YouTube to express our opinions and our voice. Some people, they choose to do it a different way. Some, you know, there's infinite possibilities in the way you can do this. But there's only one that's what you call the right way. Everything else is what, you know, everything else is just what? A little less wrong, a little more right. I don't know, a little less right. You know, I don't know what you call it. But for someone, you know, I've heard it so many times, even if it's a negative video, it's still keeping Summer's name in the press. Right? Yes. In the abstract world of the internet and social media, it does do that in its base form, but it's not doing it correctly, right? It's wrong on so many different levels. And so I, you know, it's not that it's like a mute Chris situation, because there's a lot of people that thrive on feeling like they're getting all the details. You know, I don't know. It's like, is this a representation of the way he handled business as a law enforcement agent? Let me answer that. He would say, no, it's not the way he conducts business when he was in law enforcement. I assure you, he's getting paid more now as a YouTuber doing what he's doing than he ever would make as a law enforcement official. I assure you. Now, that may not be, you know, for a whole year or whatever. What I mean is in what? Well, you've been outside. I'll be out in a minute. Cool. Sorry, my son. So yeah, 40 years experience. You know, this is not the way. I'll answer that for you. That's where I was at. No, this isn't the way that you did it. So why the change, right? Why now is the investment so high to be engaged in it like this, right? So you know the relationship between a detective and the family. You know that relationship, right? You could not have behaved in this fashion doing real law enforcement work as you are now. They just shit canned you. You know that. So why now do you have such a disinterest in making sure that the criminal trials proceed uninterrupted and that the jury pools are untainted? Why now, right? I don't know. Ask yourself that. Remember, guys, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. It is what it is. Comment below. Please hit the thumbs up. Thank you.
These ain't them. I gotta look. It was like people I never seen before that was talking about him. It wasn't White Boy or none of them. I gotta find these damn videos. I seen one. It was so fucking funny, dude. I wish I could fucking find it. Okay, back to Benny. Never mind. I'll look for them and share them another time. Okay. Okay, now we're going to talk about Doug.
Marty. Well,
August 5th.
I had a unfortunate encounter last night with no thanks. I want to tell you guys, man. He was my best friend. My picker is broke. My picker is broke. I'd like for you all to go over to Doug's last 3 videos. Give him a view. But also tell him that we're all praying for him, sincerely. This is sort of a reoccurring trend for Doug. So, in all honesty, no all bullshit side, no games, no playing. Doug needs some help. And if you guys are Doug's friends, then you will encourage him to get some help. You won't encourage him on to continue to make bad decisions. Like, I've been sent tons of screenshots of people encouraging Doug on. So, Doug, if you want to come to Dallas and you just want to have a fist fight, come on down. Won't be no problem.
Did I accidentally skip a couple last time? Because I think we watched this. Oh my God, these fucking men in their fist fights. I'm sorry. The male testosterone in this true crime world is real. Like the Dudley and Dawn fight, ridiculous, over who's the better drywaller. But do you all know AV? I've heard of the channel. I've watched some of their videos, but I can't remember much about AV. But I know I need to look at that. Okay. I'm going to start this one over because he's calling Doug out for a fight. I got to hear it. This is great.
Good morning. Well, I had a unfortunate encounter last night with no thanks. I want to tell you guys, man. He was my best friend. My picker is broke. My picker is broke. I'd like for you all to go over to Doug's last 3 videos. Give him a view. But also tell him that we're all praying for him, sincerely. This is sort of a reoccurring trend for Doug. So, in all honesty, no all bullshit aside, no games, no playing. Doug needs some help. And if you guys are Doug's friends, then you will encourage him to get some help. You won't encourage him on to continue to make bad decisions. Like, I've been sent tons of screenshots of people encouraging Doug on. So, Doug, if you want to come to Dallas and you just want to have a fist fight, come on down. Won't be no problem. I'm 42. My last fist fight was 9 months ago.
Oh my God.
I'm too old to be fighting still, but Doug, man,
We fist fought someone 9 months
I got a lot
ago.
of love for you, bro. I just want you to get some help, dude.
Who did Benny fist fight? Was it somebody in this case? Was it caught on camera? What month was this? August. So what was 9 months before August? We gotta see if we can find the freaking fist fight. You don't believe it? Did Benny win? Okay, sorry.
Because I haven't looked at any of your videos until last night, and you don't even look like the same guy, bro. You're letting yourself go, dude. It's just not. It's not a happy thing to watch, right? To watch someone in the grips, you know. Being a good human being and a good friend is like being clean. It's for free. You don't have to pay to be a good friend. You don't have to pay to be clean, right? So, unfortunately, in his intoxication, Doug threatened to harm my wife and my children. So, with that being said, I'm going to have to pursue charges. It's just the way it is.
I think I remember when they were fighting. Man, I have some of Doug's old stuff. I wish he wasn't kicked off of YouTube. I'd love to go back and watch some of his older videos. You hear Diana? Let's hope that's what he's doing now, right? I believe so too. At this point, anyway. I think he's met Voices by this point. I think he was on Voices panel, or it was like right after, around this time. But he was in contact with them. We'll have to go back and look. Okay, let's go back to this fool calling on his male testosterone fight here. I would love to go back and just watch some of the fights these men have had. They're worse than us females. For real. They're always calling each other out. Let's go fist fight.
I'm sorry that, you let that bottle get you in trouble again on this internet. I don't know what it is with these guys wanting to threaten people's children when it comes time to try to express your machismo. Doug, is it going to make you feel good to whip a 3-year-old boy? He's 3 years old. Does it make you feel good to tell me you're going to hurt my son in front of me? Doug, man, come on, dude. Get some help, bro. You're making bad decisions. You got $10,000 to your whole name, and you want to bet, you want to put yourself homeless again to fight me for $10,000, dude. Fuck, bro. I'll fight you for free. I don't want to fight anyone. But if you need that kind of validation from me, all of this stuff is you seeking validation from another grown man.
He said, I'll fight you for free. So they're going to pay each other $10,000. That's Doug's MO. White boy does that too. I'll put money down. $500, $10,000. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. You guys are over there chatting about other stuff, and I'm just sitting here cracking the fuck up. Because this is... Oh, this new weed I opened is pretty good. I can't take this. Yeah, wrestling. I'm going to go through one night when I'm bored. I'm never fucking bored. I'm going to take a night off one night and just go find all these male fights and put them in one video, compile them all together. They definitely, well, you heard him at the beginning of this, that he was stating, Doug, you're my best, he was my best friend. What does that tell you? Knowing neither one can beat their way out of a paper bag. Dude, I think Benny could take Doug. I do. I'm sorry. Okay, back to this mill fight.
What do you need my validation for, bro? I validated you a long time ago. Just because I exited the situation doesn't mean that you're still not validated, bro. You're validated. But I'll tell you what, dude. Coming to Texas ain't gonna be like no exhibition wrestling match, bro. Coming to Texas is gonna be like coming to the Wild Wild West. Come on, man. You need to get up, have yourself a little hair off the dog that bit you in the aspirin, and you need to think about this shit, bro. Fuck you mean. Good morning.
I'll chat while I scroll. He said, this is like the Wild Wild West. He was dead serious too. There was no laughing, no nothing. Okay. Next.
Good evening, YouTube. Good evening.
Okay, August 5th.
Good evening, YouTube. Good evening. Mr. Wells, I think what you need to do, and this is in all seriousness, and I'm going to get to a couple of you Dons here, okay? Don Wells, you know what would be really good, seeing how, you know, I understand you wanting to keep a presence in the press. Sir, Mr. Don, do an interview with Chasing Truth. You should have done that at the beginning, sir. I'm not here to tell you what to do with yourself or your family or your tragedy. Do an interview with Chasing Truth.
So I wonder, because Benny, Chasing Truth, and Dawn were all on Voices panel at the same time. I wonder, does Voices and Chasing still talk? Because Cher still promotes Benny, and that whole fight thing, he was promoting her pretty early on, huh? This is before Penny. You know, think about that. Who would have brought Chasing Truth in? It was like J4, Benny, Cher, Prairie. Think about it.
Please, I implore you, I empower you to. The redeeming quality that I feel like you could get from, you could have your real voice, Don, if you go see Chasing Truth. Go see about her, man, please. You know? If you're going to do any more videos, man, make that the next one or the last one. How about that? Don Buchanan, sir, I don't even know who you are. I've only watched just about 5 minutes of one of your videos, sir. If you know where the fuck Summer Wells is at, why are you telling us? Why don't you just make a video when you got the little girl in your arms? To come here and to tell us you have something, or rather you know where something is that you can go get, and you're just telling us? Man, what's that good for? What's that good for? If you know where she's at, bro, that's the biggest clickbait I think I've ever seen. Sir, that's not helpful. Mr. Buchanan, man. Shit, dude. I don't know, Don Buchanan. There's a lot of people saying a lot of things about you, sir. What is it you could be doing? Nothing positive, sir. This is no good. Man, I'm going to jump to conclusions and say that I don't even need to watch that whole video because I already know what it's about. Of course I know what it's about. Man, look here. From now on, if you're a man and you're a go-getter and a breadwinner, you don't tell people you know where some shit is at before you go and get it. You know where the fucking cucumbers and the tomatoes are in the world. They're at the fucking grocery store. Go get them. You don't have to tell folks.
Earl, if you're watching, can you go pay my Canva for me, please? Hold on a minute, guys. I could still pull my videos up. Damn it. That's not how I have it. Hold on. Look, I haven't even been on since I was on the other day. And I tried to clean my shit out. That's why. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, my cache needs cleaned. Hold on. That's gonna
Go
take.
ahead. I don't know what you're doing.
It's your channel. Hello, everybody. We have Donald Wells here with us, and we're going to do a little bit of a Q&A, and we just want to say thank you very much to Don for doing this. This isn't going to be a crucifixion. We're just looking for some answers and setting some things straight. So
Letting him have his voice unmanipulated by anybody's personal gains and media and all of that, and being joined by Tracy with Tracing the Truth also.
yeah, and there's no angle here. We're just having a conversation, and we're going to let Don say what he
And
needs to say. And
Yeah, I do want to say though, as this is going on, there's going to be an open chat, and any kind of disrespect, people are just going to be blocked immediately. This will be a platform where they can come to and feel like they have a safe place and not get attacked. So anyone
Absolutely.
doing that to Don or Candace, it's just going to be a blocking situation immediately. So I'm just giving you that warning. It's not going to happen here. So Don, we're going to get into then about you talking about the environment of where your house is, all the drug dealers living around there and everything, and just answer that and talk about it however you want to.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, there is a lot of drug issues of people, you know, that are searching for meth or pills or whatever. But, you know, like the other morning, I posted some pictures, you know, of that red truck. You know, that started at 3 a.m, and they's out there raising Cain, you know, at 3 a.m. But so we don't know, you know, and we've had stuff come up missing, and people are in and out of there all the time. And I didn't really realize how rough it was there, you know, till something disappeared.
yeah, it's not something you really think about until all of a sudden you're paying attention to it, I guess.
I think his phone went muted and he doesn't realize that something happened there. Maybe a call came in. Sometimes that'll knock me off of mine as well.
Yeah, maybe do you want to go back in the church, Don?
Okay.
Do you want to go back in the church? Yeah, I bet it's the Wi-Fi cutting out on you since you went outside. We'll just have to deal with the sounds.
It wasn't that bad. It was mostly our mic was feeding through his phone.
Yeah, as soon as you muted yourself and he was talking, it sounded great, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear us now, Don?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know why. What happened?
Okay, that's okay. When you get a phone call, when you're on this, the way that we're recording this, when you get a phone call, it really messes with everything.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. let's just start from the beginning there again and tell us about your where you're tell us about your environment, all of the drug dealers that live by you and that.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of people that come around, constantly, day and night, all hours of the night, looking for pills or whatever, meth, I don't know, but yeah, we see that a lot. Like the picture I posted of the little red truck, he got stuck there at 3 a.m. and they're yelling and screaming since 3 that morning. So when I went to work that morning, that's the first thing I was dealing with, and then until the police showed up, but yeah, that's pretty common in that area, a lot of rough characters around there, for sure.
Yeah, that sounds pretty.
Since you bring up the red truck, how did that tip come into play? Was that you that brought that up because you saw the red truck, or did somebody else bring that into play and tell you guys there was a red truck, or how exactly did the red truck come into the picture for?
When I was leaving for work that morning, there was a guy at the bottom of my driveway wanting me to pull start his four-wheeler. And then the police showed up, and he asked if I could go ahead and pull it over to his truck. So, and the policeman said, "Yeah, Mr. Wells, just pull it over there," and so I did. And when we got there, I seen the truck on the bank of the ditch there, high centered, and I asked the officers, "Can I take some pictures?" He said, "No problem, Mr. Wells, go ahead." And he started asking him for paperwork. And when I went to the side of the truck to take a picture, some woman stuck her head out. There was a woman in that truck, and she looked like she ain't combed her hair for like 2 months. I don't know, but she just laid back down in there and covered up. But that kind of stuff is constant in our area, and all kind of.
That story changed a few times between him and Jody. Because Jody claims she was in, and he did tell that story another time on Voices. But Jody claims she was in the truck the other time that he told the story. So weird. I don't know. Even like the pictures, there was a discrepancy between the two. Again, another time where it seems like somebody messed up a story or something. I don't know.
Stuff going on, I think meth is becoming what it always has been, but it's getting worse. I guess it's a serious problem. I guess it is everywhere, but yeah.
And that was the morning.
Well, sir, I didn't.
Sorry, that was that morning you left for work that happened with the four-wheeler and that?
Yes.
So the police were there June 15th, early in the morning then?
Yeah. Yeah, they just showed up because somebody else had called the law.
Wow. Well, you already know what I'm thinking, but we can't say it on this, so wow. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, just for funsies and to give the people a laugh, were you hiding in that shed when Chris did the interview with his wife or with your wife?
No, I was actually at work, and that's one of the things that made me mad when he commented something like that. I mean, knowing that all these people are watching his show, and we let him come up there to our house, and he's going to do us like that. I just thought that was real unprofessional. It really upset me.
Definitely, understandably, because when you put your trust in someone, and then they turn around and try and paint you as the bad guy, and it seems like it's doing that just for views too. I don't understand why he's going after you specifically so hard, but yeah, I'm not him, so I don't know why he's doing that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of speculation and there's a lot of people talking to him, and it's unbelievable how Facebook, how it is. It's bad.
Dawn, can you tell us if they verified that you were at work that day? Do you know if they've spoken to your boss?
I don't know exactly what they verified, but my boss, Richard Tucker, he knows. He talked to me that day. I also talked to Jamie Killian. He was there. I talked to him for 30, 40 minutes after, that day too. But trying to remember, but I think I talked to Richard about 30 minutes before I got the phone call, and then I had to load my tools up and head to the house as fast as I could. So, yeah. But I think they could tell. I was driving a Subaru that day, so I think they could tell by that too, because it's a brand new Subaru. I don't know.
Yeah, they should be able to track everything that happened that day. I think that's why there was a big issue when you said you thought it could have been 5:30. Can you clarify the 5:30? Is that when you thought Candace called you, or is that when you thought you got home?
Well, I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember exactly, but until TBI reminded me that it was 6:30 when we called, because that's what 911 said. It was 6:30 exactly. And also my wife, I guess she looked on her messenger and was able to verify that too. Around the time that she called 911 was 6:30. So yeah, I don't know why I was thinking 5:30, but I guess I was just wrong in that.
Well, messing up the time by an hour, I mean, that happens all the time. That's like, but people are just trying to pick everything apart. And as far as you being like verifying you were at work, I'm sure the police have done that, and people saying that they couldn't verify that just seems weird to me, because all the people you talk to and everything. I mean, if the police had just talked to them, they'd say, yeah, which they probably did. Like, it's probably just all rumors and speculations.
Yeah, because law enforcement, I checked again today, they say, yes, everybody is a suspect, but they said that everything that we have all come up with on social media, that they have already looked into those. There is no person of interest, okay? I feel like I should repeat that even. There is no persons of interest.
Yeah.
As simple as that. So incriminating Dawn, I'm not sure what people are trying to do.
They just need a villain.
Yeah, and to say that you were hiding in the shed and then point out into the past.
Oh yeah, because you hid from the police
because you
once.
had a warrant. Well, guess what? When he interviewed Candace, you are not a wanted man. You have no warrants out. You have no reason to hide on your own property. So
yeah, that was just ridiculous.
Ridiculous. He was trying to talk about the whole knee situation and who got hurt the night in October when the Jose guy was there, whatever the situation was. Can you tell us a little bit again? Sorry, you have to repeat this again, but can you tell us about that night and what happened that night with that Jose and whose knee got hurt?
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. Candace wanted me home. So she made up the story that she had moved the guy in, and she didn't say anything about him or anything else. She just let me speculate that she'd moved the guy in, So, of course, I flew across the country as fast as my little truck would take me. And, I got there, and the first day, everything's okay, but the second day we decided to have a few drinks, and stuff, and things started to get heated. And Jose, his wife had messed around on him, I guess. And he was kind of taking it out on me with questions and stuff or whatever. But I told him, me and Candace have had our problems, and we've worked through that and worked it out. And, but she thought that I was in Utah. I was at a party, and I told her on the phone that I'm at a party. We're getting something to eat. Me and my son, we got to get going. You know, we got to get home and get in bed because I had to go all the way to Park City that next day. But what she heard was that I was at a party and I don't want to talk to you, so bye. It's kind of the way she took it, but that wasn't the case at all because I wasn't doing anything but just getting some food and going home to sleep so I could go to work. But that's not the way she took it. But so that was a miscommunication right there, and we didn't know that till after, you know. But anyway, let me go back to the story. But so me and Jose is getting into it, and he's calling me names and stuff. But every time he'd call me a name or say something about me, Candace would push me. So this went on for quite a while, you know, Candace pushing me and pushing me and pushing me, and he'd say something and she'd push me. And finally, you know, I tried to push her out of the way, and I was gonna hit Jose. But at the last minute, I decided not to. But I guess when I pushed her, she went down and scraped her knee a little bit. So she went, you know, straight away because her feelings are hurt. So he went straight away and called the cops, and that's how the police got involved. And then Jose told the police that I chipped his tooth and on and on. And then they told him about the powder gun I had in my glove box because I keep that gun in there for the safety of my kids. I felt that was important because I knew it was somewhat dangerous around my house, but I had no idea how dangerous it was, you know. But anyway, she went to the judge and she was crying in the courtroom. So the judge called her in his chambers, and she told him she made a huge mistake and she just wants me out. And so the judge let me out. He OR'd me actually with gun charges, you know. And I thought, you know, because I was facing some serious charges, but he OR'd me. And so, you know, we worked it out and everything. And I pled out to a misdemeanor charge, and me and Candace worked everything out. And then we got to talking back to where I was, there was miscommunication. You know, she thought I was partying. No, I was just trying to get ready to go. I was at my sister's party, but I wasn't partying.
Sorry about that, guys. That was the hubby. He called me to tell me I can't pay it. You're on it, and I don't have your login information. Oh, Lord. He's getting ready for shift to change, so couldn't talk long. So I'm happy because I'm live. Okay. Should I go back to Benny, or do you guys want to continue this? To be honest with you, I'm going to wrap it up in about 20 minutes. My son said, he texted me, I checked that while I was away, and he said that he's at work, but he'll be home by 11, so they're going to be coming in. So I'm going to end this around 11 because I haven't seen my grandbabies in like 2 days. They left yesterday, and I haven't seen them, so they're going to want to come in and run around everywhere. Okay. In my opinion, all right, we'll just let this play, and then I'll continue with Benny another time.
You know, so it was a misunderstanding, but we worked it out and we forgive each other, and you know, and that was that, you know, pretty much.
So at any time, did you ever put your hands on push out of the way, move out of the way, grandma?
No, she was outside. I'm gonna try to get this. I broke my camera. I apologize. That might be a little better.
It's fine on our end anyway.
Okay. No, she was outside by her trailer. I mean, I think she was standing in the doorway maybe, but I wasn't focused on her. But no, I never touched her. No way. And I would never hurt. I wasn't intending to hurt Candace either. I was just trying to get her basically off of me because I wanted to hurt Jose, but I didn't.
But Well, as a guy, I can definitely understand that. You want the woman out of the way because you're thinking you're about to start fighting this guy. I mean, it's always get the women out of there because somebody's going to get hurt.
Did you ever see Jose again after that?
No, because that night that I went to jail, and this is one thing I respect Candace's mother for, she told him to load his stuff up right now. He is out of there, and she took him to North Carolina.
Can I ask you, why was Allie staying at your house for an extended period of time when she doesn't live that far away from you guys? And can you explain, were your wife and her in a tiff? Because it seems to me like you knew nothing about that. So can we get into that also?
Right. Yeah. So when I left for Utah, I had a good job down there, and I was wanting to move my family down there. And so I guess when she went to Wisconsin or wherever she goes, I can't remember where her mother went, but to help.
Diana, I came on at like 3 today. I started super early today. I'm trying to get on earlier. It's just because I sleep during the day when my husband's home. I could try to start going on earlier. Definitely. I prefer the earlier ones because then I get to watch all the action at night, if there is any. All right.
Her sister, I think it's Illinois actually, and helped her sister for a couple of weeks. And when they come back, Allie and them got together and they wanted to stay there for a while. And I don't know, do whatever women do, I guess.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Yeah. And the kids all together, and the other 2 girls that they have there, and Summer likes, them girls and everything. But so I guess I don't know how this Jose got involved or how he ended up there. He come from New York, and so I guess some people dumped him off after they used him up for his money. I don't know, but I have no idea. But it don't sound good. I know that. But I mean, that's all I know.
Okay, now everyone wants to know the lie detector tests. Who took the lie detector tests? Who passed them?
Yeah, at first Candace couldn't take the lie detector test, and neither could I because we hadn't slept in days. And they wanted us to take lie detectors, so you have to be real calm and everything. And they wait like 25 seconds in between questions. So when they ask one question in 20 seconds, you're going to be falling asleep. You got to be perfectly still and everything. So me and her, either one could even take a lie detector test. So I went back the next day, took the lie detector test, and I was told that I passed. And Candace, her nerves were so shot and everything that she couldn't take a lie detector test. They had to wait like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, have her come back on a Monday or maybe even a Tuesday to take her lie detector test, and she took it and finally and passed. And we never failed a lie detector test. We just couldn't take a lie detector test.
Did Grandma take one too?
Yes, and she passed also.
Can I ask how long after was when did they ask for the lie detector test? How long after Summer went missing did they ask you to do this?
Immediately on me and Candace. Yes, but
so
I mean, I think they waited 3 or 4 days maybe, because I know we didn't sleep for the first 2 or 3 days. We couldn't sleep. That's impossible. But so yeah, when they finally got us calmed down and sitting still in that chair, you're gonna doze off. So it was impossible to take the test. But I took it the next day and passed. She waited, I think, 3 days and took hers and passed.
I think that's understandable.
Yeah, like no parent is going to be all calm and well rested after something like this happens. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to June 15th. You're at work. You get that call from Candace. From the best of your knowledge, what time was that, and how did that go from that call? Do you remember what she said? And kind of let's go on from there a little bit.
Okay, so she calls me, and I can hear the fear and anxiety in her voice. She's terrified. And so I'm thinking, well, she's probably just around the house. That was my first thought. But I told her, well, hang up from me. I'm thinking in my mind, I told her, just call 911 just in case. So
What
I
did she
finished.
say to you? I can't find her, or?
Yes, I've looked everywhere. I've looked everywhere. I can't find her. She's not here. And I said, well, hang up and call 911. And so she hung up. I threw all my tools in the back of that Subaru, and as soon as I got in the car and started down the road, I called 911, and they transferred me to Hawkins County, I guess. And I told them what the situation, that our little girl's not there. And then after that, I got back on Messenger and called her and talked to her through the whole trip. I think it was 30 minutes. I'm not sure, but like 30 minutes, I was able to talk to her on Messenger all the way there. And she was in her mother's truck, driving everywhere, looking for her frantically around our house. So when I get there, I'm still on Messenger with her, and she's still not found 30 minutes later. So I drove directly to the bottom property and down all the way down to the creek. And I see my three boys together down by the creek over on this side. And then on the left of me is my neighbor walking around. And my heart sunk right then and there. And I knew she was gone. I knew something happened. I knew something, something. So I drove back out of there and went to the top of the house, and there wasn't no police there yet. I don't believe. There might have been a car too. I just can't remember for sure because everything just, happens. I don't know, but there might have been a cop or two there. I just cannot remember, but it seems like there might have been. But after that, all these trucks and trailers with four-wheelers and stuff started pouring in, and police, and they actually blocked or bottlenecked Beach Creek and Ben Hill Road. We couldn't get out or in or nothing. It was a nightmare. They just kept asking us all kind of questions. They looked at our phones for the timeline right then and there to see. It might have been the next day, I'm not sure, but they looked at our phones, and he got the 911 calls and all that and wrote all that stuff down. And that's about it. I asked them if I could go look in my car or whatever, and I tried to leave, and I couldn't even get my car out of the driveway. It was just blocked in. But I think the next day, I'm not sure. I can't. It seems so. I don't know. I don't know, but I finally convinced him that I got out and went talked to, or I shouldn't say his name, but I talked to him about people he might have known, seen coming in and out and stuff like that. But he'd been moving cars all day, so I don't know. I mean, it was hard to. It was bottlenecked, so couldn't do nothing.
Okay, people are wondering, why did you choose to drive the Subaru that day? Why not your work truck?
Oh, because the Subaru, since the boys have been out of school and everything, I was just sitting there, and I'm paying quite a bit of money for it. And I thought, well, I might as well get some use out of it. I'm wearing out my truck, but I'm pretty hard on vehicles, so I decided just to drive it for a while. That's all. Put some miles on it because it was just sitting there, really.
Yeah, why not go to work in a nice vehicle?
Yeah. And in fact, my boss commented that Summer went missing, just before I got that phone call. he was making fun of me. He says, "That's a hell of a car to be putting a bunch of damn drywall tools in." You know, he was just giving me a hard time. You know, that's how he knows where I was, you know, like because of that.
Yeah. Oh, and one real quick question because of the vehicle thing. Grandma's car, Candace's mom's truck there, did it have a topper on it?
Yeah, it's got a topper on it, yes.
Okay. So I heard both, so I just want to make sure.
Is there a red tote or something in the back of the car, or what?
I was looking at that picture earlier today because somebody commented on that, and I believe that is a red tote or something. Yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I think I might have got that wrong. When I was looking at it, I thought you could see the back of the tailgate, and then whatever that red thing was like outside the truck. Like I thought it was maybe like a vehicle that was parked kind of sideways behind them, but I didn't know for sure.
I didn't either. I tried to pull it up, zoom it in, and I couldn't really tell, to be honest with you.
No.
So people are then questioning why, when you got home at 6:30 or whatever time, so if you called 911 at about 6:29, were you already on your way home, or how long did it take you to get home after calling 911, do you think?
I'm not sure because I talked to her that she had that messenger call, but I was passing traffic, double yellow line. I almost lost it in a curve. I was going as fast as I could possibly go. I was speeding like crazy. You know, I'm really not sure, but I know it's a 45-minute drive normally. So I don't, you know, I probably made it in 30, I'd say.
And you were pulled over, weren't you on your way?
No.
Okay.
No.
I heard that. Okay.
That was the Utah drive.
Oh.
Oh. What was that?
I said that was the Utah drive. When you were driving too fast, you got pulled over then, not when you were driving home to get to Candace.
Yes. Yeah, I was in Kansas, and there was nothing out there. You know, I was in Kansas just flying, and because I was thinking, you know, Jose and Candace got something going on there. So I'm flying home, and that cop was just right behind me. I don't know where he come from, but boy, he snuck up on me good. He got me, but I told him what was going on, and so he gave me a big break and let me go. He gave me a ticket, but not as big as a ticket as I was going. So I'm sure thankful to him, because it could have been pretty bad. But,
Okay. So now another big thing is people are saying, so when you did arrive there finally, why did you not go up to the driveway first? Why did you stop at the shed first? Did you go in the shed, not go in the shed, or just why did you not go directly to the house and talk to Candace right away? Explain that.
Okay. The reason I went to the bottom property first is because I knew that they were looking all over around the house and in that area and everything. So I figured, you know, by the time I got home, the best place that I could go would be directly down to that creek. I didn't even stop at the shed. I went by it, but I went down that steep bank all the way down into the creek with that little Subaru. And when I seen my boys and I seen my neighbor, that's when my heart, my heart just sunk right there. I just knew something was really wrong, you know. So that was the beginning of this pit in my stomach that hasn't went away yet, and it's not going to, I don't believe. But so then I turned around, went back up that bank, and I might have looked in the shed at that time. I can't remember for sure, but I know I looked in the shed at some point. But I went back up to the top, and I do believe there might have been a cop car or two there at that time, but I'm not sure. I can't be positive on that, because I'm just so mixed up and everything at that time.
Well,
One thing you see, I'm sorry. One thing you seemed always super sure of, Dawn, was that she would never leave the property. She just wouldn't do it. And you guys reference her swing a lot. Why do you reference the swing? Was that like a boundary area for her? Did you guys say don't go past your swing? Or why was, Candace mentioned it a few times too, she would never leave past her swing?
Well, she would go, you know, she may not have, I mean, I've seen her go to the edge of the property. I mean, not to the edge of the property, but to the edge of the lawn, but only like if the boys were down there or something. Like the boys went down the creek one day together and she went halfway down the hill, but she wouldn't go all the way. I mean, she was very leery. We tried to tell her or teach her to be very leery because we do have some wild bears. There's been a lot of bears spotted, and we know there are creeps around there, but we just never thought that one would, you know, lay in wait and try to grab her like what has happened. But, you know, especially midday, not midday, but it's daytime, you know, I don't know. But I've tried several times. I've snuck up. She'd be behind the vehicle just sitting there playing. And so I'd sneak up behind her or on the other side of the truck, and I'd sneak up on her and I'd scare her.
Uh-oh, your sound went out again.
Sorry, Josh.
You're going to have to message him again. Oh, poor guy.
StreamYard is kind of hard on phones. Some phones that they just don't like it. I don't know what it is.
It's really bad on my phone. It's awful.
Yeah.
I get kicked out of my own StreamYard on phone, so I don't bother using it.
That's what started happening on mine. Like I just
really
in the middle of a live, everything's fine. All of a sudden, poof.
So
I heard the Melon app is really good.
What are you thinking so far?
My heart's breaking for the guy.
Yeah.
I feel really bad.
He seems very
He just seems broken.
He does.
It's just their lives are ruined. Their lives are ruined.
Yeah.
I mean, why would he come on with 3 strange people and try and tell this story again after everything that's gone on with YouTubers and social media? Yet again, he's sitting down to do this. We can't give him immunity. We can't give him true help. And here he is again, trying to do it.
Yeah, just trying to get the truth out there. And he's back.
Hello again. Sorry.
Can you?
You're doing really good, by the way. And I just want to thank you again for doing this because we were just discussing it, how much you've already been just
getting shit hammered by everybody.
by everybody else. So thank you again for doing this. I think you're doing great. So
thank you.
But I really do want to hear the story that he was going to tell us about jumping out at Summer.
Yeah. Can you go back to there again?
Yeah, you know, there's been we tried, you know, to teach her not, you know, that there's wild animals and other things. We just, I mean, I don't want to. Sorry.
It's okay.
We call them meth heads, meth monsters, whatever. You know, so we knew that was it, but I probably shouldn't say that because people will tear that apart. And you know, sorry. But yeah, bears, and I've snuck up behind her. She'd be behind the vehicle, just sitting there playing or whatever, you know. But I'd sneak up and I'd scare her. I'd scare the daylights out of her, trying to teach her, you know, that. And yeah.
Don, what's your best memory thinking right now of you and Summer? Can off the top of your head, the best memory you have of her?
Well, just before this happened, she would always want me to hold her hand where she could twirl, and she'd sit there and twirl and twirl and twirl, and until my arm got tired. I'm like, man, Summer, come on, I'm getting tired. I've just been working all day, you know. And one day she come running in. She was running, and she come running in, and I just put my hand on her back and on her chest, and I felt her heart beating. And I'm like, man, Summer, your heart's beating so fast, you know. And she just always had that smile and just, oh my gosh, I mean, I was always at work constantly working so that, they could have a life. We never got assistance, food stamps or whatever, or anything. So I was always working, constantly. But but anytime that me and her went anywhere together, she was my pride and joy right there. Everybody, I miss her so much. Oh my gosh.
I can't even imagine.
No, me either. Me either. Do you regret working so much, Don? Do you think you missed
Well, I take my boys to work with me all the time and stuff. It's just that she wasn't quite old enough yet. It wasn't quite safe enough for her yet to, in a couple more years, I would have probably been teaching her how to spot nails, but she just wasn't. I've had her out on a few jobs with Mom, but they'd always leave, but they can spot nails, like that airplane ride. I don't know if y'all seen that. We done the drywall in that airplane hangar, and that guy, he come in and asked if he could give a ride in his airplane. I'm like, I wouldn't let him miss it, So that was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
There was a rumor that the kids went to work with you that day. Somebody mentioned that the boys were at work with you that day. Is there any truth to that?
No, nobody. They weren't to work with me that day because I fired Dudley the day before. I fired him, and he was just creating a lot of problems at my job. He was driving around there and calling my boss constantly, stuff for whatever reason. I'm not sure why, but no, that one of my boys weren't with me that day. I didn't take them very often, and they really don't like to go, because it's kind of boring sitting there spotting nails all day. So, but they kind of
They want to run free.
Yeah, some of the jobs, where it's more open and stuff out in the middle of nowhere, they can just go out and play in a dirt pile. They love that. So, it just kind of depends on the job. That particular job there's a lot of houses it's a subdivision, and you got a lot of bosses and important people running around. So you can't take a kid at one of them places. It's not, you know what I'm saying? But some of them jobs you could take them to, and they could really enjoy the property and whatever the people were doing with their, you know what I mean? It's just some of the places are really nice, like that airplane hangar. You got to see that, so that was really good. The airplanes and everything.
Yeah, that does sound pretty cool, actually.
The dogs, were your dogs home June 15th, or you said they were gone for a few days about the time Summer had gone missing? Were all of the dogs around? Were some of the dogs around?
And how many dogs did you have then?
Yep.
People drop off their stray dogs there all the time, and we've had a few good dogs, of higher breed that people have stole from us, and so we end up with a lot of stray dogs, and so we just take care of them. That's all we can do, the best of our ability. But sometimes they just run off, and we don't see them for a couple of days. But at this particular day, they weren't up on the hill, but one or two of them come in, I think, if I remember right, eventually come in, but that was about it. So we don't know where they go or what they do, but we're not gonna.
So were they around at the time that the police had shown up then to take your guys' report for Summer missing? Were the dogs there then?
No, they weren't there. And these dogs are like, they don't know when to bark and when not to bark. And they don't know. I wish now I had some Great Danes or
Taking the kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months ago. I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie if she wanted her and the kids wanted to go up to, I want to call it Ducktown because that's where we're planning on going, with Ducktown. And she's like, no, I'm going to sleep, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right. I was like, well, can I go? And Allie's like, yeah, go ahead. So we took him up to Ducktown with us and stuff and brought him back, and everything was fine. I thought we were good friends, but I guess she's trying to get back at me for some reason. I don't know. Taking the kids like it was, I want to say like 3-4 months ago. I went over to Allie's and I asked Allie if she wanted her and the kids wanted to go up.
Something like that, because these dogs here are not any kind of dog you want to protect your kids. It wouldn't do a bit of good, you know.
Now, a lot of people are wondering, how come Grandma's not living there in the camper right now?
She went to help her sister because her sister, at least this is what we're being told, that her sister is not able to do a lot of work or whatever like that. So that's the story I'm getting told anyway.
Okay. So she must not be a person of interest then for the police to allow her to leave state, right?
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, she was right there with Candace, you know. I mean, she was putting a knee brace. Candace was putting a knee brace on her when Candace come in the house. You know, she asked the boys where she was, and she said downstairs. And that's when she never seen her after that. You know, from that point on, she's been gone.
I just want to clarify before we move past that, because people are going to say Illinois. I thought she was in Wisconsin.
They lived in Wisconsin, but her sister lives in Illinois somewhere, and I'm not sure what town, but yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. So do you have any more questions, honey?
Yes, I do. But the one I just forgot. Another big thing people are harping on you for is when you were asked the question, what should happen to the person who took Summer or whatever happened? If somebody has Summer, or, you know, if they abducted her or worse, you were asked what should happen to that person should they be found or what? And your response was you weren't sure if you would want to put someone in prison because you know that life. And I understand your response because we talk, so you know my past and everything. So I understood your response. But also, it's in your church teachings because God always said you forgive, right? So is that kind of why you think you would be a little more forgiving? Is it because of that's your religion, your beliefs, that's what you feel in your heart? Or can you kind of just clarify that a little bit for people who are freaking out about that?
Yeah, you know, of course, the first thing that comes to your mind, if somebody hurts my kid or your kid or anybody's kid, is I'm going to hurt them. That's the first thing that's going to run through any person's mind. But if you allow the system to put them in prison, there's no worse place. Death is better than prison. Okay, you have to be in prison or have been there to understand that death is better than prison. So prison's way worse. And not only that, once you get in prison, them guys in there are going to be like, you know what, that could have been my kid, and they're going to act accordingly. And a lot of people don't understand that, and that's why I hesitated when I answered that question. And Mr. Chris probably wouldn't. That's probably way beyond him, I guess. I don't know to understand that type of thing. But yeah, prison's the worst thing that any person or human being could go through. So that's, you know, so, but if the man asked God for forgiveness and changed his ways, you know, who am I to not grant him forgiveness. I mean, I don't know. I mean, God says there's hope for all of us. So, I mean, I don't know that I could forgive him, but I know that God says we have to forgive everybody, and we have to work on that. But it might take me the rest of my life, you know. So yeah, thank you.
Wasn't who was that one that was it Jory?
Yeah.
That guy, yeah, a guy killed his girlfriend's child
Yep. And her.
and her, and then bailed. He ran away, and he was in hiding for like a year. But her mom, she said that she forgives him,
Yep.
or that she's at least working towards it. So for anybody to think that that's just an outrageous possibility and that means that you're guilty of something, I don't get it. I don't understand. But no, that's when people truly believe in God, and not the way that you do for show, when you actually literally believe in God and you want to follow his rules, forgiving people for whatever they do if they ask for forgiveness. That's an important part of.
All right, guys, there's about 15 minutes of this left. I'm going to end here. Yeah, go back to the fairy tale. You'll get it. Now you know where to go look on the alien ship maps. On the, what did they call them? Interwebs? Is that what that group called it? You'll get my clues when you look. Yeah, I'm going to go little dev too. I've been on here for 8 hours. The kiddos are going to come home. My son just got off work. He's going to go pick them up at his girlfriend's friends. And then they're all going to be home, and it's going to be wild here for about 30, 45 minutes. Then they'll probably crash. And if I can't sleep, I may come back. But I do have some other things I want to do tonight. I got to get it. It's July 28th, and I do craft fairs in the fall. And I have not worked on anything except for one little set of cards. So I have to try to get a jump on some of that. That's why I came on a little early tonight. I want to make some sticker sets and junk journals. A few other things. I don't know if I'm even going to go to them this year. I think my daughter-in-law does a lot of the resin stuff, and her mom does the paint pours. I might just send her this year. It depends. Do you holler? We'll have to have a night that we come on and just craft and bullshit about the case or something. If yous want. But all right. And I haven't even I haven't even paid my freaking Etsy. I forgot. I just got a reminder in my head thinking about the craft fairs. Shit. I guess I gotta go do that too. All right. I will talk to you guys all tomorrow at some point. Maybe later tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, sounds like fun. Definitely. All right. Peace and love. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. We'll continue from here. Talk to you then. Bye.